This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Good morning, cricket lovers. Well, they say good things like these barrels of port around me are worth waiting for. Well, after a short break, the European cricket was back yesterday with a bang with the start of our 2025 season. I'm Rico Full. You're watching European cricket and we're on tour here in Portugal, Porto. Some lovely shots of the city, but we do know one thing about Porto. It's all about the stuff that's behind me here. It's all about the quality and the excellence of the Porto one, only from this part of Portugal. Well, we are at the cellars here of Taylor Sport. Thank you very much for Andy for taking myself and some of the ECN crew around. But of course, there's some quality entertainment happening at the cricket ground as well. So we're going to leave you some shots of the cellars here and then go straight back to the magnificent Porto Cricket Club where T20 action starts today. Let's see which one of our teams, Portugal or Spain, shows some of that quality and excellence on the field. Bom dia, hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Yeah, yesterday we had a fantastic time. Thanks very much to Taylor Sport and of course to Andy who took us around, and we had some wine, some nice wine and port tasting there. It was absolutely fantastic. It was very tasty, and the cricket that we had here yesterday was very tasty as well. Of course, yesterday the home side of Porto took on Spain in T10 matches. 3 matches were played, and well, Spain came from behind after going 1 down in the first to come back and win the next 2. But today is the start of the weekend. It's the start of a new month. It is the 1st of February, and it's also the start of a T20 friendly series. 4 matches will be played between these two, Portugal and Spain. 2 today and 2 tomorrow. We get ready for the first match. First though, why don't we see what happened at the coin toss where Long Burns, the captain of Spain, and Najam Shazad were out there with Stefan Gooch.
Spain to call. Heads. Heads is the call. It is tails.
Yeah, we're going to bet.
Good luck. All the best, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good game. All the best. Portugal have won the toss and they're having a bat.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch. So there you have it, Portugal. They will be batting first, and they will be hoping that they can make a similar start to what they did yesterday, winning the first match yesterday, the T10, of course it was, but batting first. And it was a comfortable victory for them. But then after that, Spain, as I said, did bounce back well. I'm Rico Full, and I will be talking you through all the action today with the rest of the European cricket gang. But really looking forward to this match. There's the beautiful shot of where we are. Of course, this is the Porto Cricket Club. In fact, it is the Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club, established in 1855. Quick look at the teams. There are some changes, you'll see, for Portugal. A couple of good big ins coming in for them. Shahidul Rahman comes into the side. And also I'm looking forward to seeing Rahul Kumar. I've heard a lot about him. Yesterday, remember, you heard me saying that I think Portugal missed the fact that they didn't have a spinner in the side. Well, they've got one here today, and I think you need one in this longer format. Spain are the favourites, but not by a lot. 57% to 43. And I've mentioned already, Spain, I think a big addition to them is Lorne Burns coming into the side. He is captaining. Of course, Alex Davidson-Soler was the captain when we had the T10 matches yesterday. I think it's going to be a very exciting start to the day. I want to say very warm welcome to, once again, a number of people that are on the chat. I hope you are well. I hope you had a lovely evening. Well, we did have a wonderful evening. Of course, we are in Port, and of course, Port does come from the Douro Valley here in Portugal. And we found out a lot of interesting things from our guide yesterday, Andy. And not only did he tell us about where the grapes come from and the different variety of grapes, but we learnt a lot of things. Of course, Port can only be from this part of Portugal. Otherwise, it can't be called Port. A bit like champagne in France, I suppose. And the port that's all made here, all the grapes are crushed by foot. Didn't realise that. I thought that now the mechanical devices would have taken over, but it's not to be. And yeah, the old traditional methods, all hand-picked, all foot crushed, but taste very, very nice. And yeah, we had a lovely evening and ready to go and start the proceedings here. Lopez, who was very good yesterday, will be bowling the first ball. And just to clarify, a few people have been asking me this. It's not going to be what we call ICC rankings involved here in these 4 matches that we'll see over the next 2 days. There are friendlies. There's an opportunity for the 2 teams to try out different players. But I'm sure it'll be entertaining and very competitive as we get ready to start. So Lopez is going to be bowling to Dhaval Kumar Nottam, who yesterday, apart from just the 1 knock, had a good day. Kuldeep Gulai, though, his day and his time out there in the middle does need to get better, though he did get a few more runs in the loss to Spain in the last match. He wasn't at his best yesterday. So we're ready to go. Here comes the first. It's up in the air, but it's in the gap. A long chase, of course. The boundaries have been pushed back. Yesterday, that would have been 4. Today, it'll just be a couple. Yeah, let's quick focus on the boundary. We have got T20 now, so the boundaries have been pushed back, I think, as far as they can be. Some parts of the ground, I think now those boundaries are close to that 65, 70 metres. The straight ones, particularly the one behind the keeper, I mean, they're being pushed back to the limit. I think they're still about 55 to 60. Slightly shorter, and Dhaval Kumar just plays that away. There's Lorne Burns. Yeah, good morning to Nick. I see Kai Bai is in there as well. And of course, always a very good morning from the ECN Supporters Club in Australia. I hope you're all well. Shorter and same area. This time I think it will go to the boundary. The chase is on, and it's a splendid effort, but he's not going to be able to stop it. That was Mati Uraman, who was the MVP of that T10 International Series yesterday, by the way, and I think quite rightly so. There was a number of contenders, but his bowling and particularly his batting really did impress yesterday. So well done to the youngster, but he can't catch up with that one. Cautious the Kitty, but Joka lagi 4 runs, 4 carreras. KG in the chat as well as Emmanuel Robbins. Same area again. I wonder if Lopez is going to have a quick look at his spin partner and captain Lorne Burns and say, hey, maybe we could plug that gap. Maybe move perhaps the man on the 45 in that area. It's a couple of shots have gone in that area. But now it's Kuldeep Gulai who's to face Tees first. Now Lopez had the better of him yesterday on 2 occasions. I really should have had him in the 3rd match as well, but he was dropped. Let's see if there's going to be a different change of approach from Kuldeep. He was going across the line a lot to him yesterday. Oh, there is a different approach. He allows this one to go by. Good morning there also to our umpire. That's Stephen Gooch, who we also saw at the coin toss proceedings. He's at the bowler's end at the moment. And umpire Naheem Malik is at square. Kruk Patel, the 3rd umpire. He just tries to work this around the corner. It's going to be a top ball. And also the end of the first over. So 7 comes off the first, that one boundary. Be interesting to see how the teams do go here. Of course, different game in terms of strategy. T20 slightly longer. You tend to see teams or batters at the top of the order for the first 10, maybe even 12 to 15 overs, just getting themselves in, playing the ball around, and then going for the big hits towards the end. I still feel that, I mean, yesterday in the T10 we saw 140 to 170. I still think here that even though the boundary's a bit bigger and the tactics will be slightly different, I think teams still be looking to push past the 200 mark. I'll be looking maybe about that 210, 220 if I'm honest, especially if you're hitting the ball straight and hitting it well. We'll wait and see. Double Kuma. Now to face Murad Ali, who had a tremendous spell yesterday in that decider. Starts short, just pops up in the air. He has no idea where this is. Does Double Kuma. Sort of gets done a little bit by the bounce. Double Kuma was one of the early victims that Murad Ali picked up yesterday in that final match. Cleaned him up. And he did the same to Conrad Greenshields. He really did bowl with some pace. Now, it's the first time also, it's worth pointing out, that we're seeing the bowler coming from, let's call it the tennis court end. Because, of course, yesterday, T10, we bowled just from the one end. Nicely played again. So it'll be interesting to see if the ball does behave any different from this side. There might be a little bit more bounce or less bounce for that matter, or maybe just it gets a little bit more movement. Sometimes that can happen depending from which end you're coming from. Let's continue to say my hello. Jeffrey Maguire. Hello, Jeffrey. I hope you're well. The crew is in there as well. Oh, and that's... Oh, I think that's an edge here. That's definitely an edge. Now, he's got to get his... Oh, that could have been out as well. He had no idea that I was coming back his way, Kuligulaya. Let's have a look at this. Plenty of things to look for. I think there's definitely bat on this. There was a sound from the reactions from some of the teammates. I think if this was taken, it would have been out. It would have been a great catch. He's going low to his right. Here it is again. Just offers a genuine edge. And Alex Davison-Soler gets gloves to it, but it pops out. And then here, look at Kuligulaya. He has no awareness of what's going on. If that hit the stumps, he would have been run out at the bowler's end. It's a first opportunity, and Daval gets put down. This time, he decides to leave this one alone. And yeah, that could be important. Remember, Daval Kuma निकाला बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी सी पहले 2 मैच ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 40 रन बनाए तीसरी ਤੇ जल्दी out हो गया सी for 0. So we know he's dangerous. We know that if he gets going, he can put a score together, and he's somebody that I'm looking forward to seeing with the bat and seeing how he goes here with more time to bat. And that was just a little bit too short, and even though there is a fielder out there, well, I think that is, yeah, it will go over for 4. That is, for a moment, I thought it was going to plug and get buried into the ground. You saw that ball, plenty of mud on it. So there's a wide third out there, particularly for this, but too wide from him. And I think then here he gets done by the spin. The ball plug slows down and goes the other way. It's going to be another boundary. So Daval Kuma gets his second. Rajbir Sandhu, hello to you. Well, Sandhu's a very popular and famous name on the European Cricket Network. Oh, a little bit lucky inside edge. A bit of work here to be done by Charlie Rumistrovic. Gets there, gets the throw in. But the batters do come back for 2. Good running. And that will be the end of the second over. That one opportunity, of course, that surely I think Spain will reflect on, especially if Devil Kuma Noratam does get going. So, yeah. Who have I missed out? Come on, don't like to miss anybody out. Hello to Ahad, Mohsin, Daniela. Buenos dias, Daniela. And saying it's great to hear from me. Well, it's great to hear that you're there. Hello to Matt Hetherington. Very good morning to you. And let's all enjoy a wonderful day of cricket. Happy weekend, of course. It is a Saturday. And a nice way to start the month, really, isn't it? Start the month on a Saturday. Lopez will continue. Now, look, I'm going to apologise before it happens. What am I talking about, people are saying? Well, you know what's going to happen. It's not often that I do T20 cricket, so I'm going to start talking about the power play being over at the end of 3 overs, which of course it won't be because it's 6, and other things as well, like the end of the innings after 10, which it won't be. So forgive me if I do that. It will happen. It's bound to happen. But hopefully it won't. But I'm sure if it does, you will correct me anyway. But you know what I mean. Get so used to watching one format of the game, then errors can happen. I'll give you an update on the weather today as well, the temperatures after this ball from Lopez. A little bit shorter, but it goes straight to the fielder. No run there. Yeah, it's going to be, yesterday we had though it was chilly, but we did have a glorious sunny day. Today it's going to be a bit more cloud about, and it's going to be even cooler. The sun did take the temperatures yesterday up to about 16 at one point. It's a nice looking shot. You don't have to run for those. He demonstrated yesterday that not a time that he can play this shot very well if he's given a bit of room. Not only that he's been given room, but there's nobody really in the gap between point and a wide cover in the ring, and that's going to be 4 runs all the way. A little bit too short, Lopez. Good shot, well executed. Yeah, so today more cloud. I think it's probably going to be cloud all the way through. Temperatures at the moment currently around 8-9 degrees. The highs will get to about just 12 to 14, so much cooler. This clips away onto leg side. I'll take the single. Who's that coming in from there? That looks like that is Murad, yeah. So it will be slightly cooler today. Jeffrey Maguire making a very good point. It's something which I feel is going to be very key as well, Jeffrey. Spain, a lot of spinners, and Jeffrey Maguire feeling that the Spain spinners will mean that they win the match and maybe win this 4-match series. Yeah, I tend to hear where you come from, Jeffrey. I think it's an observation that I made yesterday, and certainly was, I think, instrumental in the way that Spain played today with the boundaries a bit bigger, and Spain still having that array of spinners. No man of Nye in the side today, not in this match anyway, but still you got the Lorne Burns coming back. Lopez was absolutely instrumental, and I think young Charlie was brilliant yesterday as well, and not just with the ball but with the bat as well. So looking forward to him playing and batting in this form as well. But the only thing I will say is that Portugal, they have got a spinner in the side themselves this time, Rahul Kumar, so that also could make a difference. But of course, Portugal might get the 4 overs of spin in, whereas Spain potentially could have the 12 overs. So definitely an advantage there for Spain if spin is the way to go. No spin at the moment. We go back to Murad Ali from the tennis court end. And that's a good bit of bounce. Good bit of bounce. Keeping this ball wide outside the off. They've got that trap set, haven't they? They've got backward point in place, and in between the keeper, Alex Davison Soler, and that man on the 45. They've got third right back on the boundary. They know that he does like to play in that area. That's hit pretty well. Pitches up. Now this one just slows up. Will the fielder get to it? It will. Oh, that's quite incredible. Hits the ground hard. And the ball just comes to a standstill. Once again, yesterday this probably would have been 6 actually yesterday because it hit pretty flat and straight. But just watch this. Hits the ground and just slows up. And I suppose that's one reason why the 200, 220 scores may not happen today. That though the ball's got a little bit further to go, that's one. And secondly, it will, especially if it's going along the ground, it will slow up. And that's a good example of that. Probably should have been 4, but not to be. So Kuligulai is still waiting for his first boundary. But that was pitched up and he did go after it. And this one is just guided away, gets it in the gap. Threads the needle, as we like to say, and gets a single. Yeah, Emmanuel Robin saying 12 degrees, a bit chilly. Also, there was asking the question, where's Vinny? Well, Vinny, you'll hear from Vinny in Malta. Vinny will be starting off there, and of course Malta starting on the 3rd of the month. So I'll be heading home, and Vinny will be starting things off in Malta, and be nice that Tina Goff will also be joining you. And oh, that's not good. That's a little bit clumsy actually. That's Govinda Bajwa. It was like Govinda Swere na. Mainu pata hai na swere kapde nahi gande karne. First thing in the morning, I don't want to get my clothes dirty. He should have really had a slide. It should have been the old slide and flip back. But Govinda, no, he gets this completely wrong. And Corey, I tell you what, will be spitting feathers. I'm telling you that now. I think you all know that Corey hates a bit of foot fielding, even when it does mean stopping the ball. He won't like that. That's a big red cross there in the column of Govinda Bajwa. And this time gets respect. As you can see there that Dhaval Kumar, a bit like Kuligulai, who probably would have had a lash at that. He's quite happy just to respect that one and say, yeah, T20, that's what he's saying to himself. It's T20 today, not T10. I don't have to have a big swing at this. Wants the single, not going to get it. I don't think it's on. Good early shot of no. Another over comes to an end. So 4 completed. Nice and tidy from Murad. So it's another over that goes for just a 7. So ticking away quite comfortably. 27 without loss. And it looks like there's going to be a change. So Lopez, after bowling these 2 overs, bowl very tidily. It's going to make a quick change here. It looks like Matik Rahman, who I touched on earlier, the MVP for that 3-match T10 International Series yesterday, coming on to bowl here. He bowled very well all throughout the day, even in the first match where he only bowled just the 1 over yesterday. He was probably the pick of the bowlers, so it's good to see that he is coming on to bowl earlier. And a good start. I heard Corey talking with him afterwards because I was having a chat with him, obviously congratulate him. I've seen Matty come up through the ranks a few years ago. Probably I would say, I'm going to take a gamble, say 5-6 years ago when I first saw him there in Barcelona. I rated him. That was before Corey's time, and I know that I spoke a fair bit to Corey about this young man. That gets played away, but to the fielder. Not going to take a run here either. And he has just got better and better. Yeah, he's just got better and better, and you know, he's improving all the time. He's putting a lot of effort into his work, a lot of good work ethics, and that's why where he is now. And Corey was talking to him yesterday, and I agree with Corey. Corey said, because of his fitness, which he works very hard on, that he's definitely got a yard or two quicker, and that certainly is noticeable. And I think you saw that from that early start from him just here now when he put that ball in a little bit short and how it really just took off. Also, maybe it tells us that this end, the old paddle, let's call it the paddle court end, there seems to be maybe a little bit more life in the pitch this end. It seems to be a bit more lively, a bit more bounce. The leg bye will be taken here. I think Spain and Portugal should have home and away kits. What do you think? I was thinking that yesterday. One thing that's missing is it's a variation of colour out there. It's all red, isn't it? Well, that's well bowled and that's cleverly played. Very soft hands from Double Kumes. Just takes the pace off the ball and with the soft hands plays that away for a single. So ball to come as we're getting up to the end of the 5th over. I almost said the halfway mark. Almost. It gives us an idea also to talk to you a little bit more about some of our upcoming events. I mentioned that Vinny will be starting proceedings off there in Malta. That's a good looking shot, but once again, it's going to test the outfield, but it's going to go all the way. Cuatro carreras, and I think at the moment that probably is a shot of the day so far from Kuldeep Gulaya. Beautifully played, good control shot. He's not having a swipe across the line at this one, and once that one gets past the infield, it goes all the way. Cuatro carreras, beautifully played. Good shot, 4 runs. It's 5 overs down, and Portugal 33 without loss, and right on cue. So this is where we are. Of course, we've got a weekend of action here, and then we also have the Malta event starting on the 3rd. So 2 T20 internationals today, international friendlies I should say, and also we have the same there tomorrow. And then you can see some of the other events that are coming up. So Tour of Portugal, we will be coming back to Portugal also on the 18th of February. That's right after, of course, the ECL. So we have the Meltel Shield and the ECL. So we're going to have a good time here in Portugal. And of course, that will be a different part of the country at the Santarém Cricket Ground, or the SCG as we call it. Looking forward to going there again. A very nice ground, very much a family affair there. And I won't be there this time. And I will take a little break after the Meltel Shield and the ECL. But once again, it will be an outstanding event. Murad, he will continue. Just getting that ball to dart back a little bit there. Just have a look at Murad when he comes in here. It's a really good shot of seeing him come in. He'll like to have a look at this again. You can see his approach. Look the way he bangs the ball in hard. See that ball starting to come back in. And so you can see that batters have to be very wary and keep an eye on him. He does get that ball to move around. Really good shot. Nice clean. Here we go again. Nice clean approach. Good run up. Good rhythm. And look at that one. That's a great delivery. And that's gone. And that's what it's about. And look at the way this ball cuts in. So a little bit shorter this time, but he doesn't give it any room. It's right at the Kuldeep Gulaya, and it gives him no room to manoeuvre. And brilliantly captured there by 2 circles as well. Our production partner. And that's Iman's Gunners and Yanis. What a good delivery this is. And you can see that from both angles. And Kuldeep, he knows he's gone. But yeah, just lovely rhythm. Lovely approach to the wicket. And look, it's good height. No room to manoeuvre. Kuldeep, you can see already, you know what he's trying to do. He sort of starts to give himself a little bit of room. He's looking to guide this one away. But he doesn't get that room this time. The ball follows him. And Murad Ali picks up a very good wicket. So Kuldeep, his troubles at home continue. So first wicket to go down at the beginning of this 6th over. Kuldeep Gulaya will go for 9 of 13 deliveries. Alex Davidson Soler taking the catch, making no mistakes this time. And Murad Ali gets the wicket. Now, these two had a bit of a battle yesterday, Conrad Greenshields and Murad Ali. And I think it will resume here today. Oh, that's well bowled. I wonder if he gets this one to go the other way. Because he's getting the ball to come in. Now, this one looks like it may have gone away. It doesn't really come in as much, and you can see maybe Conrad was playing for this to perhaps be coming into him, but holds its shape, but it gets guided away in that pocket of space. It's been a few that's been. I wonder if, I mean, it is slightly longer format. I wonder if you can afford, especially when the bowler's bowling this line, to have a man in catching there. And you can see why I'm saying that, because he's bowling a really good line. He's getting the ball short of a length. It's coming through, bit of pace, bit of movement. And we haven't seen, I mean, if you have a look at this field, we haven't really seen anything go to that long on area. So you could probably say, right, move the man who's at mid-wicket slightly round a bit. That's a nice shot of the field. That's what I'm talking about. So maybe move the mid-wicket round a little bit and get a catcher in, so everybody moves round on the offside. Well, you can go back to that shot maybe one more time. So if we have a look at the field here, you can see what I'm talking about. So while Murad Ali goes back. So we'll have a look at that field one more time. So basically you just move everybody one round, and it just means that you then have maybe a fly slip or even go for a second slip in. And that's that ball again. That's the one that did Kuldeep. But you can see that Nuratami stands a little bit straighter. He's not moving away too much. But that's that shot. So you can have a look. There's a big gap between the wicketkeeper and where sort of backward point gully is. If you were to move everybody around one, maybe just get a catcher in there for the number of times the ball's beaten the bat or the number of times being guided to wide third. You're just trying to plug the gap, but also gives you a catching opportunity. That's pitched up, and it was like he was waiting for it. It's nicely played all along the deck from Conrad Greenshields. Brings up his first boundary. And end of the over. You can see what Murad Ali was thinking there. He's bowled a lot of, short of a length deliveries. And thought he'd go for the element of surprise, but Conrad Greenshields was waiting and expecting it and placed a nice shot away. There gets 4 runs. Murad Ali 1 for 21 after 3 overs. He's bowled so far, but he does pick up the first wicket there. But still, of course, a long way to go. And have a look at the over-by-over scores. Nice looking skyline appearing there. And I mean, Robin saying he would probably put in a fly slip in there as well. Yeah, we're thinking the same. I think Paul Kempin. Hello. And saying he's got a little poem. I like that. Paul Kempin saying stronger together, whatever the weather. Ah, that's nice. I'll remember that. On certain days when we would have to be stronger together on certain days. Okay, we're going to have a change, like in this. And spin continues from the paddle end. And it's going to be young Charlie Rumistovic coming on to bowl, or I call him Charlie Rumi. I think most people call him Charlie Rumi. Or just Charlie will do. And single to start. One thing I like about Charlie, he's not afraid of taking on the fielder here, and they will do well. They'll get a couple. Well, the sun is starting to come up as well. I noticed there Alex Davidson Soler just having to give himself a little bit of shade with one of his gloves as that throw came in. So we don't mind a bit of sunshine. Just to warm things up slightly. It's going to be a cold day. Yeah, we do have to sometimes have the worst of the weather. No. It's the Gorn. He's better hurry to get back, actually. I don't think there was a single there. In fact, I'm certain there wasn't a single there. Charlie just taking the towel from the fielder there, and that's from Adnan, probably because ball still picking up a bit of dew as it goes across the surface. We talked about Murad Ali's action. That's the one that's been flighted up. That's what I like from Charlie. Yeah, we talked about Murad Ali's action. Look at the way that Charlie starts. He's got a real... It's almost like, you know, when you see an athlete about to do the high jump. Watch him, the first bit here. Watch this bit. Just off camera at the moment, but we'll capture it. And he's really got a... Oh, now then. It's a sharp chance, but I think it is a chance. Dhaval Kumar, I think this is... Have a look. It's a sharp one. And he may have had the chance to pick that up. And I think you can see from Charlie's reaction, this should tell us here. I think it does carry. Yeah, I think it does. He just doesn't. He's not able to get it. So Dhaval, really, it's a half chance, but it is a chance. That's well bowled. Really well bowled. And a good bit of work there from Alex. But good calling, good running. I think the batters, they would have got it. Few people talking about this ground. I know a lot of people yesterday were so complimentary to where we were, and quite rightly so. It's an incredible setup here. This is the Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club. Now, the cricket club was established in 18... That's right, I did say 1855. And that means that this is the oldest cricket club in mainland Europe. It has a real history about it. And it is a club. It's, you know, it's not just a little clubhouse. It's a proper, you know, those of you that have played cricket back in the day, and you remember the old proper pavilions and the members' lounge and etc. etc. It's one of those. And then the history that you see and you capture when you're walking around the various divisions of the clubhouse is quite amazing. It's quite sensational. I've been here a couple of days and I still have coming across areas we haven't been to. It really is good. The hospitality is fantastic. So can I just say to everybody that's part of this Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club, thank you all very much. Thank you for your hospitality. We're made to feel so welcome. And everything is just top notch. It really is. It's a wonderful place to be. It really is. It's outstanding. And thank you for all the members for their understanding. Of course, when you have a tournament like this going on, there's various parts of the ground or areas which, you know, for health and safety reasons are sort of out and bound. I know that some of the tennis courts, for example, because there is a risk of being hit by a cricket ball, that's out of bounds. So members are very understanding, and we really do appreciate that. But it's a great place. It's wonderful. Really is. And of course, it's the home also. I say the home. The Kendall Club Cup, which is a trophy awarded or winners of a 2-day cricket match between representative teams from Lisbon and Porto. Portugal gets played away, yes. We see Lorne Burns, the captain, for the first time. Always good to see Lorne. I know because of work commitments, it's not always possible for him to play and be available to play. But it's good to see him captaining the team over these 2 days. And he's a very good player as well. Good player. Very good bowler. Always picks up wickets, finds a way. Always thinking very clever. And I think these two, Lorne and Charlie, would complement each other very well. Let's play it away. It will just be probably just another single. The Kendall Cup, by the way, it's been played since 1861, almost on an annual basis. And the cup itself originally presented in 1920 by Mr. ECN, in memory of Lieutenant Rawes, who died in World War I. who was very much a keen cricketer himself. It could be Conrad's not running very quickly, and he's probably happy that he's running to the non-danger end. That is a wide. So that's going to be 3 wides. I get the feeling, in fact, I'm going to check this. I get the feeling that might be the first extra. What is the first? No, there was 1 wide before. So we've had a leg by, and before that one, and 1 wide. So that's on the extra fronts, playing up and being pretty good. That's hit pretty hard, and that is a solid stroke. Oh, wow. What a shot that is. Well, that's going to end up in the school. Now, I found out that is a German school. And, well, when you go back to school on Monday, can we have some of our balls back, please? That was a cracking shot. Really was. Dhaval Kumar said yesterday that the shots that he played out on the offside yesterday were incredible. Well, he's got some of the Spanish off the bench to go and find that ball. They're looking over the fence. Watch out for the Rottweilers. That's niggling length there from Lorne. You can see he's put that in an area where he's saying to the batter, well, you either come for it or you're going to wait for it. And in the end, you can see that Nuratam waits for it, but he had to reach for it. He was trying to tempt him to come forward. Yeah, so the Kenda Cup is played every year, except for the 5 years during World War II. It goes up again, and this one will also go all the way. Bolle, manos. Arriba from the arbitro. Umpire Naeem Malik puts him up in the air like you just don't care. As that's 6 more, and a good way to end the 8th over. And Norm Burns, the captain, the most expensive over so far in the match. He's first. And it's 63 for 1 at the end of 8 overs. And in the 19th, or the mid-19th century, Porto enjoyed one of the most developed industries in the country, mainly thanks to his wine industry. Of course, we know all about that after our tour yesterday. And for this reason, Porto became the home to a British colony that, like the rest of the world, brought cricket with them. And later, of course, football. And began to play cricket matches against each other to pass time. And that was when the Porto Cricket Club was founded in 1855. And it's not just a cricket club. I mentioned already that tennis is played there as well, but other sports have been added. Football is now played here, as well as squash, billiards, snooker, and there's a pool that's open in the summer months between April and September. So a very nice place to be. And once again, thank you to everybody here, from all the workers to all the ground staff and all the members, for making us feel very, very welcome. And looks like that ball's been found. They'll have a look at it. Looks like Stefan Gooch is examining whether it is reusable after it hit a number of objects on its way into the German school. But looks like we are, and can go back to that one as Charlie gets ready to resume bowling here to Conrad Greenshields. Oh, now then. I'm suspecting there might have been something on this. I wonder if we can see this again. Does he get a bit of bat on this and take this away from the keeper who was getting ready for a stumping opportunity? I'm not sure. We can't really see anything there. I don't know if there was a bit of an edge there or whether it was an opportunity perhaps for stumping. But I think he just gets done by the spin. It's a very good delivery. Conrad just reaching for it, not really using his feet. He gets a little bit lucky there as Greenshields. That one's a little bit fuller, but doesn't really time this. There's a bit of a grunt from Conrad when he plays that shot. Conrad Greenshields, I was having a look at some of his stats yesterday. 41 now he is, and I know that Ace, the coach, wants to have a good look at him. But it's not got a bad record at all. In T10, I noticed that he's got 2,954 runs on the network. Well bowled, Yorker length, and well played as well. Good bit of bowling here from Charlie. And keeping the batters alert. But I did notice, and somebody might correct me here, but I think this is the first time, I know it's T20 friendlies, but I don't think he's played any T20 internationals for Portugal. I think, just out of reach of Charlie. I think that's probably because he had to wait. Normally it's about 3 years once you're in a country before you become eligible to play for them, and I think that's what the reason might have been. So you can understand why the coach wants to have a look at him, and maybe he will feature in T20 internationals coming up. So yeah, even though he's almost scored 3,000 runs on the network playing T10. Oh, inside edge, and once again, Charlie Rumi causing all sorts of trouble for both the batters. Highest score was 148, which he scored in 2024. And he has, against Spain, been successful. He scored 87. That's whipped away. That's a nice looking shot. Of course, yesterday he was in the runs as score, scored 67 runs. So he's always in the runs. I did say yesterday also that one thing about Conrad was that the last few times that we've seen him, he has been injured to the extent that he hasn't been able to bowl. But we did see him bowl yesterday, which is a good sign. Good over there from young Charlie. Just 3 runs to come from it. 66 then for one. So, and over to go. We get to that halfway point. So, if there's going to be scores of around 200, which I started saying, which I can see them being good scores here, about 210, based on what we saw yesterday, even though I have to take into account that there's different size boundaries and the tactics are slightly different when it comes to T20, certainly when you talk about batter's mindset. But still, if that is the case, if they are, then really they need to accelerate here now, really need to pick up the momentum. Currently going at around about 7, just over 7 and over. Lorne Burns to continue. It's firmly struck, and almost an error this time. I think this is where you're waiting for the ball and then almost gets done by the bounce. I think you're probably better off attacking and getting to the ball, but it doesn't go through him. Big swing. Looks like Conrad is trying to get going. He's trying to. I think this one was going a little bit leg sideways, and Conrad looking to loft it over a fielder that's waiting patiently on the boundary. That's Christopher. Ooh, this one. I wonder if he gets anything on this. What's the umpire? No, it will be a wide. The other thing with wides, I mean, generally wides are. I know I mentioned to some of the newcomers yesterday that when we do T10 cricket, that anything down the leg side is a wide, regardless of how the ball starts. If it misses the bat and the pad, it's going to be called a wide down the leg side. T20s, I think the umpires normally tend to use the profile system. So if the ball is, once the bowler bowls, if it looks like it's going to hit any part of the batter, and then after that the batter moves out the way, they tend not to call it a wide. That's the profile system. And like this one here, I think it starts wide and it's always going wide. It's a wide. Missed out on though. I think they're the ones that you're looking to get a fair bit of bat on, clip it away. Once you get it past the infielder, then you should at least be getting a couple, maybe the boundary. Well, speaking of boundaries, going for the boundary and will get it. That will go all the way. Ravi Panchala has to watch this go over his head. 6 runs as a good hit from Daval. And once again, you can see his eyes light up once he sees this is a little bit fuller. It's a little bit fuller. And he gets into a good position and crunches that nicely down the ground for 6. That's hit hard, and that's 6. What a great shot, and that's right into that banner. Let's play cricket. Yes, indeed. And Long Burns, the captain, finding that, well, the batters are liking what he's delivering at the moment. Boom! Shakalagia, 6 carreras. That's the end of the 10th over. And the players will just take the opportunity to take some drinks. It's 83 for 1. What I can tell you is it's 18 days now to go to the Western Shield. Now, most of you remember that the Western Shield last year was an absolute cracker. It was the English and Irish Knights took on Team Europe, and it happened at the Centurion Cricket Ground. It was brilliant. It really was a fantastic event, and the cricket was sensational. We saw top quality European players in action. Now listen to this. When I say it's getting bigger and it's getting better, well, it is getting bigger and better. It is bigger and better. First of all, the Western Shield now will go and continue for a week, and the reason for that is, well, we got, of course, Team Europe. We got the Team British and Irish Knights again. What do we got in addition to that? 2 more teams. And you know where they're from? I'll tell you. Team Asia and Team Rest of the World. So you can imagine now, we're not just talking, you often hear me talking about the best cricketers in Europe coming together. Well, now we're talking about some of the best cricketers in the world. This is going to be amazing. So keep an eye out on the social media. I know that our social media group is working very hard to put some graphics together, and once those names and those teams are confirmed, you'll have them coming up. And of course, talking of big events, we also have, straight after the Western Shield, the European Cricket League, and that is where we have the best club champions coming together, and that will also be fantastic. We're spending more and more time there at the Cardamom Oval. And the Cardamom Oval, that is why we do call it the Field of Dreams. It certainly is the Field of European Cricketers' Dreams. So plenty of things coming up. And I know that Corey, once again, will be the coach for Team Europe. And maybe, I know Corey is very, very excited about it, but maybe at some point, if I can drag Corey away from his coaching duties for a few overs, we can hear from Corey and how excited he is about Team Europe. So, we're back, and hello to everyone that's tuning in, and Steve McVeigh. It was great to see Steve, who was here yesterday. Steve, I hope are you at the ground, Steve? You probably have sent a message saying you are here at the ground. Well, send another message, or just shout out and say, hey, Rico, I'm here, but don't run onto the field, because the boundary is now where it is now. You can't go onto the field. Before, you could get onto the edge of the boundary and wave at me. And why can you do that? I'll tell you why he can do that in a moment. First, launches it, goes big. That's 6 runs. It's a really nice shot. He's made up his mind early here, Conrad, that he's going to go after Charlie. And he's in position early. And he's not trying to rush at the shot, not trying to hit it too hard. Once he's there, he knows he's gone. That's a lovely shot. We saw he played some good shots like this yesterday. Beautifully played. Charlie, only 3 came off that over number 9 that he bowled. Starts with 6 coming off the first of this one. Trying to push it in the gap. But sees very quickly that it's not going to happen. Yeah, okay, let's talk a little bit about where I am here. I know I was telling people yesterday and they were like, you what? And I think Steve McVeigh, if Steve is at the ground, will vouch for this. But imagine this. I'm going to give you a scenario now. So imagine this. Shorter and gets it over the infield. Conrad might be happy to come back for 2. I think he's going, a better throw. He might have been in trouble. I think a better throw here over the stumps, and Conrad, not the quickest. I mean, 41. I'm not going to say he's getting on a bit, but, you're not as quick as he used to be. Doesn't run the first one very quick there, Conrad, I think. I think he's trying to save his energy or save his knees. Shorter, and that's hit firmly. And it's not going to get by, and that's going to be a goal. Now, I don't know if they're going to do that in the hockey. I get the feeling that these goals are hockey goals because they don't look like normal football goals. But this is in the net. Watch this. There's not that one there. It's this one. Look. It's in the net. Goal! Toma, toma! Well, I reckon, look, one day we'll do this. We'll have a cricket ground which has got obstacles, and if you hit them, you get extra points. That could be extra points. That could be like it's a 4, but we'll give it a 6. 2 extra bonus points. But, yeah, a little bit too short. Good shot. Conrad. And that's a good comeback from Charlie. Bit fuller, more of a Yorker length delivery. They'll take the single. Just looking at those percentages there, I know it's still a long way to go. Remember, we started with Spain slightly favourites. I think Spain were 57% to go on and win the match. And that's changed now slightly. Portugal, 61 there to 39. Probably because got plenty of batting to come. And these two putting a nice partnership together. That's the end of that over. A little bit more expensive this time from Charlie, 13 from it. And Portugal, 96 for 1. And just looking to get that acceleration going. So, yeah, let's talk about where I am here at the moment. And so imagine this. Imagine you're staying. I've already given you a picture of where I'm staying. And those of you that saw the intro yesterday, you'll know a bit more about it. And today. So we're staying in this beautiful ground, and the accommodation, or limited accommodation, is on the ground. So it's like a hotel on the ground. And so the windows and balconies are all overlooking the cricket ground. So I'm actually in room number 7. If you've been here before, lucky for some, room number 7. I'm on the balcony, and I'm watching the cricket, and I'm talking to you from here. If I look behind me, I've got the production crew. I've got to watch the cables that are in here. Emans is here, and it's just fantastic. It really is. It couldn't be better. It couldn't be better. I mean, it's great. And the best thing about it is, so yeah, and Yanis is also here. Will back me up. The best thing about it is I can come out my room and walk probably a few paces. Just like the fielder had to do there to stop the storm there. Taking on the arm because it wasn't the cleaners of pickups. Yeah, walk a few paces and I'm here. Literally, I'm here. I think it's the shortest journey ever that I've had for work. So I get up in the corridor, in here, and here I am. It's marvellous. It's fantastic. It really is. I think this is the life. I'm telling you, this is the life. Of course, I go out on my way a little bit because I go down the steps and have a little bit of breakfast, a nice coffee, and go into the field, talk to the players, and there I am back, walk up here, go into my room, pick up the bits I need, come back here, and Bob's your uncle, off we go. It's lovely jubbly. Good delivery as we see Jafaraza into the attack. I've got a lot of time for this young man. I think most people will know that I'm a fan of Jafaraza. I think he's another one of the Spanish seamer that would go a long way. I know that Rabani is another one. Asad Rabani is another one that I'm a big fan of. He wasn't available. If he was, I'm sure he would have been here. Another good young Spanish seamer. Bit of an edge now. Oh, mix up. And we'll get back just. Well, once again, well, there you go. I'm not the only person to be saying I think they should. To the seamers, especially if it seems from the tennis court end, there is definitely potential to get somebody in catching there. They have got third off the boundary, so third is in that fly slip area. I would have a genuine catcher in there still. I really would. It's nicely played. It's a good delivery. Also, I'm loving this angle that we've got here from Tusokan. You can see, so Jafaraza, you can see him coming in, of course. Lefty. You can see the angle he runs in at, so you get an idea of what he's trying to do. Left armers religiously like to go right across the right-hander, and he will try and dart that Yorker in. So you'll see here again, just watch his approach as he comes in, angling in. And that one's been hit down the ground. Doesn't quite get out the middle. We'll take the single. But a good player, young player. Of course, with time, will get stronger. And I think because of the variations he's already got, he'll be great. I mean, currently just 19 years of age. And that's that Yorker. And that's those variations. So we saw once the 2, and Conrad was ready for it. But I think quite rightly again, Daval is saying, no, come on, steady on, steady on. Mind you, I know we're getting closer to the end of the innings. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. So I was going to say you can afford to take the risk or two, but at the same time, when you've got 2 batters that are in, I mean, it happened to Portugal yesterday. You could lose a wicket and everything can go pear-shaped. The 100 comes up. And also, while we've been talking, Dhaval Kumar Noratam does bring and has brought his 50 up. So congratulations to him. Yesterday, as I said, on 2 occasions, the first 2 matches in the T10s, he did get into the 40s. One of them was a not out as well. And he does get to 50. So he's been in good form, hasn't he? Just in that all-decisive final match yesterday, match number 3, where he and Conrad, both of these 2, made ducks. Conrad 3-ball duck, and I think Dhaval was a first baller. So you can see the difference it makes if they're clicking. Charlie, a little bit short, and nobody back at that part of the field. The ball plugs, but will just get over the line. Conrad gets another boundary. It's a bit short here, Charlie. And I think with Charlie now, they're bowling him out here. He's bowling his 4th and last over. So they've gone with him all the way through. I just wonder, seeing that ball was a little bit shorter, whether he's just dragged that one down slightly. And just needs to, I think, stick to his plan and push the ball up a bit. I do feel that Conrad's in that frame of mind now where he's looking to really accelerate. I think he's looking to go after the spin. He knows he's seen enough of Charlie. He knows it's what he's going to be bowling. And I think he's decided he wants to go after him here. And doesn't quite get this one out the middle. They'll take the single. Yeah, that's also clearly evident if you look at the Charlie spell. The first over went for 4, second for 3, and then the next 2 overs, each third over went for 13. So they've had a look at him. They decided, right, okay, we know what he's doing now. We're going to go after him. And I think you've got to do that. You've got to make those choices. It's firmly hit. 4 runs. Don't have to run for those. It's another good strike. A little bit over-pitched this time. And Dhaval, it's over-pitched a little bit quicker maybe from Charlie as well. But he's onto it quite quickly. Good, quick hands. 4 more runs in. I think his favourite part of the ground. And Les Marzi doing a little bit of fielding. Marsby, part of the team here. So we have Marzi, Paolo, Steph, Diana, Samir, and Andy House. All doing a cracking job. It's up and over. This one should be stopped and will be. Taking it on. And good running. Very good running. Both the batters decided as soon as that was hit they were going to come back for 2. And they get the 2. Hello to Matty Benton, who's saying it's good to be back after the winter. Certainly yes. And good to have you all with us as well. And a bit of a full toss here. I think that was probably surprised Noratam a little bit. I don't think he was quite expecting it. He just pushes that out onto the leg side. Hello, James Stewart. And he's saying, ECN coming to you live from the Rico Full International Broadcasting Centre. Yeah, it sort of feels like that. It really does. And Matt saying, yeah, very envious, living the dream. It's not always like this. That's all I'm going to say. It's not always like this, but you know what? When it is, I'll take it any day. I'll take it. And honestly, I don't think there could have been a better way to start the year. And this time we'll go to the fielder. It's going to be fielded there by Christopher G. William Lopez. And yeah, I mean, I think some of you know that sometimes where, you know, the facilities aren't quite like they are here. But hey, look, if European cricket keeps on growing the pace that it's growing at, then who knows? Then one day, everywhere we travel to, every country, there'll be facilities and grounds like this. And I think that's our dream, isn't it? That's the dream. That one day, you know, if cricket keeps growing the way it is, and cricket in Europe not just keeps improving, which it of course is dramatically, but you know, it's about making people aware of it, making people buy into it, and getting the partnerships, getting the sponsorships, and federations working also themselves in obtaining those partnerships and sponsorships, and growing from there, and better players getting involved, and that's what we're seeing. So, yeah, everybody out there that's involved in cricket, back in your own countries, your own federations, keep up the good work. Now, I want to give a shout out to a very special man, somebody that I've known for a long time, and become good friends with him, Anthony Chambers. Anthony, if you're out there, I know that Anthony Chambers was meant to be part of the Portugal squad. And I know that as a young player, especially the last 2 years or so, he's put in a lot of effort in his fitness. And when I saw him at the Centurion Cricket Ground last year, gets played away, I hardly recognised him. He looked super fit, done a lot of hard work, and the willpower and determination to do that is incredible. But unfortunately, Anthony is unwell at the moment. I know you're recovering from an illness, Anthony, and recovering well. Well, the thoughts of not just myself, but everybody at European cricket and all the players here are with you. And I know that you're keen to come to the ground, but take your time, buddy. Get well, and we will catch up soon. But yeah, you are missed here, and well, that isn't missed. That is out. Is a great catch. Is a sharp catch, and Charlie Rumi taking a really good catch. This is spicy because you're not. I don't think you're expecting this to come your way. But he's done marvellously well there. And Conrad Greenshields is going to be heading back on 35 to a very good catch. And Jafar Raza picks up the wicket. I mean, this ball was travelling quickly. And what a good catch that is from Charlie. So Conrad makes his way back. He probably can't believe his luck. 35 he'll go for. 26 balls. But what a catch that is from Charlie. It really is. And they get a good ovation going back. Good applause for Conrad. But I think Conrad himself will probably feel he should have hit this bat better. But he's still got a fair bit of it. It's going quickly. That's an exceptional catch. It really is. And what makes that catch really good is that it's come to him when he's least expecting it. He's probably thinking this ball is going to go sort of in between him and the likes of Christopher, who's at square. But it comes to him, he sees it, probably doesn't see it very early, and he takes a very good, sharp catch. And Conrad Greenshields departs. Really good catch. And well done also to Jafar Raza, who takes a very good catch. Well, there's Marzi's everywhere. Marzi just come into my office, or I should say, into my room and into my terrace to give me some water. Thank you very much, Marzi. Marzi looks after everybody, and he's got a smile that warms the hearts of everyone, as Marzi. And now he's checking with Imans and Yanis if they need anything. I think he's bringing some coffees over, some donuts and everything. Marzi the great. Anyway, back to the cricket. Great catch from Charlie. And yeah, final note. Anthony Chambers, get well soon. We're missing you, and I'm sure we'll see you in the cricket field very soon. That's nicely played. Just be a single. New batter that's come in is Amandeep Singh. Also, we didn't see Amandeep playing in the T20s yesterday, and I was talking about I think myself and Jeffrey was talking about the spin, Jeff Maguire, and how Spain, because of their spinners, feel they'll go well. And I said that to Portugal, they have got Raul Kuma in the side, who was unwell yesterday, so he didn't play in the T10s, but is here today. And also, don't forget this guy, Amandeep. So Amandeep Singh also can turn his arm over. He's a very useful all-rounder if they want to use him. Short, up in the air, opportunity, and taken, no mistakes at all. Gurvinder Singh Bajwa holds on to it, and it's a good wicket to take. So Jafar Raza in the over. Not only does he get the wicket of Conrad Greenshields to break the partnership between him and Dhaval Kumar Noratam, he now goes on and takes the wicket also of Dhaval Kumar, who just wants to go after this one, chases the wire, but he normally plays his shot really well. He gets to 64, but that will be his lot. And Spain, well, they'll do themselves a big favour now, picking up those 2 wickets in that over. The 2 established batters gone, and with the time remaining, 6 overs to go, Portugal have to find another partnership. They're still, I think, looking to get to, I reckon, at least around that 170, 180 mark. Don't forget yesterday playing that T10, the first match which they won, they did score 170 in that match alone in 10 overs. So good catch there from Bajwa. And very well bowled there from Jafar Raza. Do I need to say any more? I told you, he's a very, very promising prospect. What a good over that was. 3 runs coming from it and picks up the 2 wickets. Portugal, 117 for 3. And that over certainly is going to change things around. So you literally got 2 new batters now out there. This is Nateem Hassam. And Nateem also plays his cricket in the UK. So Nateem, I think he actually plays with Dhaval Kumar and Raul Kumar, I believe. So all 3 play for the same club, so they should know each other pretty well. Lorne Burns didn't go well from the tennis court, and he's going to come from the paddle end. And he starts well. Oh, this is better, he says. He says, see, I knew I should have come on from this end. Lorne, his first 2 overs, pretty expensive when everybody else was bowling pretty tightly. He went for 18 and 17. Goes for it and just doesn't carry. Ravi Panchal sets his eyes on it, but makes the right choice. It's going to be interesting here now to see what Amandeep and the team do. I mean, they still have, look, wickets in hand. They've got some good guys to come in. Shahdur Rahman is a good aggressive hitter of the ball. You still, of course, have the captain, Najam Shazad, who showed yesterday what he can do when he smashed 30 on 1 over. It's nicely played, just tickled away. I suppose the key thing here in Portugal is not to panic. It's not nice when you lose 2 set batters within a few balls of each other, 2 to be precise. But there's still plenty of time. You've still got time to play balls on merit and put away the bad ball. Flight it up and firmly hit. But 2 men straight now for Lorne. 2 straight men. You've got a sweeper in the form of Lopez on the boundary on the offside. And then square leg and mid-wicket also in place. So batters going to have to go the era route. Well bowled. Well, I say well bowled. The umpire has a look and does. Stefan Gooch doesn't call a wide. This one probably will be another wide. It will be wider than the last. Hey, I mentioned yesterday, I know we got some people with us who weren't with us during the T10 internationals. Maybe we're busy. Of course, it's the weekend now and you're free. What do you think of the new graphics and the new logos? Of course, you see them on your screens, the new colours. We've got the new European cricket logo. And you'll see that in various formats in terms of colours, depending on events. You like? I like. I'm going to say I like. It's fresh. Fresh. It's vibrant. Yeah, I like it. Gets played away. So these two, they're quite happy just to start off by playing the ball around, taking Singh. Deep Singh, seeing him score a lot of runs on the network. I'll tell you how many in a moment. I'll try and find Amandeep for me. I know that most of the times that I've been to Spain, I've seen him playing. I think he might have come in. I think Amandeep probably is a late call-in for Anthony Chambers. While I look at that up, I can tell you this is what our Canada looks like so far. So remember, touched on already that Malta will start 3rd of February. We'll also have a night series starting on the same day. I know Phil G will be in action in Coimbra there in Portugal. Western Shield, 19th of February, is going to be an absolute cracker. And then straight after that, we've got the European Cricket League. And then, as you saw earlier, we do return back to Portugal. This one will be one bounce and 4 runs. That's probably the longest boundary that we have. There's nobody back there at the moment. And that's why that was a, go-to shot. Well, nobody having a picnic there at the moment. And it's a safe place to go. You're well fenced in. You've got protection from the grizzly. And now, field change. So, fielder does now go back at that position. It looks like Matty. In comes Jafaraza. Short again. This one might be a wide. It will be. Good take, good movement there from Alec Davidson-Soler. Yeah, not often that you see Raza misses spot by that much, but you can see they're saying, come on, get it back. Well bowled. Really good. That's a beautiful delivery. Let's have a look at this. This is the problem that these left-handers give you. Great delivery. Watch this one go right across him. Yeah, perfect areas. Good comeback after straying down the leg side a couple. That's hit powerfully off the back foot. To the fielder will just be a single. I want to say hello to a lot of people that have come to the ground. Some of the members are here, all enjoying various places where you can sit, whether it's inside or outside. There's a miscue, and that's just doesn't get there, Charlie. It's one of those you have to go a long way to try and get. I don't know if he gets hands to this or not. We saw him take a fantastic catch in this area earlier to remove Conrad, and this one, it's one for the over. You see being signalled there to the short ball, but Charlie just not able to get there, I think. So gets a little bit lucky. And played down the ground. The ball hits the deck and just slows up a little bit, but it's just going to be, once again, just a single. Yeah, Amandeep Singh, so I was talking about him. We've seen him on the network back in 2020, and he scored a healthy 1,288 runs on the network, playing in the T10. Just having a look at these T20 international record. Scored 155 runs. So hasn't really gone big there. So in his high score in T20 internationals was only last year when he scored 25, I think 25 against Israel. But I know that he's a better player than that. And I've seen him score some scores in the 70s and 80s, but never scored a century. Been playing on the network a while. Well, maybe he is due. Maybe that century is due. Another over comes to an end. 132 for 3 after 16. Lawn, that's hit pretty well. And well stopped, though, by Ravi. Watches it all the way. Burns now coming on to finish his spell, the captain. Certainly did bowl much better from this end. And that happens sometimes, that the bowler gets more success from one end to another. Now this one is another one that doesn't quite carry, always dropping short of Adnan Tahir, who took an outstanding catch and that part of the ground yesterday. That was when Spain, if you remember that first match, they weren't very good in the field. They were dropping so many, but he came out and he took an absolute beauty. Well, nobody's catching this one. This is going a long way. That's a biggie. Boom. Shakalagya. Put him up in the air like you don't care, Albitro. That is a big hit. 6 runs. 6 carreras más. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Nicely hit. And that's what you need. Right on cue, really. Rashida Akhtar saying wickets in hand and they aren't trying to hit. Well, Rashida, that's a bit more like it. I understand what you're saying. I think Portugal, though, I think they've gone out there with a plan. I don't think they don't want wickets to fall unnecessarily. I think they feel that they can, oh, this one's going to get away, you know, that's going to be 4 runs. And get the feeling that Matiu Rahman will feel he should have done better here. And that one gets through him, and that's Manav Nayak, who had a good debut yesterday, playing in the T10 format. 4 more. Yeah, I think these two are pacing themselves. I think the plan wasn't to go out there and go crazy and get out. I think it's like pace yourself. There's still time. Asking the question, umpire says not out. I think the foot was already down. We could have a look at it here again one more time, I think. Let's have a look here. Yeah, foot's always stayed down. Just a polite inquiry from Alex Davison-Soler. Didn't he do well yesterday as well? Young man is Alex, and was captain in the side. And after losing the first, and losing quite badly actually by 50-odd runs in that first T10 international, I think he led his team very well to come back and fight back well, the young players. I think Corey was telling me that you know, the average age of these guys was all under 23, which is the young side. And they performed very well yesterday. And I know that Corey was very proud of their performance. Slightly shorter, up in the air, but through the gap. They're running hard. Will they come back for 2? Probably not. As the throw does come in. So the end of Lauren Burns' spell. 55 come from it. And much better bowling from this to paddle end. And 13 coming off that last over. It's a nice couple of boundaries in there, 6 and a 4. Amardeep Singh certainly starting to go well, whereas Nadim Hassam at the moment, 4 or 5, is quite happy just to play the old tiki-taka at the moment. But now, I think, now is a time where, with 3 overs to go, I mean, you're probably looking, maybe, if you go at 10s, you get to that 170 mark, and I said that they would want to get to that as a minimum. But if they can go big, maybe they can turn the 170 into a 185, 190. So let's see how this goes. Who they got to contend with? That's the first question. And it's Jafar Raza, who, well, they're going to go with him in this one. I wonder if this could be that time where they really go after him. It's going to start with a wide, a bit too wide here, Jafar. They're bowling his final over. And the Raza, Interesting about Matthew Rahman. He did bowl that. He bowled that 5th over, and then he never came back. He went for, I think 6 came off the over. So I wonder if he picked up a niggle or something. Firmly hit and goes for the catch, Ravi. And no, it's cool. That's actually excellent work from Ravi. I mean, it's one that I think only Ravi, I know Ravi very well, is a great fielder. Most fielders would not even have gone for this catch. Ravi goes for the catch. I think he finds he's not going to get there, but he doesn't allow the ball to get past him. He stops it. That's good work from Ravi. Keeps it to 1 as well. Portugal are really trying to go big and be super aggressive here. That's not a good delivery. He's way down the leg side. It's a good take from keeper once again from Alec, but I think these are the sort of deliveries where at this level you want to put away. And that's probably the second time that Natim Hassam has had one down the leg side like this and he's missed out on it. Okay, you get the wide, but they're the ones that ideally you'd rather take a boundary. Raza, maybe he's tiring a little here. Not out the middle. I think that's probably a good result. If no, they're pushing on for the second and they'll get there. I thought maybe Amardeep may have fancied taking control of the strike. But he's happy to come for 2. The 150 also comes up for Portugal. Well bowled. Well bowled. Slower. Takes the pace of it. Firmly hit. There is a man who's been planted out there. It doesn't carry for a catch. Oh, this one that's really good running. Really good running. You can see that Natim Hassam sees the opportunity to take the second. He sees that the fielder doesn't take it cleanly after making the stop. And he says, come on, I'm coming. Let's go. It's coming my end. I'm already there. Come on, get going. Get your skates on. Aja, jaldi kar. Do ban jane, and they get the 2. God, brilliantly bowled. Full and straight. Well, he wanted the 2. He went back for some more. And he gets his stumps pegged back. As he's chucking the hutte from Raza. Is he tiring? Nope, he's not. That's the ball. That's the one that lefties get right. And if you get that on the spot, if you get it on the money and you don't get respected, you knock over the timber. Chucking the hutte. Well bowled, बढ़िया bowling की थी अपने राजा ने, and yeah, top draw. That's what we want to see more of from this young man. Jafar Raza gets another Jafar in there and knocks the stumps over. And Nadim Hassam just didn't really get going here today, and wasn't in his usual sort of clinical way. You can see his head there. Not on the ball, loses his shape, and loses his wicket. So another one goes. This Hardeep. He's keeping his hands warm. There's Najam Shazad, captain. You know what he's looking to do here. He's got the 1 to face here from Jafar Raza, who's taking 3 for 23. Oh, now what's that one come off? There's the chase. He decides not to take it on and giving us leg byes. That will be the end of a sensational spell. So 1 more to go on the board, but it's not going to go on to the bowling figures of Raza. It'll be a leg bye to finish a 3 for 23. What a really good spell from the young bowler. And proving and showing his faith in his coach by putting in a really outstanding bowling performance. 153, 4 wickets down now, 2 overs to go. So he expected 174, and that means they're going to have to play some shots here. I think the 185, 190 I was talking about probably now out of the equation, though we do know Najam Shazad can perform some special hitting sometimes, and he showed a little bit of that yesterday. But another very good over there from Raza, just the 8 coming from it. Yeah, I was talking about Mati Rahman. He bowled just the one, it went for 5. And, well, it obviously was tactical because he is now coming to bowl. So here comes Rahman. He'll just get this one more over. And I wonder if that means they're going to finish with Lopez. But Lopez would normally bowl from this end. Lopez. So it's going to be interesting. There's some discussion here between the umpires. Not sure. I think they might be just talking about the ball and deciding that that is okay. Hello to John Heesham. Hope you're well. And hey, how many of you have woken up this morning and had an ice cream breakfast? Well, it's allowed today, you know. High in the air. Now, that's probably going to plug. It does. And the batters will come back for 2. Yeah, happy National Ice Cream for Breakfast Day. Surprisingly, this holiday was invented in New York in the middle of the winter, created in the 1960s, clearly because it's a groovy idea. And furthermore, it's proof that you can have ice cream at any time of the year and any time of the day and on any occasion. So go on, go for it. Have an ice cream breakfast, why not? Let's hit down the ground, but doesn't really get any power in it. Shazad, he's be hoping that Amandeep, who's been hitting the ball pretty well, 23 of 16, hoping that he can get a few away. And also, hey, people, don't forget, this is very important now. Listen up, very important. It's Change Your Password Day, which is celebrated annually on the 1st of February. Goes for it, but I think this is an opportunity. The fielder has taken a really good catch. That's well taken. Oh, Murad Ali, well, he's found some sun that I can't find as he's taking shade or shading his eyes from the sun, but he does the main thing. He holds on to the catch, and another one bites the dust. And it's not only changed the password day, it's changed the batter day because Amandeep Singh, he can't get going. 23 of ball number 16. It does tries, it doesn't. So just starting to fall away here at the wrong time, the batters. And this is the danger. I know a few people were saying they're surprised Portugal weren't having a go. That's the danger. You can start having a go and then keep losing wickets. Mati Rahman picking that one up. Well done to him. So another one goes. New bat is Hashu. And Hashu goes down the ground and gone. And no mistakes there from Ravi Panchal. Matihur Rahman gets another. And Rahul Kumar Hashu looking to go big down the ground. Very first ball finds the safe hands of Ravi Panchal. Well, you can see why Ravi goes from one end off the ground to the other in that area. He's a specialist fielder in that part of the ground. If you give him the opportunity, if you give him a sniff of it, he's going to take it. And Rahul Kumar Hashu will go for a golden duck. And that means he gets one of these. Gotcha! There it is. Safe hands from Ravi. And Hashu does go. And a bit of an all-rounder. Rahul Kumar Hashu was very unlucky to get out. Run out yesterday by Manav when he was looking good in that third match. But, well, on this occasion goes first ball. Panchal takes the catch. Mati takes another wicket, continuing his good spell and tournament here in Portugal. 2 for 8, 2 balls to go, and there's the penultimate over. And now this is high. Could be another. Will it be 2 and 2? Oh, it's been dropped. It's been dropped. And Murad Ali, remember, he took one earlier when the sun was in his eyes. Well, maybe it's that imaginary sun that's in his eyes here again. He just, you see, never got a stable base. Corey himself, he was in the commentary box, would have said, you need to get yourself in a position where you got that base and you're still and you're steady. He was leaning back. It was almost like he was doing the old limbo dancing. And Hardeep Singh probably should have been gone first ball, but he will survive. And unfortunately, the opportunity of another wicket will go. And that would have been, of course, that would have been the hat-trick. That's a hat-trick chance. That's nicely played. Hardeep will be looking to come back for 2. If it don't go to the boundary, it won't go to the boundary. Safety first from Adnan. Makes the stop. Yeah, would have been the wicket. Would have been a hat-trick. Remember that. And, well, let's just say, I say remember that. I don't think that the fielder there, Murad, will be allowed to forget about it. 160 for 6 then, with an over to go. So they want to go big in this over. They want to try and, like I say, a minimum they're looking for is the 170 here. There's those bowling figures. And a great bowling from Jafar Raza, 3 for 23. Matiur Rahman will only get the 2 overs. Again, surprisingly, but obviously wanted to use those spinners up because you can see there that apart from Lopez, who bowled very well, he doesn't come back. But Burns, who was a little bit expensive, and Charlie bowled their quota. That means Matty and Lopez are not going to get their full quota in. But Murad Ali will finish things off. He doesn't hold on to the catch there. And then now we'll be looking to make amends. And Hardeep Singh was the man that he dropped. Bowling first to the captain. Slower ball to start with, but he's been picked. And it's going, gone. Seis Gurera, 6 runs. Boom, shakalagya. Najam Shazad, we saw what he did yesterday. We know what he's capable of. He can hit the ball hard, whether it's got pace on or off. The big hit, 6 runs. So we generally saw the first opportunity of the hat-trick of the season be put down by this man, Murad Ali. But he's looking now to add to his tally of wickets. Loses his footing here completely. Yeah, so going back to what I was saying before, very important day, 1st of February, it's change of password day. Now, for most of our transactions, these days occur online. Thus, personal and confidential information is liable to be hacked. A bowled, dot ball, Murad. A little look back there at Najam Shazad and saying, yeah, what do you think? Interestingly enough, Portugal 56 to 44%, even with this score. I'm a little bit surprised there. Obviously, the old computer feeling something maybe that I'm not feeling. I really thought that. All right, high. Good luck. Now, Murad, can he? Oh, well, hang on a minute here. Hang on a minute. This is going to be pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Doesn't seem to be any complaints here from Murad, but this goes up, and I was about to say, can he catch it off his own bowling? Let's just look what happens here. Now, this is pretty important for me, so let's keep an eye on the batters. Just this. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, Murad, I don't think he can complain that the batter put him off there because he doesn't change his line. Najam Shazad, it's not like he goes out of his way to give him a gentle knock. That's well played. Nobody back there. And that's why that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro más. And the captain shining. And it gets them past the 170 mark. So that's what I was saying that they would have wanted to see as a must in the 170s. And they've got past that 172 here now. So still a couple of balls to go. Good over this should turn out to be. So yeah, so it's very important to change your password. So come on, I want everybody to do that. But look, do me a favour though. Now this is interesting. Call to wide. Stefan Gooch, umpire square, has called it straight away. Says it's over the head. There's going to be one more. Still 2 balls to go. Quick early call there from Stefan. Yeah, the one's going to say though, do me a favour. Somewhere, make a note of it, because don't do what I do. You know, and I know it's the right thing to do. Change your password, yeah. But these days, so many things have a password. Then you change them, and then you forget what they are. Oh, that's going to be a no ball now. Not smart cricket. Not smart cricket at all. This from Murad Ali. Now, all of a sudden, he's deciding that he's slipping. There's no sign of him slipping there at all, really. He just doesn't execute that delivery right at all. I wonder how much that drop catch, or dropping the catch, remember, where he could have given Matthew Rahman a hat-trick. And then he comes on to bowl straight away. Whether that's affecting him or not. It's over. 14 of it so far. Still 2 balls to go. Now, this is a free hit. So, the license to go boom, boom, boom for Najam Shahzad. And he will go boom. It's up. It's in the air. Ravi Panchali's under it. And he can't stop it. It will go all the way. Boom. Shaka lagya. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Well, que why? Que genial. Que grande. Eso es 1-6. And Najam Shahzad now is taking him to the 180 mark with the ball to go. So Portugal, I thought 185 to 190 was out the equation. And, well, it's not going to be as high as that. The catch will be taken nicely. It will be another wicket for Murad Ali, but not before he gets a bit of punishment in that over. 20 come of it. And I think that's probably the most expensive over that we've had in the match right there at the end. But he will pick up a wicket thanks to the catch. It's a nice catch taken low down there by Danny Long Martinez. And now it's time to see probably him in action. I'm pretty sure they might go with Danny Long Martinez and maybe Govinda Bajwa as the openers. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe Corey and the captain Allburns has got different ideas. He may want to keep somebody like Govinda a little bit lower down the order. Maybe it's a chance to see a little bit more of something like Ravi Panchal and Adnan Tahir at the top of the order. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But what we can have a look at is to see how Portugal did get to that 180. Yep, that's what they finished on. 180 for 7. And there's some good hitting there towards the end from Najam Shahzad. The captain does do it again. I always do say it, and you've heard me say it so many times. I think he likes to give others the opportunity, but sometimes it'd be nice to see him up the order. That wasn't a good one from Bajwa. That was one that would have had Corey seething pretty early in the morning. But then after that, Spain, they did tidy things up. That was a great delivery. That was the first as a Kulugulai, his troubles to continue out there in the middle. Really good delivery, getting that ball to come back into him. Catch taken there by Alex Davidson Soler. Murad Ali picking up that early wicket. But then we saw a really good partnership between Dhaval Kumar and Conrad. These two batted really well and looked dangerous. And it was the story that we've seen before. Dhaval Kumar playing some really good shots outside the off. Conrad Greenshields hitting into the V in front of him. And you just knew that you needed that. They needed that breakthrough with Spain, as those two they were looking to set a pretty good partnership together. They brought the 100 up in the 12th over, but it was those wickets from Jafar Raza, 2 wickets in that over number 14 that looked to put a halt to the proceedings for Portugal for a moment. That was a really good catch there from Charlie, a well taken, sharp catch, and then you saw Gurwinder Bajwa take hold of that one as well. But then 2 batters came together. Amardeep looked the more dangerous as he played some nice shots. Naseem Hassam never really got going. He was struggling, and it wasn't long before he would be removed by Jafar Raza with an absolute peach, full and straight onto the stumps, knocking the timber over. That was the end of him. And then, well, we saw that Hashu couldn't do too much. He would go. Then Ravi Panchal would take a great catch to remove him. And then became a hat-trick opportunity. It never happened. And then the last over, plenty of runs did come, and important runs as well, as trying Panchal to try and stop that one, but couldn't do so. There was that wicket there right at the end of the very last ball. That means that Portugal finish on 180. Good start though from Dhaval Kumar. 64 from 44 from him. He's once again shown that he's a classy player. Conrad Greenshields getting 35 on the board. Amandeep Singh, a good contribution from him of 23. And then once again the captain, Najam Shazad, 21 of 10 balls to help his team get to that 180. Spain will be pretty happy with that. I think they've kept the score under that 200 mark. There was a couple of errors there, of course. Hardly being dropped there was a chance a bit early on. And I think also, don't forget that Dhaval Kumar, it was a pretty routine catch put down behind the stumps by Alex Davidson Soler when he was on 7. And then he was also put down on 27 by Charlie, which again, wasn't an easy chance. Bowling wise, Japaraza, take about, really good bowling from him, kept it nice. And well, it does what you want the left armour to do, going across the batters, good length, good areas, and then every so often got that Yorker to good effect. 3 for 23. Matthew Rahman only gets the 2 overs, takes 2 for 12, and Murad Ali, a little bit expensive in that last over, game for 20. And other than that, once again showing that he certainly has the pace to really to worry a lot of batters. So that is your mid-match summary, and well done, I think, to both sides for going out there, and it was very exciting T20 friendly action. And we know we got a short break now, and we were back in around about 15 minutes time to see how Spain go chasing this 181 for victory. So join me, Rico Full, and the rest of the gang in about just over 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the beautiful, vibrant city of Porto. It's a city that has one of the most beautiful train stations in the world. Porto's Sir Benton railway station. It's not just a transportation hub, it's also the work of art. The station's grand hall is adored with over 20,000 azulejos, blue and white ceramic tiles that depict the important moments in Portuguese history, including battles and the history of transportation. And it is classed as one of the most beautiful train stations in the world. Well, I tell you what, this ground that you're looking at could be classed as one of the most beautiful grounds in the world as well. It is absolutely brilliant, full with history, character, and a lot of wonderful stories and a lot of wonderful pictures and emotions. And just have a look at the view that we've got here. Of course, you can see the city of Porto, known as the city of seven bridges, and you can see some of those bridges in the photograph and the video coverage there, going over the River Douro. And of course, you can see in the background some of the Douro Valley, where of course some of that wonderful production of the Porto wine takes place. All of those grapes grown in the valley, and only those grapes can be used to make the Porto wine. And it is a wonderful place to be. It's my first time in Porto, and I can say that I really have had a wonderful couple of days here. My only advice is do explore, do go out, do enjoy, but wear a comfortable pair of shoes, because it's very much like the city of York. All of the streets are sort of cobbled streets, a lot of stones and things you're walking along. So, and good footwear is recommended. It's also recommended that you stay tuned, because it's time to see how Spain go in this first T20 friendly international, because they have got to get 181 for victory here, and they're hoping to make a good start. Portugal know that they did win their first match, T10 yesterday, but then after that it didn't go well. They lost the next two, so this time round they want to make a good start and then maintain that advantage over their friendly rivals and neighbours from Spain. Good shot there of umpire Naeem Malik, doing a sensational job. Stronger together, that's what the European cricket is all about. And we certainly have made a perfect start here. Hardeep Singh making sure that he gets his field right. Looks like it will be Gurvinder Singh Bajwa to continue to. But I was just wondering, and you heard me say at the end of the first innings, whether they would make a change and maybe put him a little bit lower, because he is naturally an aggressive player. But they've decided to go with him at the beginning, and they've stuck with a partnership that went very well in the second match yesterday, where Gurvinder Singh Bajwa and Danny Long Martinez gave Spain a very good start. That's what these two are looking to do here. Hardeep Singh with the ball, and we're ready to go. Here's the first. And that's an incredible take. It will be a wide ball, but what a good take this is. Brilliantly well done. Kuldeep Kullia making an acrobatic stop as that one is fired down the leg side by Hardeep. Hardeep did have a few control issues yesterday. There's a couple of wides down the leg side like that one, and there was a few high no balls as well, which he'll be looking to iron out today. Probably off the pads. It's an excellent take by Kuldeep Kullia. There was no appeal at all from Hardeep. Let's have a look at this again. I think we can see this clearly does wrap him hard on the pads. Yeah, but what a good take. Acrobatically well done. Kuldeep Kullia flying through the air. Once again, angling it. I'm not sure this is deliberately from Hardy. I don't know if this is a deliberate ploy, but really hanging that ball into the pads of Gurvinder. This time they will rotate the strike, so Gurvinder will get to the other end, and it's Danny Long Martinez now to face. And well, what a transformation he made yesterday. Remember the first match which Spain got beaten in? Danny Long, he really struggled to get going. He wasn't able to get bat on ball. He was struggling. He was at scored something like 5 of 8 deliveries, and then he came back in the second match and he played some wonderful shots. And he'd be hoping that he can keep that form going. So he finished the day well as well. He made a good contribution in the third and final match yesterday as well. So these two looking to go well and give Spain a good start. I think Spain probably will naturally be more aggressive with the bat at the beginning, and I think the plan is if things go their way, they can put themselves in a position where the rate required, which is around about 9 and over, will go down to the 6-5, and then if they do lose wickets, batters that come in are able to go at that rate pretty comfortably. They have got a number of batters. If you have a look at batters to come, I mean, something like Alec Davidson, Soler, Lorne Burns himself, the captain, Ravi Panchal, Adnan Tahir. I think these are all guys that we said this yesterday. They're not clubbers of the ball. They're not big clubbers, but they will get themselves in, stroke the ball around, and go quite easily and quite handsomely at that rate around 7 and over. So a good start would set Spain up for, you would imagine, a comfortable run chase. But we've got to contend with a bit of the old firepower from Hardeep Singh first. A couple of good dot balls in there back to back. So it looks like he's certainly preferring to run in and have a go at the right-hander better than the lefty, where he was straying onto the pads. And, well, I don't know if he's played at this or trying to get the bat out of the way. Either way, it will go down to the man at third. It'll be a single. End of the first over, and after a few issues with a couple of wides, he's come back well, Hardeep Singh. So 5 come off the first. 5 without lost. Gurvinder Singh Bajwa having a little chat there with his opening partner, Danny Long Martinez. And interesting who they would go with here. I mean, I must admit, I think along with a few other people, were very impressed with the bowling of Rahul Kumar Hashu yesterday. I think he was quick and fast, and he troubled a lot of the Spanish batters. And if I were in charge here, I'm certainly giving him the new ball. Doesn't seem to be the plan here. Looks like Conrad Greenshields is going to get the new ball. Conrad, we know he does get that ball to move around a lot, so maybe that's the plan, to see if he can get the new ball to swing and cause some troubles to start off with. So let's wait and see. He's going to be bowling to Martinez to start off with. In comes Conrad. Gets played away. We'll take the single. Yeah, let's have a look at Conrad Greenshields here coming in. Makes a start. And yeah, just see that foot just slides a little bit, but no issues there. Staying well inside the line. He's got room to go a little bit further. So now the field changes now for the left-hander. Always like this, I do. I've always been a big fan of this from my playing days, coaching, managing. I like this left and right combination. Shorter and over the man who's in short on 45. That's going to be the first boundary, then 4 runs as Conrad bangs this in. And just checking his foot mark here. Yeah, I mean, he is sliding. We'll just have a look. We saw him slide a little bit with the the first ball he bowled. But once again here, there is that slide. Nice follow through, nice look at the head there, nice and straight. But yeah, bangs that one in short, and that gets played away, and straight away there's a change in the field. Looks like Hardeep now will go back on the boundary. So third and final leg back on the boundary. It's a good stop. And a little look up from Conrad Greenshields to Gurvinder Bajwa saying, where you think you're going? It's been hit pretty solidly. And look at Conrad says, I'd stay there if I were you. Conrad. Serious competitive player. But once he's off the cricket field, he is Mr. Sociable. He's a lovely guy. And has a lot of friends and makes a lot of friends. But when he's on that field of play, he's got one thing in mind, and that's to be competitive. But he's not going to like that, as he gives a little bit of room here to Gurvinder. And that gets played away for another boundary, just elevated over. And one bounce, 4 runs. Yeah, it's a kids' play area there. A little bit of everything in this beautiful Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club. And the swimming pool there, which is a bit too chilly for now. Conrad once again. Take the single, good running. They'll take the single here now, so 10 off the over. There's still one to come. Spain, it's the start that they would like. They've already seen 2 boundaries come off this over from Conrad. Electing to keep the 2 men behind, so that fielder who was at point comes into the circle. And yeah, that's well bowled. Good backing up there from Gurvinder. So end of the over. 2 overs completed. And Midway CC in the chat, and they're saying hi to Phil G. And Phil, hello to Phil. And well, Midway CC saying a big fan of Phil G's. Well, we're all big fans of Phil G. And always good. It was always great to catch up with Phil G, myself, and well, the commentators actually. We had a bit of a ball at head office. We came together and we exchanged pleasantries, and we had a bit of a chit chat. We planned the year ahead. It was great to get together. It was a great time there in Zurich, and had some lovely meals together. And yeah, we're looking forward to a really good, long, eventful season. And of course Phil G will be commentating pretty soon. We'll be hearing from him in the night series as Hardeep continues to struggle to the left-hander once again down the leg side. He has got protection on the boundary there at fine leg, but he's got the pace but just can't get this right to the lefty. And Phil, do remember, when we next meet, you've got to bring me some of that chili sauce. Ah, that is glorious, absolutely glorious. Well, this one could be your HCL software shot of the day. This is an absolute cracker. What a stunning shot that is. I mean, no, Gurvinder Singh Bajwa is a hard hitter of the ball, but shots like that will put a big smile on a lot of people's faces, let alone Corey's, because it's all about, we know he can be aggressive, but we know he's classy and skillful as well. That was a delightful shot. And there's a slight delay here. Not sure if it's Najam who's having a chat with somebody, and the umpire, Stefan Gooch, just stopping Hardeep for a moment. Right, we're ready to go now. What's the reply going to be from Singh? And he bangs it in short. That will be a wide. Can see this coming. Gurvinder Singh starts to come down the wicket, And I knew straight away that Hardeep Singh is the sort of bowler. He's got that fast bowler's mentality to say, if you're doing that, I'm going to bang it in. And that's exactly what he does. But the problem is that it's a pretty bouncy pitch. If you're banging the ball in like that, it bounces over the head of the batter. That's going to be a wide, so it has to be re-bowled. Yeah, and yep. Chili sauce is what we want from Viewfield G. Gary Wheeler, welcome. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to our European cricket family. Good to have you all here. And the question from the old computer as another one gets fired down the leg side from Hardeep. He's got to get this right, hasn't he? Saying, any fondue involved? Yes, of course there was. You know there was. And yeah, we did have a lovely fondue. It's probably only the second time I've ever had fondue. I had it once at a friend's house in Spain, and funny enough, he was a Swiss friend of mine. So I knew what I was in for, and those people that know me will know that I love cheese. I really do. I'm a melted cheese and me. I know there's some people that go, oh, melted cheese. I love melted cheese. Anything that involves melted cheese, so pizzas, cheese on toast, macaroni cheese, lasagna. I love it, especially when that cheese is toasted on top as well. So the fondue was great. And the best part of it, though, for me, is when you got to the bottom of the pot and it's all stuck there and you scrape it off, because that's where you get that toasted melted cheese. But no, it was great. It was great to meet up with the office staff as well and see the cracking work that you all do. And it's not getting this right, is he, Hardy? It's not getting it right. I don't know why he's not looking to change, maybe just come around, maybe around the wicket. Now, let's have a look, see if we can see what it is here now. See if we can pick up on anything. Is he just going down to it? No, it's just the movement. But I suppose if he pushes that ball fuller, he'll get that ball to straighten a bit more. But the problem is, if he knows if he pitches up, then Govinda is going to be onto him. Oh, edge, and that is gone quick and fast. All eyes on Kuldeep Gulaya here, but let's have a look. How close is this? I know it goes really quickly. So let's see. So is Fuller gets the edge, and yeah, first slip. Thank you very much, but not there. And you can see just some of it. That's tennis court number 4 behind there. That's gone really quickly. And so he does get the ball. That's the areas really that he needs to be looking to get the ball to go to. But no luck. 4 runs. That's well bowled. It's good delivery. Yeah, so yeah, it was good to see all the office staff and Jay doing a wonderful job there as well. All have a very important role to play. Nice to see the office ladies as well. I know a lot of our viewers will know Judith and Jenny, and sort of the backbone there in the Zurich office, and everybody else doing their bit. We had a good chat with Roger Finder, the CEO, and even Daniel Weston popped in, and Daniel's been working very hard, sort of hopping on and off planes and doing a lot of work behind the scenes. Nick, who does work on the graphics, and the graphic you should see now would be one that will be saying 4. Cuatro carreras, because that is 4. It's a good shot. It's a risk-free shot. Nobody in that area. Once you get it through, it's going to be cuatro. And that is 4. Cuatro carreras. Who else do we meet there? Alexis, who's new to the team and a bit of a ice hockey fan. Well, Alexis will be probably putting his ice hockey skills into playing cricket one day. I know that Judith is looking forward to playing. Well, we're going to arrange that for you, Judith. Don't worry. We'll get you playing some cricket at the Cardamom Oval. In the air, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 runs, 4 más. And Hardeep Singh, I think he'll probably be rested after that ball. He just hasn't got it right. He's got the pace, but he hasn't been able to use it effectively. And he's been pretty expensive, and he's allowed Spain to get off to a really good start. The end of 3 overs, it's 38 without loss, and that's quite an expensive one. It's, well, the first time we've been able to say this year. It's 19 of that over. But, yeah, don't worry, we'll get you playing. We'll get you playing cricket, Judith. And who else? Oh, Nick. Nick, of course, responsible for a lot of the graphics. And I know a lot of people loving those graphics. And Nick, good work from you. And, of course, the other people involved. I want to say hi to someone like Shazad as well and Ravi, who work tirelessly behind the scenes. And some of the content work that's been put on social media while we've been away have been absolutely brilliant. There have been so many hits and so many viral moments on that as well. I think people forget just how big the team is and how much work is put in by everyone. And it's always nice to touch base with the people back at base. But, yeah, it was great. But, yeah, the fondue was brilliant. But I must admit, my idea of, so fondue, for those of you not familiar, is where you have a lot of bread that's cut up into little cubes, and then basically very simple. You stick the bread on the end of a long fork, dunk it in the melted pot of cheese, and you wait a few seconds, otherwise you burn your mouth, and then you eat the fondue. And different fondues. The one we had was more cheesy, had a bit of garlic in there as well. And something that was new was where you had like a little glass of sort of a sort of liqueur, I suppose, and you put the bread in there a little bit first, and then dunked it in the fondue. It gave it extra taste. But I think I had the best one. Get a bit of the chili sauce, dump it on your plate, dip the bread in the chili sauce first, and then in the fondue. Yeah, like it spicy, and yeah, that worked for me. But it was good. It was a cracking start. And, of course, from Zurich, it came straight here. So I've had a great start to the year. But, wholeheartedly, thank you to everybody in the office. I mean, all of your work is very much appreciated. And it's one of those things, isn't it? I think we all know it, whatever field that we work in, we sometimes forget that there's a lot of people who are working hard around the clock that you're not aware of, which help you achieve your goals and help the company get where they are, and sometimes we forget about them. So you're not forgotten. We know you're there, shivering away in the cold, and boom! Shakalagia is what I say to that. That just helped away. So both the openers here not really enjoying a good start on the bowling side, Conrad and Hardy. I must admit, I am surprised. Not so surprised with Hardy. I'm surprised that Conrad is opening the bowling here when you think one else is available. But at the moment, I think Spain are just lapping this up. So 6 more, Maximo. And Conrad. Both the bowlers actually not finding a solution to Gurwinder. Hesitation, good throw, but not a good throw. Needed to be a quick up and a strong arm straight away. And a direct hit might have had Martinez in trouble. Gurwinder has moved to 27 or just 12.
Good boys, good boys.
And that's going to be a wide ball. Hello to Charlene, who's saying Mr. Balle, Balle, Balle in the kitchen at the moment. Hey, Charlene, don't forget where I started from. 23 years, bar, restaurant, family-run business in Torrevieja, in Alicante. So, yeah, you'll find me there. Yeah, you'll be surprised at the culinary delights that I can come up with, I do, look, yeah, cricket has been in my blood forever. Let's have a look at this from Conrad. So this is where Danny, forgetting that he has to really keep that bat in there. Conrad Greenshield just reminding him, I like that, and there's a lot of people will talk about, was called the old man cat or the bowler running out. Now it's just a straightforward run out. But I like that. No ball called now. And I wonder if this is a front foot, is it? Oh, yeah, big time. big time. Well captured and well watched there by Naeem. Good work there by two circles as well. Well, Conrad was having a word with Danilo Martinez and saying, hey, you make sure you stay behind that line before I bowl. And now this is where I'm the batter. I'm Danny. I'm saying to Conrad, well, you better watch where you're going as well, buddy. And now it's another. I mean, extra. Remember when Spain were fielding, and I touched on the fact that there weren't that many extras early on. I think we were in about the 8th over, and there was only at that time just the one wide or one by. Well, it's a bit different for Portugal. That's now the 9th extra, 7 wides, 1 no ball, and 1 leg by. So they need to tidy this up. And now I'm not sure. This time I think Conrad is saying, sorry, I didn't stop because of you. It's because I lost my footing. Yeah, Conrad, just not. Look at how that foot's sliding. So needs a new pair of footwear. The Conrad, new threads needed. Maybe he needs to have one of those tyre pit stops. Short and not taking this down now by Kuldeep. And yeah, I think Portugal, I mean, Najam Shazad, the captain's looking at this. He knows he's got to pretty quickly get things right here because Spain, they're just looking too comfortable at the moment. There's going to be another run on the board. And Spain, pretty comfortable. That's the end of the 4th over. The 50 comes up on the board. 50 without loss. That over from Conrad. Going for 11. But they didn't in the last, what I've noticed in the last 2 overs that I've seen, no flow in the bowling, and they just haven't looked good. And I think this is now the captain, Najam Shazad, and I like this move. Shazad's saying, okay, we need to make good inroads here quickly, tidy things up, otherwise this game is going to get away from us pretty quickly. I mean, that rate required, Spain chipping away at it, is now to about the 8. So Najam Shazad didn't bowl until the final match yesterday, and he bowled very well. And probably was saving himself more for these T20 friendlies. Let's see how he fares. Needs a good over here. Need a couple of wickets. That's what they need. This partnership were 50 already. Gurvinder Singh Bajwa on 27. Beauty. Absolute beauty. Let's have a look at this again. This is what we're talking about. Look at that. That's the eeriest. What a ball. And that's an absolute jaffa. Najam Shazad, the captain, needs to get Portugal back in this contest. Gone. Smart catch. Beautifully taken. Amardeep Singh. Take a bow. That's a really good catch. It's hit firmly, but it's the eeriest. Once again, Gurvinder goes after this. Probably knows he didn't need to. And it's a good, smart catch. Low down. Amardeep Singh, one of the number of times that we've seen him do this. There, either at Coimbra or at the Centurion Cricket Ground. And now he's done it here in Porto. Really good catch. That's the wicket they needed. Najam Shazad, the captain, comes on and he gets the breakthrough. And Gurvinder Singh Bajwa, 27 of 17. What a good catch that is from Amandeep. Well, from one Singh to another, Singh catches Singh. That's the catch. Beautifully done. And the captain gets the breakthrough. It's just areas, isn't it? When you think about bowlers, it's just areas. Get the ball in the right areas. Yes, I do enjoy a bit of cooking. Ravi Panchal. Well, Ravi Panchal probably doesn't enjoy cooking, but he enjoys eating. Ravi. I'm jealous of Ravi because he can eat and not show anything. I mean, look at him there. He's always been like this. Fit as a fiddle, Ravi Panchal. And for all of those ladies out there, I can still tell you, yes, he is still single. Now, I said yesterday, when Ravi didn't have the best of days, he got, I think, one, then was run out during the team thing. Then he got done by an absolute beaut ball of the year so far from Hashu. and then he made 5. But I did say yesterday, it's the longer format. I think that suits him. So let's see how he goes here today. And they'll take the single. Okay, well, Najam Shahzad was able to break the opening partnership. He got the wicket of Govinda Simbajwa. Now, can he do the same with Danilo Martinez? That'll be the plan anyway. Yeah, I love to cook. And yeah, cricket is, of course, my love. It's in my blood. But so is cooking. From when I was young, seeing my mum and my dad in the kitchen and learning and helping. And then I think in the UK before and cleverly played one run before I got into having my own business. Going to a lot of events, people's houses, cooking, having parties, and always people used to say, hey, you should have a restaurant, you cook pretty well. And eventually I did in Spain and went for 23 years. And just enjoyed. It's a lovely part. That and gardening. I love to ponder around in the garden for hours on end. I mean, in the UK it was great because obviously lawn and flower beds, etc. In Spain is a bit different, of course, because of the heat. There's no such thing as lawns, and you don't really have like flower beds and things. It's more pots. You know, it's more have those terracotta pots and plants and shrubs in those. But I just find it really soothing. So yeah, I suppose a perfect day for me would be up early, do a little bit of cooking, watch some cricket, commentate some cricket, and then get back, unwind, do a little bit of weeding, do a bit more cooking, and then start all over again. Tour of Portugal, this is where we are. So we've got, of course, this event for 3 days. We've had the T10s yesterday, and today and tomorrow T20 international friendlies, and then we're back, of course, and for the night series, which starts on the 3rd. And Phil G, who's been on the chat, will be talking through that. Hello to Charlie Hunt, Charlie. And Charlie obviously talking about Ravi. As mentioned, Ravi, he can eat. Oh, he eats, but yeah, he loves the. I tell you what, you know, Ravi should be at home here in Portugal because we know he likes his fried chicken. Piri piri, oh yeah. He's got to have the chicken with the old piri piri sauce. Of course, that is what Portugal is famous for. So, yeah, if you like it hot and spicy, you've got to head to Portugal and try the piri piri sauce. Full toss. Doesn't really get hold of it. Probably lucky he doesn't, because I think if he hit this better, it might have been going straight down the throat of Rahul Kumar. Right. Shahidur Rahman. So double change on the bowling front now. Can Shahidur Rahman also pick up a wicket? Najam Shahzad that over. Just to 2 runs from it and gets the wicket. So that's what they needed to just tighten things up a little bit. Shahidur Rahman, I saw him last year in Barcelona when he bowled very well. Again, a left armour. Just getting into his rhythm here. We didn't see him play in the T10s. Yeah, and I've seen already here several cafes and restaurants around that serve the piri piri chicken, and it's very tasty as well. And I like the way they say it's a burn that you won't regret. And you have it normally with the churrasco chicken. So that's the Portugal's favourite churrasco chicken with the old piri piri. Here comes Rahman. And just be a single. Just hasn't got, I don't think he's got his run up right here. See, he's not quite into his rhythm. When he comes here, you can see he's just a long way short of the front foot line. And even when he's running in, he's not got quite his rhythm. You've got to remember that for a lot of these players. Naturally, it's the first time that they're playing as well. So haven't probably played since last year. That's a nice shot, nicely played, long chase, ball slows down and 4 runs. 4 carreras, कोशिश तो काफ़ी की थी अपनी नदीम हसन पर चौका लग गया 4 carreras And Ravi, beautifully played. 4 runs. Well, that's the old Piri kicking in for Ravi. Ravi Panchal fired by Piri Chicken. Nice shot. Nicely played. And yes, he's still single. So those of you on Shadi.com, look no further. Ravi won't mind me saying that. Well bowled. Good areas. That's better. A little bit more pace. I think the more sometimes it takes, if you haven't played in a while, it takes a few deliveries and over to get into your rhythm. And also, we're talking about Ravi Panchal, hello to Akash, Ravi's brother. Also a very good cricketer. Probably not playing as much as he should do, but a good player. And no, Akash recently has got married, so congratulations to Akash. And I hope you're enjoying yourself. I know you just celebrated your, I think it was your 30th in Madrid. Hello to the Panchal family, because I know that mum and dad will probably be tuning in, and they should be very proud of both their sons. And both really are great personalities as well. And always give us something to talk and smile about, does Ravi. It's always great to have him on tour with us when he's working for the team. It's a nice looking shot. And yeah, it just needs a few of these, doesn't he, Ravi? I mean, I said yesterday, I've played with both the young Panchals in my day of playing cricket in Spain. I've seen them both grow and develop. They've been, seen them progress from when they were juniors. 61 for 1 after 6 overs. Not the worst over there from Rahman, but I think he's still taking time getting into his rhythm as the 9 come off that over. But yeah, I've seen them grow and develop. They're a good example of young cricketers in Europe starting as juniors and getting a lot of support from older members in the club, supporting them, shipping them around, taking them to matches, and they've grown into not just fine young men, but fine good cricketers. And I think with the sport, there's one thing we forget with the sport of cricket: you don't just learn a game of sport, but you socialise and your social and interactive skills also come on board, and that's so important. People forget that, and I think that's why team sports are so important. But yeah, I mean, both have come a long way, and I remember playing with them, and they've got better and better. Ravi, also a very good bowler, very quick fast bowler. I know that we probably won't see him bowl here. He's being used more as a specialised batter, but I've seen him score a lot of runs, and once he gets in, he's a very difficult batter to remove. So wish him well, and I know that Charlie Hunt will back me up there. I think Charlie's playing a lot of cricket with Ravi as well. Ravi's a very talented player, and we've seen already a very good fielder as well. Punch down the ground, nice shot, straight down the ground, looking for the second, and decide against it. Hello to Christopher Ward, who's also joining into the chat. Very good morning to you. Now catchable and taken. It's a full shot really from Danny Long Martinez. I just get the feeling he was starved a little bit off the strike, but he never really got to the pitch of this. And here's Najam Shahzad, the captain, picks up his second. And he has removed both the openers now. Good one to take, so Danny will go 16 of 14 deliveries. Simple, straightforward catch there taken. And Dhaval Kumar holds on to it. And that's disappointment. I think disappointing in the manner of the dismissal. It doesn't really time it well, and it's a nicely executed catch there by Noratam. So both openers now back, second wicket taken, and this is, I think, something that Corey is wanting to see. Adnan Tahir and Ravi Panchal, two guys I think that he believes could be key playing in the longer format of the game. Remember, Spain is hoping to be pretty soon be playing in the one-day game, 50-over cricket, and if they do get there, I think these two players could be pretty key. It's a good ball first up, the Yorker length, nicely played away. But you can see the difference here ever since the bowling change, even though Shahidur Rahman hasn't quite found his mojo yet and his rhythm, but Najam Shazad, what a difference he makes. And all he's doing is getting that ball in the right area. He's pitching it just short of a length. He's getting that ball to nip around a little bit. Every so often fires in the Yorker. So it's really good from the captain. Good change. Question is, when will that spin come to play? Places away, and that's good fielding. Well watched. Nicely done. There. That's Gurheb Singh. It's another one that Najam Shazad has got up his sleeve to use. Yeah, well fielded, just pushes this ball forward. It's an easy single, really, just works away. And clever cricket for Adnan Tahir. Over comes to an end, and another very good over from El Capitan for coming off that one, but picks up another wicket. So Spain, after a good start, after 50 of the first 4 overs without loss, now they're 65 for 2, and that's at the end of this 7th over. And it's worth mentioning that at this point that Spain were 45 for 1, so they are ahead. And how about that? 50-50 is what the computer is saying right now. Hello to Shep 47 saying hello from Melbourne, Australia. Loving seeing international cricket on the ECN. Well, we're loving having you with us, and what I'm loving here, and it's been fantastic. Hello to Nadeem as well. Hello Nadeem. He's saying the new scorecard looking good. Is it only for this series? No, it's the new colours, it's the new branding, and I've said already, I think the boys and girls behind the scenes have done a wonderful job on that, and it's here to stay. And yeah, nice. You can see there, just from that shot there, Shahidur starting to find that rhythm. It's starting to come. Rahman, also a lefty, so we know how vital that can be. Just look at what Raza did. Another dot ball, and oh no, this could be a real blooper. It's going to be 4, you know. Oh dear. Well, how about this? And Shahidur Rahman should have been a dot ball. Well, how about this? It's 4 runs, hits it forward, and then he's going to get 4 for this. Oh, there's a brain freeze moment there for Shahidur Rahman. Look at the wicketkeeper. Oh, yaar, ki kar dita? Ki ho gaya the no? Ki char gayi the no? Machhar lar gaya, ki ho gaya? Oh dear. Well, that's not one thing that Shahidur Rahman will want to have a look at again. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, it's 4 runs, and I think there's a question in the jump saying, well, is it forward? Yeah, because the batter hits it forward, the bowler picks it up and throws it. It comes off the bat. So, yeah, of course it's 4. Oh, dear. That is not good. Rahman lets himself down a little bit. It's worked away, looking to take another. Just have a look at this. We saw how Shahidur Rahman started, but now you can see he's starting to get his rhythm. That's good, nice follow through. So the rhythm is starting to come. Oh dear, Oh dear. Well, I suppose, is that our first real... I suppose it's not a blooper. Can't call it a blooper, but is that the first real bit of comedy moment of the year? Yeah. No, what I was going to say, and going back to Shep, I was going to say what I've loved already so early in the season. Bump ball is the number of new players involved. Well, let's have a look at this again. Let's see this here, and yeah, you can see they're clearly into the ground. Sometimes, you know, sometimes it goes straight off the bat, and everybody thinks it's a bump, but it may not be. But that one clearly was. Rahman, he's given 4 runs away in comical fashion. He'd love to get a wicket. That's a really nice shot. Nicely played, not trying to hit the ball too hard. And it will just be a single. So going nicely, trying to get a nice partnership going. Yeah, but great. Well done to everybody. And also, I love the way that we've all, you know, we are a family. And of course, as a family, as we grow, we always welcome with open arms new people that join us. And a lot of new people have joined, and I know that it's been made to feel very welcome. So, well, if you are new, welcome. And look, you can, those of you that are watching via YouTube, you can put a message in the chat. So why don't you do so? I see that that Barbary has done. He's put a message in there. And you can do the same if you are new. Just put a message in, say hi, let us know where you're from. And if I catch it on the screen in front of me, I'll give you a hello. And Abhishek is saying, what is going on with the bowler? Well, Abhishek, I don't know. Machhar lar gaya na. Pata nahi. Machhar lar gaya ja kuch char gaya. No run here. Well, I don't think there is a single there. You can see Adnan Tahir saying, come on. I don't think there's a run there, Adnan. Just have a look. He just puts bat onto there. He's quite keen to get a single here. But look, fielder's already got the ball here. I don't think that was going to be a single. So I think Ravi Pancho is quite right to say no. Stay there. End of the over. 8 down, 72. 4-2. And Shahidul Rahman, despite throwing the ball away and giving 4 runs away, it's just the, I suppose, 7 that come off the over. The rate required goes back to more or less where it kind of started from now. So it did get taken down to about 8. You can see there why the old computer is thinking it could be a kind of a 50-50. But of course, I think the last 5 overs probably will be key with the target of 181. So yeah, if you're new, say hi, hello, and a few people who are saying hi. It's F. Charles is saying hi. Hello to you. I hope I've said the name right. If I haven't, I apologise, but nice to have you with us. And welcome to the European cricket family. Graying all the time. And a round of applause, everybody, to our team of, well, a great team, really, that are doing all the work on the social media. We certainly have had some really good clips on there. Some of those bloopers, as well as some magical performances, and including, of course, our very own Tina Goff's century in the Euros of women's cricket. So a lot of good clips doing their rounds there at the moment, which is attracting more people to the sport and to the network. So well done to all of you. Usman Ali, hello. And Abhi Abhishek is saying hello from Mumbai. Well, hello to you. And hello, Mumbai. And nice to have you all with us. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Sasri akal. Abawan. Vanakam. Buenos dias. Bum dia. To everybody around the world, wherever you are. It's great to have you all with us. Hello to Mizan. And yes, you're right, Biash Mola is saying spin. And I like this. It's a good time to introduce some spin. One thing I'm going to tell you about, this is Amandeep Singh who's bowling, who of course took a good catch. We say spin with Amardeep Singh. Watch out for his cricket delivery. And I say not. I suppose I should be saying to Kuldeep Gulaya, who probably does know about it. When he bowls a quick delivery, I've seen him bounce a batter. So watch out for the quicker one. Chance taken. Great catch. Absolutely brilliant. Conrad Greenshields. Well, there may be one or two that raised an eyebrow when they saw him in the squad. 41 years old, but, well, moving like a 21-year-old. Ravi Panchal gives himself a little bit of room to try and cut this away. But Conrad Greenshields, now you see him, now you don't. Takes a brilliant catch. And that's another wicket that goes down. And Ravi, he looked pretty comfortable out there, didn't he? But the piri-piri's been burnt. As Ravi makes his way back. 11 of 18. Yeah, he's going to be disappointed with that. It's a very good catch there from Conrad. Let's have a look at it again. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Conrad Greenshields. And, well, Conrad puts out the piri-piri. In he comes. What a good catch this is. Excellent catch. Good, safe hands. And it's the third wicket that goes. Really good catch there from Conrad. And, well, spin. Yeah, everybody's saying spin. And that's what spin can do. And Amardeep picks up a wicket. 74. 3 down. Good over. 2 runs and a wicket. Rahman to continue. And I like this Rahman continuing. I think he hasn't played in a while, you can tell. The more he bowls, the more he'll get into his rhythm. And you can start to see that with every over. He's starting to find his rhythm a little bit more. So keep him going at one end. Nant Tahir now joined out there by his captain, Lorne Burns. Lorne getting ready to take strike, and then Tahir just having a little chat with him. And I think Lorne Burns, a lot of people that know Lorne will also, a bit like one or two of the other players we mentioned, will say that he is, again, somebody who plays and likes to play this T20 format more. It gets played. Barbary Corsair, does Mumbai have a meaning, Rico? I don't know what you mean by that, Barbary. It's a place to me. Mumbai in India. That's what Abhishek, where Abhishek is from. And hello to Rukbul San saying, finally back. I think he's meaning that we're finally back. Yeah, we are. We had a longer break than normal, but we do need to have a break and recharge our batteries. Of course, yesterday was the start of our season, and well, yesterday was January, today's February. We've done 1 month already. But from here on in, boys and girls, it's non-stop. It's non-stop action we'll be bringing to you. Hello to Rocky. I think it's supposed to be Rocky. Could be Rookie. We'll go with Rocky. And well, Abhishek has come back and said, yep, Christopher, it's a temple name. No run. I mentioned about some of the days, and those of you that are just joining in, I hope you've had your ice cream breakfast. It is ice cream breakfast day. Believe it or not, it is a day. And unsurprisingly, it was invented in New York in the middle of winter, created in the 1960s. Purely because it's a groovy idea. Why can't you have ice cream for breakfast? I think it was all about saying that ice cream is not just for the summer. You can have it any time of year. And all of a sudden, ever since the bowling change when Najam Shahzad came on, the game has taken a little bit of a twist. Portugal, not only have they got themselves back in the contest, we saw it go to a 50-50, but with the wickets that have been taken, you can see that Portugal probably now, yeah, there you go. You see that on your screens. Probably now have themselves in front when it comes to the win predictor. Only by a little. 58% to go on to win from here, Portugal, but early days. It's pitched up, nice delivery. Rahman getting better and better. That's the end of the over. Let's have a look at see Rahman finishing this one off again. So nice, good stride. Watch him coming in here. Yeah, lovely, beautiful, good follow through. And I always like the way when you see the bowler coming in with a side on view and you can see that head nice and straight. So that's the 10th over that has been completed. We always like to talk to you about some of the events coming up. Now remember, right after the hugely big and exciting Western Shield, we've got the European Cricket League. So we'll stay at the Karma Oval, the Field of Dreams for this. And the European Cricket League, so let's just talk about the European Cricket League and what it stands for. So a few people probably wondering. Well, this is where the club champions of all of the places that we go to and all of the ICC sort of federated nations, well, those club champions come together. So the best way to describe it is like the Champions League of cricket. So a representative from every nation. And you'll see there from Group A and previous winners drew. Champions from France, so they will be there. Hornchurch, they're the reigning champions, but they'll be up against Northern CC, the champions from the UK. Then you've got Grange in Group C, the champions of Scotland. And they're in Group G, which I think is going to be a very exciting group. You've got Roma CC, the champions of Italy. So you get the gist. These are all the champions of their countries coming to represent their nation in the European Cricket League. And some people ask me, well, how's it determined? And I think each country, basically the European cricket says to each country, well, the way you decide who is your club champion and who comes to the European Cricket League is down to you. Some countries will run a T10 competition. Other countries will run whatever that works, the T20s or one day 40 over, 50 over competitions in their respective countries, and the winners of that then come together. Others, like in Spain, for example, because it's not just the main island, you've got like the likes of Lanzarote, Ibiza also come into it. You've got the area like Barcelona, you've got central Spain. So what Spain does is say, right, okay, the winners of each area or region will come together in like a playoffs. So that's how it's decided in Spain. So everybody has their own way of doing it. Some teams, it's just, some countries, just simply the team that wins the league, you know. But they all come together and it's going to be an absolute blast. Once again, Cartomania will soon be rocking the world, starting, of course, with the Western Shield. Amardeep continues, goes for it. But it's a bit of a miscue. It's only going to be a single. And we noticed that with the Portugal innings, when they got to the halfway point after that little drinks break, that's when they decided to have a push on and get the acceleration in. And I wonder if we're going to see the same here from Spain. That's that slightly quicker one played down. Good field set here, very similar to what Spain had when they had their spinners on. Exactly the same, actually. 2 men straight. And then you got the mid-wicket and square leg and one sweeper out the offside. And even though we once again have a left and right batter out there, it's the same field that's been deployed. Amardeep making a difference. No boundary now for 8 deliveries. We see, well, 9 deliveries now as this one. It's another dot. We'll take a single. So this is Portugal now. Slowly. Oh, that's sloppy. That really is sloppy. There will a bit of a back plug here. Let's have a look at this side on. Adnan Tahir does want to take the 2 on. It was definitely 2 on because of the overthrows, which was sloppy work from Portugal, really. Just have a look at this. I mean, that's not the way to do it, really. And then, well, there was the back plug, but he does get himself in. But it was originally thrown away at the other end by Gurheb Singh. So Spain doubling up there. That ends the sequence of singles and dots. That's down the leg side and will be called wide. Short again, good areas. Yeah, continue with my what days we have. So I mentioned ice cream breakfast day. Change your password day, very important. And we know that these days, times have changed. We use all sorts of devices for different things, and sometimes for banking, for purchases. And the 1st of February is a day to remind us that we should change those passwords. So if you haven't done so, well, think about it, change it. I'm guilty as anything. I'm terrible. And yeah, I've got to change my passwords, and sometimes it become a little bit more imaginative about those passwords. If somebody's got a good idea how to, obviously without giving anything away, anybody's got a good idea of how to come up with passwords and then how to remember them, that'll be useful. Amandeep, he's been useful as well. Another very good over from him, nice and tidy. And then Tahir Longburns there at the moment. Plenty of batting to come, and you've got some good hitters there as well. Matthew Rahman can certainly, if you need to up the tempo, he's one that can do it. Also a lefty. That's one thing I like about the Spain squad here. I like, as you know, I'm excited because they've got a number of good spinners, but also they've got plenty of left-handers as well. Here's a good one. So we're going from password, a serious one, to, well, a fun one. Today we celebrate G.I. Joe Day. Yep, we do. These action figures have been a boy's first choice since their introduction back in 1964. Let's hold that thought for a moment as we look forward to Hashu, who certainly showed what he's capable of yesterday. He's quick, he really is, and that's why you can see the Gurheb Singh has been put on the boundary there at third. The first one gets through. And, he's got some pace as this guy. And he's the guy I think I would say that I would like to see as the opening bowler. Once again, you see the non-striker just backing up too early. Burns got to stay in his crease, up in the air. He's going to get lucky. Paul should plug. 2 was the shout. And 2 is, it will be pretty comfortably. Yeah, so G.I. Joe Day. The movable toy came in different superhero models who are different characters, but with a common theme, and that was action. And the best selling toy centered on boys and pioneering other toys being created. So a wide ball down the leg side. So G.I. Joe Day 1964. I must admit, I always wanted an action man. I call him action man. Took me a long time to get one, but always wanted an action man. And yeah, you know, you take him outside in the garden, you build things, bunkers and all sorts of things. This played away. Is he going to get it in the gap? No. There's plenty of youngsters, probably, if you are tuning in. It's the weekend, so no school today. Probably thinking, action man, what are you talking about? Of course, these days it's all, Mom, Dad, no Wi-Fi, can't use me, whatever. It's the fun. It was fun, wasn't it? Action figures. The girls had their dolls. The guys, the boys had the action men, and quite often they had a tea party in the garden. And then you could get all sorts of accessories, couldn't you? Tanks, boots, toys, extra toys for them, gadgets, clothes. Going back now, no, good old days. The old action man. What about this? Come on, let's in the chat. Come on, let's talk about your action figures. And for the ladies out there, dolls. What type of dolls and action man did you have? And ECN Supporters Club saying good night, and good night. Thank you for watching, and look forward to hearing from you more tomorrow. Short again, and yeah, that one is the one for the over this time. Sigurd, this is another short one for Hashu. Hashu going with the shorter stuff to start off with, but be careful of that Yorker. You know it's coming. Burns, a couple of dots. So yeah, just some of the days that we have today. this one, is it going to be out? Yes, it is. It's gone. Burns doesn't like it. Now, I wonder if he's asking about the height on it and whether he's saying it's another one over the shoulder, whether he's saying he doesn't get bat onto it. Wonder if we can have a look at this. I mean, that's one angle of it. And I don't think it's not one that's over the shoulder. I wonder if we can slow this down maybe a little bit. We're not going to see it from that angle. I wonder if we can see it from the other side, guys. Let's put a shout out here to Two Circle. Let's see it from this angle first up. Burns doesn't like it. Are we going to see anything here? Yeah, I must admit, when I look at it from that angle, it looks like it may have been the top of the arm, and that's why I think he's disappointed. He is going to have to go back. I can understand why he's disappointed. It did look like it comes high up the arm. So the captain, it's not a good start for him today. He didn't really click with the ball. Yeah, there is one more. I don't think that's making contact with the glove, or I think that is. Yeah, you're going to see why he's disappointed. But it's that pace of Hashu. We know what he can do. The Burns. Disappointment from him, caught behind by Kuldeep. That's hit away. Call of 2. Should go 2 here. Slight slip there, though, from Alec Davidson-Soler, but he does get back. And that's the end of the first over from Hashu, and he picks up a wicket straight away. 7 coming off the over and the wicket, so 92 for 4. Now Spain do need a partnership here now, because that rate is starting to get up now. It's gone up to 11. Remember, we saw it go from 9 to 8 and then go slowly back up, but there's not been a boundary now. I'm gonna have a quick check here if my equipment gives me the information that I'm looking for. Pressing the buttons. Come on, tell me. Let me have a look. Here we go. We haven't seen a boundary since the 6th over. In the air. Gone. And that's Najam Shazad. Safe hands. Really good catch. And, well, looking to get that boundary. It's not going to happen. It's going to be another wicket. And disappointment. Adnan Tahir. I just get the feeling Adnan, he's felt that he had to make something happen. He was going at around about run a ball. In fact, that's what he's going to finish on. 18 off 18. Najam Shazad comes across and takes the catch. And Amardeep Singh picks up his second. No spin for Portugal yesterday, yet the introduction of spin for the first time for them here in Porto, and it's been productive as Amardeep Singh 2 for 8 into his 3rd over. And now literally you've got 2 new batters. Alec Davidson-Soler just came out there, and now Matty. And I think Matty Rahman played some very important knocks yesterday for his team to get them, I think, to be instrumental in those 2 wins. That's why he was the MVP. Well, he's going to have to play a big knock here now. But yeah, I mean, what I was looking at there, boundary. Last boundary we saw was back in the 6th over off the 3rd delivery, which was a 4 of Shahidur Rahman. In fact, I think that must have been the one that he threw for 4. So it's even worse than that. If you then take that out of the equation, the last authentic boundary was in the 4th over of Conrad Greenshields, and that was a 6. So you can see the boundary drought continues. So Portugal, I've said this at the time, after Conrad and Hardeep Singh were taken out the attack, which wasn't the best of starts for them, they've come back well. Now that's going to be another one. Tries to get funky. Wants to go the reverse malarkey, but he's going to have egg on his face because it doesn't work. And sometimes, well, it's not good to get too sexy, because it can backfire, and it does. It's a simple catch for Singh, and the 2 Singhs combined. Amardeep Singh, the bowler, and Gurheb Singh takes the catch. And Alex Davidson-Soler, well, he does like to play some funky shots. He likes to play the the scoop sometimes. He likes to play the reverse, but this time it backfires. And when it comes off, it looks fantastic. But when it doesn't look good, and it's a long, lonely walk back for him. Thing is, though, and this is what Corey probably will be saying to him, there's times you play the shot because there's not a fielder there. And we see a lot of those opportunities. But when the man's there, you don't risk it. Amardeep Singh takes another. And another wicket does fall on Alec Davison Soler. Disappointment. He'll go for 2 of 2. Singh takes the easy catch. Amardeep takes another wicket. Now this will be interesting. I was saying yesterday that I'm really looking forward, and I said today earlier, looking forward to seeing Charlie Rumi out there. I think he batted very well yesterday. He was composed, relaxed. He didn't look to be flustered, even though he's a young man. And I think you've got 2 youngsters out there now. So Matthew Rahman and Charlie Rumi. Let's play it away. Just going to be the single. And I need a few boundaries here now. This rate is starting. I mean, have a look at the wind prediction now. That has changed. Remember, there was only probably about, what? Probably 3 overs ago with that. Where that was a 50-50. And look how quickly it's changed. This is all about the pressure that's being applied. And pressure being applied because Portugal had just starved Spain of boundaries. Played away, wants to take the single, but Portugal won't mind this at all. So, Matthew Rahman, 21, his birthday coming up on the 19th of February. And out there, of course, with Charlie. Charlie also another youngster. The 2 youngsters are going to have to do here. Charlie will turn 20 in May of this year. So we've got 21 and 19-year-old out there. So a young side, young squad. Now let's see how the 2 youngsters, how they fare here. 96 for 6. And Amardeep has caused all sorts of problems. Excellent bowling from him. And Portugal, after the first 4 overs, when they went behind, Spain were at that point, I think, went to about 67% favourite to go and win. They've come back brilliantly. Real good response. And it was, got to be said, it was the captain that started it. 4 runs off the over and 2 wickets. Amardeep, 3 for 12. Again, just singles. Tiki-taka, no I boom boom. And Spain at the moment, they're on a 2-cylinder tuk-tuk, but they need to up it. They need to change up into something with a little bit more vroom vroom and get going here. Ashu looking to cause a few more problems with his pace. It's well bowled, but playing down the wrong line really here. Matthew Rahman. Just having a look at the third. They've got the third pretty fine. If Ashu's going to be bowling this line and trying to draw Mati to those wide balls, they might even think about moving a bit wider. But Conrad Greenshields is also backward point. And well, this time, good help. Does have time. Well, they're taking on the throw. Ooh, direct could have been interesting, but doesn't pick this up cleanly. Good help. As a result of that, the batters do come back and double up. But even twos aren't going to do it from here. So just have a look at that. I mean, 12 the rate. It's still. Remember, if we were talking T10, we'd be thinking, it's easy, no problems. But they have lost those 6 wickets. And when you look at the batters to come, the question is whether those batters are capable of hitting the 2 or 3 boundaries that you're looking for. Now, bear in mind and remember, you know, I've already said the last boundary, the real boundary, was from in the 4th over. That was a 6 of Conrad Greenshields. Then after that, Shahidul Rahman, if you remember, fielded one off his own bowling and threw it past everybody for 4. That was the last boundary, that one. Since then, no boundary. And that's why they're in this situation at the moment. Are Espana. In the air and gone. As easy as that. As Rahul Kumar gets another. And yeah, look, not in the right spot. It just chipped up in the air. Disappointing exit for Charlie. Rumistovic will also depart. 3 of 4. Simple catch taken out in the deep. Hashu gets another one. Dhaval Kumar is the man that takes the catch. Now Spain, I'm not saying it's impossible, but they are running out of options here with somebody who can go out there and make a difference. Still got, look, I will say this, while Mati's out there, we saw him bat very well yesterday, and he's a good striker of the ball. Does like to go more on the leg side, so it's not going to be easy. But while he's there, there's hope as we see Christopher G. Willem Lopez come out at number 9. Number 7 and 9 out there. Hashu bowling with some real pace. And you can probably see, folks, why I like to see this guy with a new ball. You can hear Portugal saying, come on, guy, 3 more, that's all we need. So Portugal, 99% here now, looking to do what they did yesterday, start with a win. Oh, in trouble. Oh, brilliant bit of fielding. Brilliant bit of fielding from Najam Shazad. Really good. You see him there in the corner of your screen. Gets there, turns and throws straight away. And the captain has certainly stood up when his team needed. Spain 100 for 7 at the end of over number 14. Another very good over. 2 for 11, Hashu. Just 4 coming off that one. I'm just going to go through the over by over scores here for you. Okay, so start with over number 1, 5 runs. Over number 2 from Conrad Greenshields, 10 runs. Over number 3 from Hardy, 19. Over number 4 from Conrad, 11. And that's when I was, that 50 came up on the board after those 4 overs. And that's when I was saying that Portugal, they just looked a bit shaky. And I said, they've got to get this right here. There was a lot of wides, a lot of extras. And the captain, Najam Shazad, then said, right, enough is enough. I'm coming on a bowl over number 5. And then from there on in, there's not been an over that's gone over double figures once. So I'll tell you after this ball from Amandeep, which is just going to be another single. They're running hard. They might want to come back for 2. They're going to take on the arm, and they will get there because Gurheb not able to pick it up straight away. But so from the 5th over onwards, these are the over by over scores. 9, beg your pardon, 2, 9, 4, 7, 2, 5, 6, 7, 4, and 4. That is why Spain find themselves in this position. That's nicely played. Again, 2 to call, but watch out for the arm. Hardeep's got an arm on him, you know. And they do make it, though. Hustling are Espana. They got to hustle if they want to get there. Amandeep. Hasn't he bowled well? That's really good bowling. Let's have a look at this ball one more time. This is a bowler watching what the batter's doing, so wants to give himself some space. So Amandeep says, all right, I'll just follow you. I'm just going straight at your pads. I'm not going to give you the room that you want. Clever from Amandeep. All right, Marty. Rahman. got to try and go big. He's at the other end at the moment. That's clipped away. It's just going to be a single. The difference also, I think, between what we're seeing with Spain and Portugal when it comes to the spin. Portugal, after maybe seeing the spinner 1 or 2 overs, then attacked. We saw that. They did that with Charlie. They did that with Long Burns. Whereas Spain just haven't been able to do that with Amandeep. Taking it on. In comes the throw. And they will get a couple. Once again, one short. One short. One short is being signalled here by Stefan Gooch, so they will only get the one. And you can see there, you can see the batter, that's Lopez saying, was it me, was it him? Let's have a look. So, see this first one? Yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe it doesn't go past the line. Stefan Gooch just turn around and straight away he's there to signal one shot. So, he's saying that the bat there from Mati didn't go past the line. Got to get past the line. Touching the line is not enough, so only a single. Up in the air now. Will this be the long-awaited boundary? It will be. Finally, there is a boundary. And it's going to be 4 runs to Lopez. And the long wait of the boundary finally comes to an end. And we get that boundary. First boundary in very, very long time. As I mentioned, the last one was a comical one in over number 6 from Shahid Rahman. So you can see just how long we've had to wait. Almost 10 overs without a boundary. Match number 2 coming up. Remember, we've got 2 matches, 2 T20 friendlies between these 2 teams. 2 neighbours, of course, Portugal and Spain. So do stay with us. The next one will start in an hour's time from now. So it gives us and you a chance to have a quick break and then come straight back on this international Saturday. The Nelson on the board. Oh, back of the bat, get back, no run. Wants to try and get Matty on strike. By the way, Amandeep, what a great spell of bowling. 3 for 23, outstanding. Hashu to continue. That Yorker length, well bowled. Yeah, let's have a look at Hashu. We've been looking at some of the actions on the bowlers coming in. Good action, good follow through, good momentum. Probably just slows down a little as he approaches his delivery stride, but I've enjoyed watching him. He caught my eye yesterday. Tiki-taka, no hay boom boom. Y con tiki-taka no puede ganar, no puede ganar. You're at a point here now where I think two boundaries and over and no dot balls is what you're after here. No boundary so far here. And gone. There's that Yorker. Sensational bowling from Hashu. And that's what he can do. You know, as a batter, it's in the back of your mind that it's going to be short of a length. And then when he needs to, he gets it in there. And just hitting the off stick. There we go again. Jog the Hunter. Really good bowling. You can see Lopez trying to give himself a little bit of room. But the stumps get knocked over. And another one bites the dust. So that's the end of Lopez. He makes his way back. And that means that Murad Ali is the next batter. Lopez goes for 2. Or 5 balls cleaned up there by Hashu. So Portugal now, I think they'll be looking to take the last 2 wickets and get a comprehensive win. I think Hashu would probably like to give Murad Ali a little bit of his own medicine. What do you reckon? Murad likes to bang the ball in short. Swing and through, dot ball. So very much the same as what we saw yesterday. Remember the margin of victory between these two yesterday in the first match was 51 runs. Portugal clearly had the upper hand over Spain. It's going to be the end of the over. So Hashu keeping his performances looking pretty good, pretty slick. 3 for 13 of his 3 overs so far in Spain. 113 for 8 at the end of that, the 16th over. Only the 2 runs from it and another wicket for Hashu. Spain did come back well though yesterday. Like I say, they got beaten by 51 runs, 175 for 4. Portugal, Spain 124 for 9. But then they got a win over Portugal, going chasing 141, doing it with about 4 balls to go, I think it was. And then even though they were restricted to 130 in that all-deciding 3rd match, and they restricted Portugal to 107 all out with 3 balls to go of their 10. So Spain came back strong, and you'd expect them to do the same here again. But Portugal, I think Najam Shazad this time round will want to make sure that they stay switched on and focused. Now this is what I'm looking forward to seeing. This is Rahul Kumar. It's the first time we've seen him have a bowl. I believe it's an international debut for Rahul Kumar. He didn't play yesterday because he wasn't 100%. But good to see him on the field of play, and let's see how he goes. And let's see if he can support Amardeep Singh with the spin. Checking his field, and of course we always say what's very productive on the European Cricket Network is left arm spinners. The left armers do always tend to do well bowling left arm round. Matty. 66 required of 22. That's 18 and over. He's got to go here. Got to go. In the air, and it's going to go all the way. Well, there's some of the spectators. Watch out, watch out. There's a grizzly about coming your way. And picks it up well. That's where he likes to go. That's his areas. And, well, they're up and about. And, well, thankfully, that part of the ground, there's no crystal. Just a brick wall. Good afternoon to all of the spectators. Quicker this time, and just doesn't carry. Have a look at this from the camera behind the keeper. You see just drop short, but a quicker delivery. Kind of interesting sort of action. It's like a gentle walk. And then, yeah, just like a gentle walk, and all of a sudden he fires into action. And think about 2, but I think they're not going to get there. Remember, 18 and over required, so though 1 big 6 is good, you're looking at 3 of those and over. All right. Murad Ali will probably have a go. I know he can hit a good ball, Murad. I like to hit big straight. And he does hit it nice and straight. Is he going to get it in the gap? There's the pick up and there's the throw. And you're not going to take on that arm. Good fielder is Amardeep. And, first over done from Rahul Kumar. They're not the worst. 10 come from it. Which means that, of course, Portugal stay firmly in control. 123 for 8. So just a reminder, once this match is completed, there will be one more T20 match between these two after a short break, and that will commence at 1:15 as we take a look at the scorecard, and of course the new colours and graphics that everybody is loving, and me included, liking that. And well done to everybody involved. And changing the bowling. We'll see Gurheb Singh. Bowled very well in the first match yesterday, but I felt then after that Spain got used to him, got a liking to him. And he did bowl actually, he's bowling here from the tennis court end. Of course, none of the bowlers sort of bowled from this end yesterday, so it's all new. Everybody bowled because it was T10 from the paddle end. Takes the single, so gets the more dangerous and experienced Matty on strike. So that's the right thing, I think, Murad. Gurheb just making a change here. So to Matty, the third goes back on the boundary. Conrad Greenshield stays on the 45. And then on the offside boundary, you have a sweeper, Rahul Gumo, just bowled. Takes that spot. One thing we haven't talked too much about, I know we had the break, of course it was over the festive season. I know what I'm going to ask, and I know it's not quite the last match when we have random questions, so come on. Let's talk a little bit about unwanted gifts or strange gifts that you received over the festive season. And Monica Ramos, hello to you. Or maybe Monica, you can start things off as this one in the air and gone. And that is the wicket that they wanted. So now another one bites the dust. Matthew Roman hoiks out on 24. And that's the difference, you know. If we have when people talk about the difference T10, T20, one of the big differences is the boundaries. Yesterday, this is 6 runs. It's a big 6. Today, it's out. Matthew Roman, good contribution from him. It does get into the 20s. 24 off 17. But that's the end of him now. Another one bites the dust. Gurheb Singh does pick up a wicket, and now here it's interesting. Jafar Raza comes out. It's 9 wickets now down. Number 11 in. It's in the air and just gets it over the backward point. So I suppose this is now really, it's about seeing if you can survive the 20 as that over comes to an end. So you've got 2 overs to try and survive here. 12 deliveries, 125 for 9. Matthew Rahman, 24, he gets to before he departs. So 10 and 11 are now in. So yeah, any unwanted guests? Monica Ramos saying hello to Paul and to everybody else. And Monica saying, wishing me a lovely day. Muchas gracias, Monica. Y tú también. A little bit chilly now, actually. I think, where's Marzi? Where's Smiling Mars? I think another coffee request has to be coming in pretty soon. Just flicked off the pads, a little bit risky there. It's not one that you want to be missing, as Rahul tries to get that one to straighten up. Yeah, any of those, any strange and weird unwanted gifts did you get? I know that I always get my sister-in-law, God bless her. She knows that I like. I mentioned already, I do like spice. spicy stuff, even in the fondue there at Zurich. When we went out for a meal, I was adding the old chili sauce to my part of the fondue. But yeah, I always get like these chili chocolates, you know, hot chili chocolates, and like chili jams and things. But I love them. It's just if you come to my house and you see chocolates lying around, don't help yourself. Not that I don't want you to eat them. You can, but they're not the chocolates that you'd expect. Let's just put it that way. Asking the question, umpire says not out, and Stefan Gooch calls it a wide. And yeah, I think that foot probably does stay down there, so I think it's probably a pretty easy decision there for umpire Malik to make. That's played nicely, taking on the fielder. Najam Shahzad, direct hit. I think the bat just goes down in time. Najam, once again, I think he's over when he came on the ball, that over number 5. That made all the difference. Just slides the bat in time, gets it past the line, and makes it. It's a single. Yeah, just the way Kuma starts it. Just look, it's just like he's taking the dog for a walk. Just little walk. So come on, let's go, walkies. There we go, walkies. And then at the last moment, gets the ball through and gets a dot ball in there. That's the end of his second, and that's the last that we'll see from him in this contest. But you can see why he's in the side, to give Amandeep a bit of support in the spin department. So 129 for 9s. It's going to be a very good, comfortable victory this for Portugal. So they'll start as they did yesterday, with a win under their belt. Question is, will they be able to maintain that, and will they be able to control the response that comes from Spain? Because I'm pretty sure that Corey will be pumping up the guys to come out stronger in the next match. Gurdeep Singh, risky, and that I think is out. It is. That is the end of the innings. Stefan Gooch gets it spot on, direct throw, and that is the end of the proceedings. Spain will not bat out the 20 overs. They are bowled out for 129 with 5 balls to go. Pick up and throw, and that is the end of that. Really well done. And, well, handshakes and high fives all around. But this is the way the match came to an end. Pick up, throw, adios, baby. Well, number 13, Amandeep Singh, has been spot on. And I'll tell you what, with his bowling, his little contribution with the bat, and his fielding, he took a great catch, don't forget, to remove Gurwinder Singh Bajwa. And now he's in the action with the run out. Direct hit. And that is your lot. So Spain, they're going to get beaten here by 51 runs. Now, would you believe it? I'm going to double check. I'm sure I told you this earlier. Yes, it's exactly the same margin that they lost to they lost to Portugal yesterday by 51 runs. So, but yesterday, remember what happened? They came back strong, and that's what they're looking to do here as we have a look at these highlights. Well, that one could have gone anywhere, Hardeep, but really, I think the first 4 overs, Hardeep Singh and Conrad Greenshields really didn't get it right, especially the second over that they bowled. And at that time, Portugal, they were looking a little bit rugged. Spain were well on top. They had the 50 up on the board already in the first 4 overs. And you knew that they needed to do something different, and they did. The captain came on, And Amandeep Singh took a great catch. That was the end of Bajwa. And then pretty soon it was also going to be the same for Martinez, who would go as well. This time a pretty easy catch. Then this was comedy because that was the last boundary that we would see for about 9 overs when Shahidul Rahman picked up the ball and threw it past everybody for 4. And then that was a great catch on Conrad Greenshields. Really well captured there by 2 Circles with the Stronger Together banner in the background. And then wickets just kept falling one after another. That was a little bit of an unfortunate one, I think. We have seen that plenty of times. Very difficult one for the umpire to see. That was a good catch. And Najam Shahzad, I've said that really perhaps player of the match is Amandeep Singh for me, but Najam Shahzad will have a good shout in there as well. You know, I think the way that he responded as a captain was fantastic. The way he bowled and changed things up. But this man here, Amandeep, we saw him take a good catch, but then also it was in the wickets as well. And then it's pretty handy when you got somebody like this guy as well, Rahul Kumar Hashu, to come on to bowl. He's got some serious pace, and I think he will continue to poise problems for the Spanish batters. Good catch there by Shahidul Rahman right on the boundary. And then right at the end, Amandeep Singh flying into action as he propels this one forward. And it's the run out, and that is the end as Murad Ali gets run out. And Portugal, by the same margin of runs that they did yesterday, win by 51 runs. But they'll be looking to keep that going as we have a look at the scorecard. But remember, as we look at this, we will be back in around about 40 minutes for the second and final match of this Saturday. Another T20 friendly between these two. But quick look there. It started pretty well. Govinda Singh Bajwa once again giving them a good start. Took a good catch to remove him. But once he went, it wasn't long before it was Najam Shahzad that got the other opener. As Danny Martinez would also go. And then nobody really got going. Ravi Panchal looked like he was getting set for a big innings. He would get out to a great catch from Conrad Greenshields. And then really, Portugal just kept chipping away and getting the wickets that they wanted. Talking about wickets, let's have a very quick look then at the bowlers here. And once again, Amandeep Singh 3 for 23, really well bowled. And but that was after Najam Shahzad really started things in the 2 overs that he bowled, 2 for 6. And Rahul Kumar Hashu, very good bowling from him as well, 3 for 13. So congratulations to Portugal. They win match number 1 of 4 in this T20 friendly international series. Match number 2 coming up in, like I say, about 40 minutes time. So we'll take a short break now. Teams will have a little bit of lunch and we'll be right back for the second match at 1:15 Hasta pronto, mi family. Volvemos en más o menos 40 minutos.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello viewers and welcome back for the second T20 international friendly between the home side Portugal and Spain. The first one went very much the way that Portugal would want it to go. In fact, it was exactly the same as what happened yesterday in the T10 internationals. Portugal winning the first match by 51 runs. But then we know what happened afterwards. Portugal then lost their way a little bit and Spain came back strong and won the next two matches and won that T10 international series. And Spain will be looking to do the same thing here again. Can they level the series here today and then come back tomorrow to try and get another victory over the Portuguese? It's going to be an exciting match. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Portugal to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It is tails.
We're going to have a bat.
Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Spain have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Lon Burns, then the captain of Spain, winning the toss and deciding this time they will have a bat first. I like that move. I think it's a positive move. And I think Spain will be looking to do exactly what Portugal done in match number one. So once again, I think that Gurinder Singh Bajwa is going to be key. Powerful left-hander, has always given Spain a good start, but it's keeping that momentum going. That's important. I think Danny Long Martinez will be looking to combine well with him. Remember, they did that well in the second T10 yesterday. These two put a good partnership together and, well, set and laid a good foundation for Spain to go on and put a big score on the board and go on and win that match. But other batters will have to make a contribution. I think the captain himself, Lorne, will be hoping that is a better match for him. In the last match, his bowling didn't go to plan, and also he was a little bit unlucky to get out a little bit cheaply. He'll want to go well this time. Maybe some of the other batters have to also get in and get the scoreboard ticking. But one thing that they really missed was hitting boundaries, and I think that's why they fell short. The boundaries that never came. Remember, they went for a period of almost 10 overs where they didn't hit a single boundary. So a lot of work to do there. But with the ball, I think their spinners will once again be key. I'm expecting to see another good performance from someone like Majid-ur Rahman, and maybe Murad Ali will be once again pretty key with the pace. But again, all of those spinners coming into play can certainly make things difficult for Portugal. Portugal themselves, well, they'll be looking to do the same again. This time, the bowling. Their bowling, you can see the dramatic change in their attack by having someone like Amardeep Singh as the spinner coming in. His 3 wickets were wonderful. They also have Rahul Kumar, who looked pretty good. We saw him bowl a couple of overs there at the end. But of course, it's the pace. The pace of Hashu was really good there again. And then Najam Shahzad, the captain, seems to be using himself in pockets of play, but he is making a difference. One thing that I've loved about being here in Porto is the way this ground has played. Yesterday, of course, we saw all the action, all the bowlers bowling from one end, and that was this end here, which we call the paddle end, because we've got the paddle courts behind us here. And then, of course, today we saw action and the bowlers coming from the tennis court end as well. But let's talk about this wicket. It is, of course, an artificial surface. Well, one thing I think this surface has that some of the other artificial wickets that we've been to is genuine bounce. I think the ball, because of the type of surface it is with the seamers, is coming through quite often on an artificial track. When the ball is banged in, it tends to hold up and batters tend to play a little bit too early. But I think on this wicket, we've seen the ball coming through. Batters have had to react. And I think that's why the pace bowlers like Murad Ali and like Rahul Kumar, Hashu are getting the ball to come through and causing some problems. And even the likes of Majid-ur Rahman for Spain is bowled really well on it. So I think we've got a very exciting second match coming up. Join me back in the commentary position and I'll give you some more news about the two teams. Hello everybody and welcome back. I hope you've had a nice spot of lunch, dinner or breakfast depending where you are. Well, you can see where we are. We're at the magnificent Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club. Those are the views surrounding us. It's a little oasis. If you tried to find this place and didn't know where it was, you would not find it. I guarantee it. It's tucked away behind some apartment blocks. There's a little, a nice driveway to it, which is enclosed by a gateway. You wouldn't know it exists, but once you get in here, wow, it's an oasis, and it takes you back in time as well. I can tell you that. Anyway, we're not back in time. We're right here, right now, coming to you live from the Porto Cricket Club, ready for the second T20 international friendly between Portugal and Spain. The home side, 52% to 48 favourite this time around. So a little bit of a change around. It was about 57% for Spain in the last, but with Portugal getting that win, it's they that are now the favourites. The two umpires who have done a fantastic job. There they are. The men in black have made their way out into the middle. And that, of course, is umpire Kroot this time. And Naeem Malik, Stefan Gooch will be the third umpire. And the players take the field of play. And as you saw from the coin toss, that this time around it is Spain that have won the toss and elected that they will have a bat first. So welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go and ready to see some more action on an overcast, cloudy and a little bit chilly day here in Porto, in Portugal. But hey, you know, we were talking food, and I did mention the old piri-piri sauce and the churrasco chicken. Well, guess what we had for lunch? Yeah, you bet. Some chicken with the lovely rice and the old piri-piri splashed on. So I'm hot and spicy, and I am breathing fire at the moment. So we're ready to go. Keeping myself warm. That's what you need to do. It is a bit chilly. This time yesterday, the sun did start to filter through where I am on this balcony. Room number 7 at the clubhouse. It is really weird. I don't think I've ever... I've often thought this. We've been to locations, Bulgaria's one actually, where there's a lot of apartments which overlook the ground, and I often say, it would be great if we could set up in there. I never knew it would happen. Here I am talking to you from the balcony of an apartment, and it's very nice too. I got Imans and Yanis in behind me as well from Two Circles. Yanis is up there in... Gunners, I should say, is up there in the tower. He's he's drew the short straw, but at least he hasn't got the sun to contend with, which was making it a bit of a nightmare for him yesterday. But we're ready to go, ready for the action, and first ball coming up, and it will be Shahidul Rahman to open up, bowling from the tennis court end, and short and wide, I believe. Umpire having a look. And there's the wide call. So took a while to get into his rhythm in that last match, this Shahidul Rahman. But going with Rahman here to start off with, and as opposed to Hardeep Singh. A couple of changes. Spain have got Manav Nayak coming into the side to see how he goes. And Portugal look unchanged. And welcome back to everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday wherever you are. Yeah, so Lopez being rested for this one. Lopez only bowled 2 overs actually. He bowled very well, but a swipe swap. Once young spinner for another. Short, and doesn't really get this one away at all, does Martinez. No change in the 2 openers for Espana. Gurinder Singh Bajwa and Danilo Martinez are the 2 openers again, and they'll be hoping to do exactly what they did yesterday after losing the first match. And so far it's really very much a repeat of yesterday. I know it's a different format, but yesterday Spain lost the first one by 51 runs. I think a little bit of spray being administered there to Martinez as he doesn't get that one away. Shahidul Rahman starts with a couple of short deliveries, one down the leg side. And now this time it's right in the block hole. It's well dug out. Rahul Kumar doing the fielding. Looking forward to seeing a little bit more of his spin in this innings as well. Habib Khan, hello to you, saying Portugal must win. We shall see. Portugal will want to win, but Spain, well, they always hit back hard. We know that. I could see some kids enjoying themselves to the left of me in the kids' play area. No run this time. Gurinder plays it out onto the off. Para. No ya está. No hay nada. Yeah, it's great. I just had a very quick wander downstairs. Of course, you saw the time has changed slightly from 1:15 to 1:30, just to give the players a little bit more time to have their lunch. Doesn't get this one right, slices it off. Oh, a bit of a glaring misfield there from Natim Hassan, but fortunately, good job seeing covering. And how important it is to get that follow through coming through. Rahman. And oh, it's a good stop, wide ball. This was the issue, wasn't it, with Portugal's bowling in that last match. The first 4 overs was a little bit erratic. And Conrad Greenshields and Hardeep Singh were struggling. Once again, the same issues, I think, with this left and right combination. And it was only once we saw the back of them that Portugal really started to put a strong hold on the match. Oh, that's even wider. So it's almost every time the extra effort is being put in from the bowlers that they're starting to stray. That's very good work from Kuldeep once again. And Conrad just having a little chat there with Shaidu and saying, hey, come on. Right, now this could be the first real chance. And taken. And that's the wicket, and disappointment for Martinez, not really being able to get going here today. And Shaidur Rahman, well, just sticks to his plan, that shorter, heavy ball, gets this one right. Martinez gets this all wrong. This guy's up in the air, and the first thing you can see there, Dhaval Kumar, who's taken a few catches, whips the hat off and takes the catch. And there we go, just not the right shot to play, really. Had no control over that at all, and safe hands. Dhaval Kumar holds on to it. So early breakthrough for Portugal. Martinez out for 1 or 3 balls. Rahman gets the breakthrough. Ball to go in the first over. Let's play cricket stronger together. That's the banner, that's the motto, that's what we want. Let's get that vibing all across Europe and get more and more people playing the game that we all love. Rahman. That's nicely played. Reaches for this, and it's going to not get to the boundary. Well chased by Amardeep Singh. Now Ravi Panchal gets off the mark. He made a good start in the last match, did Ravi. Got himself to 11 before he lost his wicket, trying to go for that big shot down the ground. And Conrad Greenshields actually took a really good catch when he was trying to punch one through in the offside. Cut the ball away. End of the first over, and 9 for 1. And, this is the tour of Portugal, of course. It's the 3 days that we have here at the Porto Cricket Club, and then after that we'll go cross country all the way up to Coimbra for the night series, and looking forward to that. Phil G will be talking you through the action, and of course that will be combined with the cricket coming from Malta, so you'll be spoilt. And the 4 matches from Malta and the 2 from Portugal, 6 matches per day. As I said, there's going to be a bumper-packed season. Plenty of action and excitement along the way. And of course, the new look Western Shield, can't wait for that. And pretty soon we'll be able to share some more information on that with you. Maybe the teams, some more graphics, And remember, 4 teams now involved. Bigger and stronger. Ronald Kuma only bowled the 2 in the last one. He's coming on the bowl here. He's got an unusual action. He's sort of, I said at the time, it's like he's saying, come on, walkie time. It's like he's taking the dog for a walk, and then all of a sudden he springs into action. And you'll see what I mean at the moment. And, well, he's still wearing those dark shades. There is no sun, I can guarantee you that. It's cup of tea time. Thank you very much to Diana Horrors, ECN photographer. And, of course, I'll just thank Diana for helping me out doing those brilliant introductions for the first 2 days here. I hope you've enjoyed them. And if you haven't had a chance to see them all, go back to the beginning of the day. And you'll see a little bit of the city. You'll see a little bit of the clubhouse. And also, thanks to Taylor's Port, we did also venture into the cellars of Taylor's, thanks to Andy, who took us around from Taylor's Port, and it was very, very educational. Darts in, Yorker length, well, overcommits, does the batter. No need from that. He does do this a fair bit, Govinda Bajwa. And sometimes, though, it will just cause him issues. Ravi Panchan's already been run out on this tour. He won't want that again. Oh, that's a little bit too full. I think it's okay on the height. It was about just below the waist. Just one that just come out right. You see here, it's kind of on the way down. Field now needs to change as Govinda Bajwa does get on strike. Amardeep Singh, didn't he bowl well in the last matches? Rahul Kumar preferred to turn his arm over before Amardeep this time. Goes for it and gets it. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and gradually gets past the boundary rope. Then Hardeep Singh is inside the 30-yard circle. They're opting to have long on back, as opposed to both straight back fielders. And obviously they've got, not that I can see, because the boundary is, can't see the boundary rope in front of me because of the roofs of the clubhouse, but we've got a fielder on that leg side boundary as well, mid-wicket. Short, in the air, nobody back there as well. This one is stoppable, will be stopped as the batters will come back for 2. I think that's the reason, because of this very soft outfield. Remember, there was a lot of rain before we got started here, and Wednesday was very wet. Rained all Wednesday. Thursday was drying out period. So the ground is soft. So that's probably a reason why probably 25 to, easy 25 to another 40 runs less in this format that you would normally imagine, because a lot of balls not going to the boundary. That's short. Firmly hit, just for a single. Gibbon Naidu saying, Forza Portugal. A lot of afternoon support for Portugal here. Paul Kempin saying afternoon to me. Good afternoon to you, Paul. Well, this one I think probably going to be a leg bye. Yeah, leg buys. The bowler holds his head as he thought he was going to get one through here. Let's have a look, see what excited Kumar here. I think, yeah, if it was straighter, it certainly would have been worth a shout, but he does stray down the leg side. Over comes to an end with that leg bye. 18 then for 1. So going at 9s at the moment. They started, in fact, better than this in the last match. 4 overs, the 50 was up, but then it all went pear-shaped. And they're going to have to be wary here, Spain. They know that Portugal saw that in the last match. They can change it up when they have to. Rahman will continue. And trying to really use that advantage, the left arm advantage to his favour, to try and get that ball to go right across the right-handers. So trying to give it a bit of width. Trying to see if he can get that ball to just come back, nip back a little bit as well. Something that Murad Ali, beg your pardon, Jafar Azhar was able to do. Oh, that's a big wild swing from Bajwa. Hello to what's up? Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the X. Hope you're all enjoying the start of our season. We had a long break, but we are back in the air now. This one, can he get there? Oh, tremendous. Absolutely brilliant. What a catch. Well, matches are won by moments like this. And that is a great catch from Najam Shahzad, who is having a wonderful time out there in the middle. And he really had to get a move on to get here. And I thought this was going to clear him, but he's a tall man and he's got big reach. And he reaches out, or maybe he's got hands the size of buckets, because that's what was needed. And he takes the catch wonderfully down. Look at Conrad. Well, look at those two men that have really seen cricket grow in Portugal over the time. Two key players combining together in a huddle, because they know they're just taking the big wicket there off a very dangerous batter. Gurvinder Singh Bajwa goes for 8 of 7. Thanks to that great catch. And Najam Shahzad, he just keeps on going, doesn't he? Keeps on going. Really good catch. Well taken. And taking the single. Risky one, actually. Oh! I tell you, there's a lot of oohs there, because Adnan Tahir was running into the danger end here, and if this hit, I think he would have been out. I really do. Let's have a look here. Oh, yeah, he was gone, wasn't he? Oh, that's a good-looking shot. Fielder's got work to do here. Does wonderfully well. Really good bit of fielding. Comes across. Gets a slide in. Gets behind the ball. It's a nice-looking shot. We know that Ravi does play this drive really well, but that's really well done. Excellent work. So, Ral Kumar Hashu. So whipped away, work to be done here. Should be looking for 2. Ravi very quick in between the wickets. Superb athlete. End of the over. Another good over, another wicket. 2 for 14 now for Rahman, Spain. 23. But have lost now those 2 wickets. 3 of that over from Rahman. So Rahman, as we were saying, I think in the last match, just continues to improve. A lot of people in the chat appreciating that catch. It really was a good catch. It's one of those which you see a lot of fielders think, it's over me, and you sort of gently trot just to try and catch up with the ball. But Najam Shahzad felt he could get there, and his anticipation and execution of that catch was wonderful. Really was. I don't know if you guys and girls can hear the seagulls in the microphones. There's a story to tell about the seagulls. I was speaking to Prem, and Prem, if you are listening, I want to say a big thank you to Prem, who is one of the main organisers here, a big part of the cricket section, and he's worked very hard to get things going here. But there's those seagulls I'm talking about as well. Gone. Horrible shot. This really is not a good shot at all from Ravi Panchal, and he's going to get bowled here by Kumar. But I think he just played this down the wrong line. Now, we'll have to see it again, whether this ball comes in a long way or not, but I just think it's a badly executed shot. And Rahul Kumar will pick up a wicket here. Oh, they're happy bunnies at the moment. Yeah, that is not a good shot at all. And Ravi Panchal will have a look at this and knows that's not good. And you got to remember there, I mean, I don't think worth watching in here. If that goes through to the keeper and those bails get taken off, he's going to be out stumped as well because that foot never gets past the line. Another one goes. Disappointment for Ravi Panchal. And goes for 6 of 8. But yeah, back to Seagulls. When I was talking to Prem did say the pitch out there, you saw me talking about the pitch just before the start of this match. Newly laid, and it always has to be covered because, I'll tell you after this ball, just nicely guided away this time by Lorne Burns, who has joined Adnan Tahir out there. Yeah, so the Seagulls can sense the insects, the worms, I guess, underneath the pitch, because of course they all probably gather under there, think they're safe, and they actually sort of dig in through the pitch to get their grub, to get their lunch, to get their dinner, and that then obviously ruins the pitch. So now the pitch, you'll always see it, no matter what the weather, always is covered to stop those seagulls getting in there. And he told me the story, and then once we finished last night, because we were doing a few bits and pieces around the ground, and the amount of seagulls that appeared from nowhere. I mean, once again, as I've told you, the pitch itself was covered, but yeah, they were destroying the pitch in the air. Is this one going to be safe? Yeah, this one falls in between Conrad Greenshields and Rahul Kumar. Hashu, there he is, Hashu, bless you. Now, we had that yesterday. Burns gets a little bit lucky. I feel that Spain in this match are having the approach to be a bit more assertive. I think they will probably thinking back to that almost 10-over period without a boundary and thinking, right, we've got to be a little bit more aggressive. And I seem to be sensing that a little, maybe from the shot played there from Bajwa and also from Ravi Panchal, and that one there from the captain, Lorne Burns. But yeah, there's risk involved as well. Over comes to an end. 4 completed. 27 for 3. And Rahul Kumar conceding only the 4 in this one. And has figures of 1 for 12. And interesting now whether Portugal do what they did in the first match, whether they make a change or not. Remember, in the first match, it was kind of forced to do it with neither Hardeep Singh or Conrad Greenshields really doing a job for the side. But with Rahman and Kumar going well, I think there's an opportunity here for Najam Shahzad to say, well, until Spain take a liking to them, keep them on. And that's exactly what he's doing. Here comes Rahman again. Catching opportunity, and oh, well, Najam Shahzad, I reckon he needed to go for this with 2 hands. He goes with 1 hand, pops it up in the air. Yeah, he knows it. Look, he's saying I should have gone for 2. And then he can't get it on the way back down. So that's luck. Big luck. Watch this. Yeah, he should have gone 2 hands. And then opportunity miss. He is human after all. Shahidul Rahman knows he had the opportunity. Adnan Tahir gets a life. And will he make it count? Yeah, interesting. He just goes with 1 hand. He looks like he wanted to take the jalebi catch. But the thing is, if you don't eat jalebis, you're not going to take them. There's no jalebis here in Porto, you know, not that I found. Yeah, jalebi aaj khadiya hundiya na, phal lena siga. Nahi khadiya, hath chip nahi karda. Kachigia Thalle. And that could be a big moment. Could be a big moment. Tahir dropped on 5. It's nicely played. It'll just be a single and making the batter Tahir rush. You can hear the microphones on the pitch there, not just picking up the Seagulls, but also some of the players, and you can hear one or two of the Portugal players saying, "Come on, guys, no calling. There's no calling." I think they're referring that to the batters, trying to put pressure on the batters. They're not calling. They're not sounding like they're confident. Rahman, 2 for 17, knows he could have had 3. That's good full delivery. This time no run. That's the one man you don't want to take on is Amardeep Singh, 13 on the back, and if you take a chance against him, it will be unlucky. Hello to John Gray. He's saying, welcome back to me, and another exciting year of ECN cricket. Yeah, John, great to have you back, and Chris Smith. And Chris Smith asking, have they done any work on that Stadium Municipal there? Miranda de Corvo, of course, he's referring to Coimbra, where that night series will be. Well, that's high up in the air. Gear, shaka, boom, shaka, boom, boom, lugya. That's right on the roof of the, well, part of the clubhouse here. I think you'll probably see a few members taking cover, and it ends up on the roof. That's a great pickup from Burns. Strays down the leg side, and that goes all the way. Crash, bang, boom. 6 runs. Straying down the leg. He has strayed down that leg a few times, but hasn't been punished. Gets punished this time. Drops this and runs, and Amardeep fires it in. Backed up there comfortably by Rahul Kumar, who probably, or will he hold on to ball and have a bowl? He's having a look at his captain, and his captain says, well, if you want it, you can have it. And Rahul Kumar says, here you go, umps, take me cap. I'm having it. 36 for 3. Yeah, was that opportunity now to remove and then to hear on 5? So it'll be disappointed. Yeah, well, the question was, of course, about the Miranda, the Corbo cricket ground there in Coimbra. Well, that's because we will be going there on the 3rd of February for the night series. I think the last time we were there, in answer to that question there from Chris, was that the weather, etc., very hot that time of year, meant that it was difficult to keep the grass looking nice and lush and etc. But I think now, from what I'm told, it's looking nice and lush. Some work has been done on the ground, and I think it's going to be a very good series. I look forward to it. I certainly will be tuning in. Probably not on the 3rd. I'll be making my travels back. That's going to be a wide, but how many? It could be all the way. I think it will be all the way. I think that's going to be a minimal. And for those of you who are new to European cricket, you'll know that 6 is a maximo, which is 6 runs, and then, well, 1 less. Then 6 is 5, and we call that a minimo. That's 5. And not a good delivery. Well, maybe Ajam Shazad is probably thinking, maybe I should have said, have a break. That's not a good delivery. Gets through everybody. Kuldeep standing up, couldn't stop it. It goes all the way to the boundary. That's close, you know. That is close. It's worth a shout. In fact, it's not just close, it's out. Adnan Tahir planted that foot right in front. And as soon as that's hitting the pad, I thought he was in trouble. Unlike in the fact that Krup Patel, the umpire, has taken a long time to make the decision. I like that. He processes it all in his head, and he's saying to himself, is it straight? Is it pitching on? Is it going to hit? And I think when you see this again, yes, is the answer to all of these. That, I think, is plumb. And I think Adnan Tahir knows it because he's looking back, and once the finger goes up, there's no arguments from him. He just hasn't been able to get going. Here we saw bright spells from Adnan Tahir in Barcelona when Corey introduced him to the setup with him in mind for the longer format of the game. He just hasn't been able to deliver here. And it's another wicket. Well, after bowling that Gandhi ball that went for 5 wides, he comes back. He makes amends. And that's the best way to apologise to your captain. Come back with the wicket. And he has. So another one goes to here. A run of ball 7. LBW. I think that's the first LBW that we've had, you know. I think that's the first LBW off our 2025 season. Somebody can go back and check that. I know somebody will, but I think it is, you know. And it's Rahul Kumar who gets it. Goes for that Yorker delivery. And that one gets dug out by Alec Davidson. Soler, who now, I think he's an exciting batter. I think we'll see if he gets a chance to play the ramp and the reverse, he will. That sort of player. I think Lorne Burns is exactly the same. This should be, I think the Spanish are hoping, an exciting partnership between these two batters. That one's just a little bit quicker. Gets respected. The difference a little bit of spin makes. There was no spin on offer for Portugal yesterday, and I think that was a weakness. Here they are, Rahul Kumar in the wickets. We saw Amardeep Singh also. Amardeep Singh's a very interesting spinner. Those of you that saw the last match would have seen that he can certainly whip the ball in. I like it that from Christopher Ward. Oh dear. Well, sometimes the age is a factor. Conrad Greenshields, a few years ago, when he was a spring chicken, he got down and picked this one up. But at the age of 41, in the second day of competition, let's just say the body doesn't move quite the way you'd like to. Having said that, he did take a wonderful catch in the last match, so don't let that fool you. Great over from Kumar. It started off with the 5 wide, but the way he came back with just another 3 runs only from it. 8 come from it, but he does take another wicket. And you can see that after 6 overs, Spain struggling a little, 44 for 4, but it's a long format. 2 batters get in, and a change can definitely happen. Hello, Dr. De Soto. Happy 2025, he's saying to the European cricket family. And saying that from Adelaide, Australia. He is in Melbourne today, though, he says. Genuine edge gets beaten here. As Shadul Rahman will bowl himself out. Well, I should say the captain will ask him to bowl himself out. Looking to see if he can get that 3rd wicket that he probably should have had. And it's his captain that he has to blame for not taking it. That's a nice looking shot. Gets it past the close infielder there in covers, but there is support and backup. It's very much a field that worked very well for Portugal in the last match. Now Portugal here now, they just got to keep working away, trying to restrict. I mean, at the moment, Spain probably struggling to, I think, get to that 150 mark. Expected score about 133. That's over the top and just plugs. I don't think there's 2 on here. That would have been a bit suicidal. Conrad sees it lob him, then sees the ball just plug in the ground, and that's what the batters were thinking too. They thought it was going to get away a little bit, but it doesn't. I want to talk a little bit about I've heard a lot about Porto's Riviera district and its colourful houses. Somebody said to me, I know most of you know, was resided in the UK for a long time, and I went to a place called Bath, and that had lots of colourful houses. That's a really good shot. Lovely shot. The old uppercut And Lorne Burns places beautifully. It's going to be 4 runs. I think Lorne here, he'll cherish this opportunity. He's got time to bat. He knows that. He wants a partner to stay out there with him. He's hoping that Alec Davison-Soler is the man. That is a really good shot. A little bit of extra bounce. You see a bit more effort put into that ball there from Shadil Rahman. But Lorne, he rocks back and he plays it quite beautifully. 4 runs. Yes, and a lot of people said to me that this Riviera district is very much the same. And it is, you know, colourful houses, narrow alleyways, and a lively atmosphere. Taking it on. Can't pick it up cleanly, Conrad. 1 run. And it is, of course, the Riviera district, a UNICEF World Heritage Site, and has been since 1996. The neighbourhood sits along the riverbank and is the heart of the city's old town, where you'll find historic buildings, charming cafes and stunning views of the Douro River. And of course that's where myself and some of the crew went last night to have a tour of the Taylor's. It's going to be okay, says the umpire. Dot ball, end of the over. 50 did come up in that one. And 52 is the score for 4. So yeah, we went into Taylor's Port and got shown around. But it really is, I mean, even at that time of night, a very vibrant city, very busy. And I said before, it does remind me very much of like York. Those of you not the UK that have been to York, where you've got the cobbled streets, a little bit like even in Spain, where I'm from. There's some parts of Spain like that. Cartagena, the old port of Cartagena, is very much the same. So they're going at just over the 7 at the moment. It's not an issue really at the moment. The wickets could be, but a partnership changes everything. It's basically the way that Portugal were going themselves in the first match. They were going at 7s and then got the acceleration gradually in towards the end. So Spain will know it's all about partnerships. That's what it is. Partnership required. Though at the moment they're given a 30% chance. Raul Kumar will also come on and finish his spell off. So they've stuck with, and yeah, I think it's perfectly understandable here. 2 bowlers have bowled well. There hasn't been a single over that's gone over double figures. 4 wickets have fallen, so you stick with what's working. And that's why you can see that Raul Kumar will also get his spell out the way. And I think the way things are going here, Najam Shazad, though he may be thinking about perhaps going with Hardeep and maybe 2 bit of pace, maybe he sticks to the same. Maybe he keeps the pace coming from one end and sprint for the other. Go straight to Amardeep, and maybe you've got a choice, haven't you? I mean, you've got Hardeep who could come on here, or of course you've also got Hashu. So that could be the plan, spin for one end. That'll be interesting to see. I mean, Hashu bowled very well from the tennis court end, so they'll probably, if they want to keep spin at this end, they'll go with Hashu from tennis court end, and I would say Amardeep Singh from the paddle end, because that's what worked well in the last match. I don't think you want to change that. Whereas Hardeep Singh did bowl from the paddle end. That's a good shot. It's a slog sweep, and it will go all the way. Bolle. Ginna Sona Lorne Burns. That's another fine shot from him. He's picking this leg side length very well, and as soon as he sees that ball is straying on the legs, he's onto it pretty quickly. That's a good shot. And of course, the difference between that one and the one that maybe something that was attempted there by Tahir is that it's not straight. It's down. It's slightly down the leg side, so he knows he can put his pad out there and sweep it away. Good shot. Guma this time though goes a little bit quicker and outside the off, but still gets worked away for a single. Yeah, so the Riviera district here in Porto, quite stunning, really is. It reminded me a little bit of my time once on a cricket tour to Copenhagen. Very much the same along the river riverbank there, the colourful houses. And the colourful houses, well, the houses, forget the houses. This is over the houses and into the field because it's another short delivery. And this time is Alex Davidson-Soler that decides to get funky. That's a good shot as well. Rocks back. It's short, it's hit hard, and it prompts a field change. That's a good shot. It wasn't that short when you look at it. He has to rock back, and he gets the power in the shot. Of course, Alex Davidson-Soler, brother of Andrea. Hello, Andrea, if you are watching, and hello to any of the women cricketers that might be tuning in. No to the second. Partnership continues, and also the end of this partnership between Shahidur Rahman and Rahul Kumar. So we'll see new bowlers now. Both of them, I think they'll be relatively happy with what they've done here. Both have taken 2 wickets, 2 for 31 for Rahman and 2 for 36 for Rahul Kumar. 68 for Spain. That over a little bit more expensive because there's 2 big 16 coming off it. Thing is, though, he's got away with it, hasn't he? I think to a degree, as Kumar. And, they've seen him bowl all 4 overs, but it's only that last one really they've gone over after him. It's the first over that's gone over double figures. It's the most expensive over so far, and it's the 8th over. So Spain, you can see that they are looking to get going here. Lawn Burns, remember, he did miscue one, which he got lucky with, but I do feel that the captain is feeling they've got to be looking to be a little bit aggressive. They can't get into a shell and just block out or just take singles and forget about taking boundaries. If you hit boundaries, you win matches. Here's the change then. Hashu does come in from the tennis court end, and straight away he's on the money with that pace. Now, Lawn, one thing, I know Lawn pretty well. Lawn will look at the field here. He's probably seen that the man on the 45, or what you say, fine leg is inside. So he may fancy ramping here, you know, if he gets the right length. He plays the shot pretty well and effectively. Oh, how is this missed? How is this missed? Well, you can see and understand what Kuldeep Gulai is thinking. How does this ball not hit any of the stumps? It cleaned him up, and it's gone over the stumps. How is this missed? I mean, look at this. Oh, it's too good, wasn't it? It was too good. Back to the live action. Ouch. I think that catches a bit of the thumb there of Hashu. I think Burns happy to get back on the board here. Think about, you notice about Burns, I mean, we do know that he does like to play, give himself a bit of room and hop across if he can and play on the leg side. So he's always looking to do that. But I think when you get that little extra yard of pace, something what Hashu can bring, then it's very difficult to play that way. And you can see that he's going to have to change his style a little bit. Alex Davidson, Soler and Lawn Burns, very similar the way they play. This is actually now Lawn who's on strike now. So let's see if he will try and get funky. That's too wide, I think. Yeah, it is a wide ball. Does get Burns chasing it. I want to say good afternoon to Tim Harmer, who joins in the chat. He said these buildings remind him of Cromwell Road and at Sussex. It's guided away, but doesn't get past hardly. I wonder if, I mean, bear in mind that most of the seamers from both the sides, really, Hashu here, Rahman, Murad Ali, Raza, have performed well from the tennis court end. Only Hardeep Singh came from the paddle end. I wonder if he will also fancy having a go from this end, where the seamers have been more successful. And we'll get to good aggressive running, putting the pressure on the fielder. It was enough where Rahul Kumar wasn't able to take it cleanly. Amandeep Singh was doing the backing up. Batters will take 2. Not a lot in it. If you're the old computer that's deciding the percentages, 58 to 42 in favour slightly of Portugal. Well, this one was probably going to continue to go over the head of Soler. He's not the tallest. He's a pretty short chap, is Alec. And that was banged in, but I think he spoils what would have been a wide here by getting a bat onto ball. He will take the single. It means that 9 overs are complete. And Spain are, well, just ticking along. This partnership was important. Remember, we lost that wicket in that 6th over. So these two now just coming together. They put around, coming up to about 30 on. Looking pretty good, looking comfortable. They've got started, and this is the key thing now. They have got started, and now it's like, all right, we're in, we've got started. You want to see out this over from Amandeep, I think. You've got drinks coming up, and then you start again. So this gets a crucial over, and it's Amandeep who's going to bowl. So very much what I suspected that Najam Shazad would do. Hasn't bowled himself yet as well, so he's got him, he's got Hardeep as well. Oh, if he hits, he's in trouble. Oh, he was gone here, you know, for me. It would have been an interesting one because I think Kruk Patel, the umpire, had to move pretty quickly to get into position. But I think if this hits, this would have been out. Amandeep is a sensational fielder, and that would have been gone. And Kruk Patel, that is brilliant umpiring from him, by the way. I know we move on pretty quickly to the next ball, but he was watching like a hawk. Kruk Patel, hasn't he come on a long way as an umpire? He started there at Coimbra, and he really is a quality umpire now. His movement is good. Well, there's that sweep shot from Burns, but just a single this time. Always looking to get onto that front foot and sweep away. A few balls, 3 balls left to negotiate to the drinks break. That's hit firmly. Well watched by the fielder. I think it's one of those fields you can't over attack because it is a little bit bumpy and soft, so it can quite easily deviate away from you at the last moment. He played, executing their lines pretty well, Portugal. Coming up to this halfway point. Just 10 wides we've had, 1 leg by, so 11 extras. There's another single. And gentle applause from the Spanish as they see this partnership start to develop, and that will be the end of the first over from Amandeep, and also end of the first 10. So at this halfway point, Spain just ticking along quite nicely. Just the one big over, it was the last over from Kumar, which went for 16. Other than that, I think they'd be pretty happy with what they've done. Started with 2 lots of 9s, and well, while the players do grab some refreshments, I can remind you that our first big stellar event of the year will be the Western Shield, bigger and better this time, with Team Asia and Team Rest of the World coming into play. And of course, we've got those icon players as well. And you can go onto our website, as well as mentioning our website, EuropeanCricket.com. That's also been jazzed up as well. Go into the website and find out more about the cricket that's coming up. But yeah, the Western Shield, it will be happening at the Carnama Oval. I will be there, Vinny Sandhu will be there. Of course, Corey will be there in terms of coaching capacity, but I'm sure we'll have Corey perhaps coming into the the comms as well. Tina Goff will be there as well. It's really going to be an exciting event, and that will then be followed up straight away by the European Cricket League. So we're they're going to be camped at the world famous Cardimer Oval, the Field of Dreams, for a while. And of course, the Cardimer Oval every year gets better and better. Big shout out to Nacho there as well at the Cardimer Oval, and making sure that all our requirements are met. And of course, the Cardimer Oval is not just a world famous cricket facility, but of course, very good football facility as well, and growing all the time and getting better all the time. And of course, we'd love to see you there. So they're going to be there for a long old time, about 7 weeks in total. And that's only just for the Western Shield and the European Cricket League. Remember, later in the year, we'll also have the European Cricket Championships, the Euros of cricket. We'll have the Women's Euros of cricket as well. So, I mean, keep an eye on those dates. And if you've got some holiday time and you can get onto a relatively inexpensive flight to Spain, and you can pick up some really good deals at the moment coming down to the Cardimer Oval. We'd love to have you there, and you'll see some exciting cricket. Drinks back over, ready to continue. I know that we often talk about some of the food. I've mentioned, of course, the peri-peri chicken, which of course a lot of people are familiar with, but it's not actually like the national dish, really. Porto here has its own. That's a good shot. This is going to take some stopping. And yeah, great work. Wonderful fielding. Isn't that nice? That's worth another look from Rahul Kumar. Gets good applause, not just from his teammates, but from the spectators. Whipped away, and the Seagulls are giving him a cheer as well. Nicely done. Rock and roll. Rock and roll, Kumar. That's the way to do it. Good fielding, good cricket all round. Batters also run too. Yeah, I mean, in this part, the national dish, bacalhau, is like one of Portugal's national symbols. And you'll see it a lot. But the main one, of course, is Porto is the birthplace of the iconic Francesina, which is a sandwich, a hearty dish, which means little French girl, which was inspired by the French croquet monsieur. Well bowled again, but it's far more indulgent, packed with layers of meat, sausage, ham and cheese, and smothered in rich, spicy beer sauce. Is one of Porto's most beloved culinary creations. And I know that some of our crew, Stefan Gooch, one of them. Now, Stefan Gooch has got a really good appetite, and even Paolo, they took it on the other night and said, yeah, it's a hearty dish. So if you can imagine like a sandwich, and it's got all those layers of meat, sausage, ham in, and then it's sort of drowned in this beer sauce and cheesy melted cheese, and then it's got the fried egg on top. So you can imagine it's pretty filling. Sounds pretty scrummy, right? I think it does, especially when it's a little bit chilly like it is now. Big swing, quarter wide. Called it making the stop. Let's have a look at this. And I think he takes a bit of pace off this one, actually. But, yeah, easy call there for the umpires. Hashu gets this one a little bit wrong. Looking to get this break straight after the drinks break. Good afternoon to Jules. Big appeal and gone. Big appeal. Only really here from the bowler. I didn't really see anybody else going up. Big appeal from Hashu. It did look like the batters hopped across to try and play this away. And, well, let's have a look at this again. I mean, this is one angle. I mean, it looks straight enough. You can see the umpire Malik is giving it the nod and saying, right, I wonder if we can have a look at this. If we can from the other end, we get a better look at this. But, yeah, it's a just really one big appeal from the bowler, Ralkuma Hashu. And I just said that they'll be looking to get a wicket straight after the drinks, and they will get one. And disappointment for Alex Davidson-Soler. He's not happy about that call. I think maybe he's thinking it was too high. That's the only thing I can think of. He does sort of shuffle across. But now, was it going to go over? But not what Naeem Malik says. You see this here. It goes right across now. Asking the question, and you can see the umpire saying, yeah. And even the reaction here from, look at Lorne Burns' reaction. He's saying, what? What? Is that out? Yeah, it is out. So, Alex Davidson-Soler goes for 22 of 21. They get that breakthrough, and it's Hashu who gets it. And it's another LBW. I was saying earlier, I think Adnan Tahir's LBW was the first we've had in the season. Well, that's now the second, if I was correct. And that means that Mati Rahman now comes out and... Wait, is the call Mati? He's had plenty of batting. There's Mati. Over comes to an end, so they do get that wicket straight after the drinks break. 84 now, then for 5. So once again, it's back to getting a partnership going. Burns is going well, the captain, 28 of 19. And now he's going to need some support here from Mati Rahman, who's more than capable. We've seen that already. 5 runs off the over. Hashu picks up a wicket, so he continues to impress. 1 for 11 of his 2. Yeah, and of course, you're talking about the food here. Then you've got to talk about the Porto wine, famous worldwide, sweet fortified wine, packed and produced with all the flavours of the grapes from the Jura Valley and aged in the cellars of Villanova de Guia. That's a good shot, and it's been crunched. 4 runs. Amardeep Singh, first ball of his second, gets dealt with by Burns. Yeah, that's where he's strong. Always looking to go after those, Amardeep. Well, that's probably not the shot to go for. That's a little similar to the one that we saw Ravi Panchal go down to. And let's play it on the offside. We'll take the single. Yeah, so the Porto wine has been a major export for centuries. And of course, we did go to one of the cellars for a little bit of wine tasting. And of course, purchasing some of the lovely fortified wines. And you get to learn a lot. I was telling the viewers earlier that I was surprised to learn that all of those grapes from the various sort of little regions in that Jura Valley are hand-picked and then sorted by hand into different categories. So which ones will make the sort of, the best port, so the vintage ones, etc. And then all crushed by foot still. And there's a unique technique, and it's almost, people are sort of locked in arms when they're doing sort of like a little dance together, walking backwards and forwards, crushing those grapes, and they do that for about 4 hours, and then they're allowed to do it freely with some music playing, and they're dancing to music, and it's a process that takes all day. And then the grapes are, when they start to ferment, are allowed to sit for a while. Then of course all the liquid is separated from the skins, and at that time is when the liqueur is added, which is like a form of brandy, and 4 parts of the grape juice and 1 of the brandy. Well, that's another goal. It's in the back of the net. We'll have that. Well, that's the second time in the day, and I've said then we've got to be giving bonus runs for these. It's a good solid strike. Lorne Burns is looking good, and I think I wonder if they make a change here and just go to maybe Najam Shazad wants to come on and have a bowl or Hardip Singh, because Lorne is playing the spin pretty well. And there it is in the back of the net. Goal! I think that is a hockey goal, by the way. I did have mentioned that they do play football here and other sports, so maybe hockey's another one. Well, that is in the back of the net. Well hit. Spain 99 for 5. And Amadeep goes for 15. It's second most expensive over so far. Started with a boundary, a 4, ended with a 6 in the back of the net. Well, it was 6 in the end. I thought it was 4. It actually went all the way to 6 runs, so that should have been 8 then. But yeah. So yeah, then it's 4 parts grape juice to 1 part of this spirit. And should be taken, and he drops a sitter. It's an absolute dolly, and you could probably hear the "oh" from the crowd. They can't believe it. Gurheb Singh should have taken a wicket of his very first, and it's just scooped up in the air by Matiur Rahman, and it's dropped, and that's an absolute sitter. Oh my. Matiur Rahman dropped on 1 by Singh. And now he gets the punishment. Well, rubbing it in. Well, the same way the grape crushers crush the grapes and rub in the older skins to squeeze all the juices out. Matiur Rahman is getting the salt and rubbing it into the wound of Gurheb Singh after dropping him. The next ball is smashed for a big 6. It's a biggie. Gurheb, that drop catch will play in his mind, you know. It will. He's got to try and forget about it. Interesting they do go with Gurheb Singh. I heard the word Gopi. That must be his nickname, so Gopi Singh. Yeah, I'm surprised they've gone for Gopi. Mati is probably now thinking, well, I'm lucky to be here. I probably shouldn't be here. So I'm going to try and cash in. Yeah, and then, of course, going back to the port, it's then, of course, stored in different ways. Whether it's going into a barrel which contains 500 litres or into one that contains up to, well, the most, well, there's one actually that's 100,000 litres. 100,000 litres. It's huge. And, yeah, then you got the process. And then they get blended, etc. And then they end up, of course, for you to enjoy. And, of course, most of the port wines, they enjoyed well. Depending on the type it is, the Ruby or the Tawny Port, enjoyed with either dessert or with things like cheese. I must admit, my favourite is the Ruby. And a nice Ruby Port. Hello to Timothy Lucas. And he's saying, hope you're all having a good Saturday. We certainly are. And I hope you are as well. Hello to Egan Dentis. I hope you're well. And how are things where you are, Egan? I hope things are looking good there at in the Costa del Sol. Not a good delivery down the leg side. The effort ball. And yeah, you can see there. Burns, who's on 43. Probably thinking, that's one that should have probably got away. Spain. Remember, at one point they were around about expected score 130. I said they were probably on course for 150. The computer at that point thought about the 130 odd, but that's now been revised to 163. I think once again that Spain, similarly to what I was saying about Portugal in the first match, I think 170 is probably what their minimum score would be, and they'd like to, of course, go on to 190, 200. And that's the way I look at it. And I think at the moment that is possible. And I also like the fact that we've gone back to 50-50 is what the computer is thinking here. You know what? There's one thing I haven't checked. And that is, of course, is T20, isn't it? So there'd be no golden ball if it's a tie. I guess we go to a super over. Amardeep just told to wait because the field was still getting into place. Now, I guess that's something I should check, shouldn't it? But yeah, I'm sure we go to a super over. And then whether we go then to, if the super over is tied, another super over, or we have a countdown, I suppose I need to have a word with Wolfie Marzi to tell me. But yeah, no golden ball, of course. Amardeep coming back. I'm surprised because I thought they might make a change. And well, sometimes I was surprised. I'm also surprised that Gopi Singh came on to bowl. It's going to be another wide. Yeah, I certainly would have. Me, again, I think if I'm the captain of Najam, I come on to bowl because bowl very well. Najam Shazad bowling, or would bowl from this end, the paddle end. And then I would try Hardeep Singh from the tennis court end. Hardeep's bowl from the paddle end all the way through. I know that he didn't bowl particularly well in the last match, but he seemed to have more trouble with the left-hander. So maybe that's a reason at the moment with Matty in there. But the thing is, Spain will always, it's almost like they'd always have a left-hander out there. So someone like Hardeep will have to get used to that. That's nicely played. Good foot to the pitch of the ball played. So Lorne Burns, the captain, didn't have the best of matches first up, it has to be said, with the ball and with the bat. But he looks like he's coming back well in this one, batting very well, putting partnerships together at crucial stages of this innings for Spain, and helping them get to a respectable score. It's a nicely timed little off drive there from Matty. Portugal, you can see, trying to G up their players. Of course, they got good support here from the Portuguese supporters and a lot of the members here of this Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club. Soft hands played away. Good heb. Makes the stop. Single gets taken. And Egan saying all good there, and he's saying good to see Costa del Sol youngsters are representing Spain. Of course, he's talking about the likes of Manav Nayak, who I think played very well yesterday. I'm looking forward to seeing him with the ball in this match as well. Manav, he's a very competent batter as well. He may even be listed to come in next. And of course, with Jamie Riley, and he's the 12th man this time around. We saw Jamie take a really good catch yesterday. But I'm pretty sure that tomorrow we might even see young Jamie with the ball, and he's a very exciting youngster. He really is. Grown and developed well. Once again, he's another youngster which I've seen grown over time. I remember about probably 8 years ago when some of the youngsters, Matthew Rahman was one of them, and came to the Khartoum ground. It was a very different looking ground then to play in a junior tournament, and James Riley really did impress. He's somebody that has also gone to places like the Root Academy at Desert Springs, and yeah, I know that a lot of people rate him, and I rate him as well, and I think that that he's going to do very well now that he's got into the setup here of Spain. I think the Spanish system will nurture him and will help him grow with them, and his time will come, I'm pretty sure. So exciting and promising times for Spanish cricket, and the same can be said with Portugal. I was very impressed with Joshua dos Santos. He is the 12th in this one as well for them. Didn't he bowl well yesterday? Took a good 3 for gone. Well bowled, and that's a good comeback. And a good Heb Singh makes amends. Well, it might have cost them 11 runs because he did drop Matty, an absolute sitter, when Matty Rahman was just on 1. And then the very next ball, he was launched for an almighty 6, but he's come back and he's removed the timber. Good delivery. No problem there with the front foot. Gets the ball on the money. Let's see it again. Style. And the middle stump knocked backwards. And Gurdeep Singh gets his man in the end. And Lorne Burns loses another partner. And it is Manav Nayak who comes out. Well, there you go, Egan. We were talking about the youngsters that we've seen in Costa del Sol. 12 of 10 for Matthew Rahman, cleaned up emphatically by Gurdeep Singh. So Manav Nayak, I think this is a good partner for Lorne Burns to have coming in here. He can certainly play the part of sticking around and stroking the ball around. Someone like Charlie can do the same thing. So they've still got 2 batters. I think this is the next 2 batters are key. You don't want to be losing too many, because then you get to Raza Murad Ali where you can't really see the batter sticking around. But Manav Nayak is a talented player, and he's aesthetically pleasing to watch when he's in. And I think Lorne Burns, who's now goes on strike, he's on 48. Lorne will be still happy that he's got a good partner with him. That's well bowled. Oh, well, Manav Nayak a little bit too eager. Get to the other end. Probably feeling that, and I'm just wondering here, maybe we'll see it, there's the last ball here. There's no change in the field, and I think he'd be quite looking to take a single. And that's exactly what he does, and that's why I think Manav was looking to take the single that last ball. So there's the single. It's the end of the over. Burns will stay on strike. Well done to Gurdeep Singh. That takes some character. I did say at the time when he dropped that catch, the caught and bowled, and that it would play on his mind. But fortunately for him, it didn't play on his mind too long. He comes back and he does take the wicket off Matty. 121 for 6. Have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, day 2 of this T20 international friendly between Portugal and Spain. 2 matches we have lined up for you tomorrow as well, and could be very important, of course. And ideally for the neutral, you'd like Spain to get a win here and go into tomorrow with both teams 1 apiece, and meaning that both those matches they've got everything to play for. Yeah, this is an interesting move. Down the leg side. This is Rahul Kumar Hashu coming back, but coming back from the paddle end. It's not bowled from this end before, so I'm not sure why. I wonder if this is to do with him coming from this end so Hardeep can come from the other end, and the captain just saying, well, okay, he's been bowling well, let's see how he goes from this end. And no run there. Manav looking to go. Well, Manav's got all youth on his side, isn't he? He's pretty keen to get to the other end. But you can see Lorne is not slow by any means, but saying, hey, hang on, lad. Where do you think you're coming? I'm not as quick as you. So stay where you are. Oh, good delivery. That's that pace again. Really good pace. Really good areas. And just showing just what a class act he is. I mean, coming from the different end, but makes no difference. Gets that up there pretty quickly. Manav, who's at the other end. And that's not a good delivery. That's nicely waited for. And that's a nice catch. Well, that's the old coach, Corey. Corey taking the catch. Look, he's trying not to smile. It's Corey. That's beautifully played. Corey takes the catch. But Lorne Burns brings up his 50, and he does it in style. It's a really nice shot. And, well, there's Corey saying, hey, boys, that's the way to do it. Well, they have dropped a few, have Spain, and is not down to the coach Corey. He certainly knows how to catch. Yeah, Man of Nine at the other end. He turns, will turn 21 this November. He gets in pretty quickly there. Yeah, well batted there to Lawn. Really is digging in and playing a captain's innings. And, deals with that short ball pretty effectively from Hashu. Hello to Cosmic Nana. And Cosmic Nana and the Trippy clan coming on to the chat at the same time. Big shout of no. Stay there. Doesn't want to take that one. Not yet anyway. And nothing that's going to be risky as well. So this time they will go. It's well timed, well played, takes the single. And happy to take the single even though it is the last ball of the over. Now, I wonder if the captain feels about it. I suppose there is still plenty of time. Still got 4 overs, 24 balls, so you don't want to be thinking about just keeping a strike all the time. 130 for 6. Hashu goes for 9 in that over. That one lovely shot from Long when he swiveled on one and sent it for a big 6. You can see he's staying pretty stable. I mean, that rate's gone up slightly that they're going at 8.13. Stayed around the 7 mark. The first 2 overs went for 9, and then after that, it slowed down considerably the next 2. But yes, stayed at the 7 for a long time, but now it's just gone up a little bit. Got no green shields there. Oh, interesting one, and Manav. Interesting shot this. What are we going to have a look at this again? How does he play this? It looks like he got... Did he get down to try and to ramp this? Oh, he was trying to do something funky. Well, he gets the job done, what he wanted to do. He gets the single. Good hip continues. That's very well bowled. Very well bowled. Lawn is very quick to capitalise on anything that's a little bit short. But when it's pretty full like that, he hasn't quite executed the cover drive or the straight drive yet. And also the field is set for that. So that's a good option to him. That one, though, he plays pretty well, but it's in dangerous territory. And, well, Shoda Rahman, I thought he had eyes on this one, but doesn't get hands to it. I think this is looks like a chance to me. A little bit of extra oomph in there, and he just not able to, maybe just a yard or 2 away from him. And they don't take the opportunity to double up either. Manav. And hits that well, and that will go all the way. It's a full toss on the legs. And Manav Nayak, that's a lovely shot. It really is. It's pure timing. It's not a good ball from Gurdeep Singh. Goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong. And it still needs to be put away, and that's classically played. It's beautifully timed. 6 runs. 6 carreras más. Yeah, well, that's Hardy. He's giving the signals from back there on the boundary. Yeah, well, now he's got work to do. Ondre, iba. Pero no puede, eh? 4 más, 6 and 4. Hungry for more is the youngster, Manav Nayak. Good cricket. And it's almost like he anticipated the next delivery to be wider. And he rocks back and he times it beautifully. Well, you can see why Lorne Burns is not too interested in protecting the young man and keeping hold of the strike, because he's more than worthy. Wants it, but not going to get it this time. Ready to fire it in if he had to was Rahul Hashu. You can see Conrad and Portugal just trying to fire up the players for the last 3 overs here. See Conrad Green Shields and 1 or 2 others say, come on, energy lads. They know they've worked hard. And sometimes you see this a lot in this format. You've worked hard for 15, or in this case, 17 overs. And then all of a sudden you just sort of take your foot off the pedal for a moment. You lose your concentration. And then all of a sudden, you know, the one sort of expected 160 ends up being a 190. And you go back thinking what happened. You don't want to go back into your dugout flat. You want to go back positive. It's in the air. Nobody back there. This is going to be 4 runs. It's not the best of bowling this from Hashu. And for some reason, they've opted to have the third inside the circle. And I'm not sure why that is. Hashu, the pace that he bowls, and he still would generate a lot of bounce, needs that protection. And straight away, Najam Shazad has made the change. And, he's got too many out here at the moment that somebody's got to come in. Now, who's he going to get coming inside? Looks like long on. Comes into the circle. And this time he tries the same, but it's cleverly played. It's going to be Quattro Mas. Back to back. Hashu bangs another one in, having put the fielder back on the boundary. But this is played wider. Lorne Burns, really good knock here from Burns. Showing the world what a competent batter is. And remember I said yesterday that Lorne playing this format could be key with his bowling and his batting. Well, he's showing it with the batting here. And I'm pretty sure he's keen to show off his bowling talents as well. Ah, lovely. Absolutely beautiful. What a lovely shot this is. That's going to be 4 more. And the acceleration coming right on time here as Rahul Kumar Hashu over pitching onto the pads. And, well, we know Lorne Burns, he loves playing in that area. The 150 comes up. And Spain, well, the same way that Portugal did in the last part of their innings. Now looking to get past that 180 mark. Slower ball, won't carry. Drop tamely. Think about the second, wouldn't got there. It's an interesting one though, isn't it? I mean, Hashu coming from the other end when he's bowled so well from the tennis court end. You don't, I suppose it comes down to you thinking, right, I need somebody to bowl from that end. Maybe Hardeep Singh has said, you know, that he doesn't fancy it. Short, not good ball at all. That's not a good ball. And I have to say, looking at that delivery there, that's like a fairly tired-looking delivery from Hashu. And it's easily put away by Manav. Manav Nayak getting his opportunity. And, well, he's shining here, isn't he? He's a young man. And also, I think here's a good time to address that Spain's showing their depth with the batting. Of course, this is T20 friendly, so it's a lot of players that obviously not in the side that normally would be. So it's a good opportunity for these players. Now that one's been, that's a quick delivery. And you can see Manav just trying to get a little bit something on his bit more effort in that one from Hashu. But it's an expensive over. 17 come from it. And that's the most expensive that we've had now. Gurdeep Singh went for 12 in the last. So the acceleration does continue. And Hashu, his spell comes to an end. And 1 for 37. It's not the worst, but it's those last 2 overs. Bowling from the opposite end to where he started. He's been asked to do a job for his captain. And it hasn't gone to plan. So 2 more overs to go through here. And it looks like, yeah, it'll be interesting. We're only going to see this 1 over from Hardeep Singh, but he will bowl from the tennis court end. And let's see how this goes. biggest issue that Hardeep had was I think, to the left hand as well. He doesn't have that issue here. He's got 2 right-handers in. He has got a bit of pace, genuine pace. Third is back. Let's see if he's able to eliminate a lot of those extras that he bowled. And then, of course, 1 over to come from the other end. I wonder if the captain himself, Najam Shazad, will bowl one. Surprised that he hasn't had a bowl, but once again, Najam, maybe a bit like yesterday, he's using himself sparingly, so he's able to also be fit tomorrow. I want to say hello to Terry Richmond that has joined the chat. Tim Harmer saying, where am I commentating from? Well, slower ball to start off with, but it's been picked and it will go all the way. Balle, kinda zona. Shakalagyan Burns moved to 76. And I wonder if he's got a little sneaky chance here of getting the 3 figures. Good shot. Hardeep just going for the slower ball, the element of surprise maybe, but doesn't work his way. It's well played. It'll just be the single. Yeah, Tim, you're right. I am commentating from one of the balconies of one of the rooms. In fact, it's 2 doors away from my own room, so technically I can get out of bed and get in here in 15 seconds. Honestly, it's the shortest distance I've ever had to travel to work. So I'm on the balcony, overlooking the ground. And yeah, it's ideal. It's lovely. It's wonderful. And if you want to know exactly where I am, it's going to be just a single. Then I suppose I am at extra cover, deep extra cover. I suppose depending where you're looking from, which end you're looking from. So from the bowler of this end, I'm at the behind square. Let's say 80 metres behind square. From the other end, extra cover, full toss. Will go to hand, and that will be out. So wicket Hardeep gets a breakthrough, and now a lot of people are going to say to me, oh, Rico Full, what have you done? Because when Lorne Burns hit the 6 and moved to 76, what did you say? I said he might be in for a cheeky, you know what, 100. I can say it now because he's got out. But what a good knock that's been. It's a very straightforward, easy catch taken there by Conrad, but a very good knock from Lorne Burns, and he's going to get a standing ovation, and so he should. Here's the wicket. It's a bit of a full touch. I think the bat actually just swivels in his hands there. That's why he doesn't get the power in the shot. But well batted, and smiles all around, and the captain will be happy. It's what he needed, Lorne. And I know that Corey believes a lot in Lorne Burns and his abilities, so Corey will be very happy. And a little opportunity now for Charlie Rumistrovic to go out there and play a nice little cameo where the 2 youngsters can really go to town. Burns, 77 of 46 deliveries. Conrad taking the catch. And Hardeep Singh. There he is. Picks up the wicket. It's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, it is. They keep toying around with this field, don't they? Off the third back. And I know I often hear Corey talking about this, and he says that, you know, a lot of runs, not just runs, but a lot of wickets can be taken in that area if you set that field right. And I just think, you know, get a new batter coming in at this state of the innings, they're going to have a go. And I think you've got to protect that area. And they're still not doing it. Charlie Rumi gets off the mark with 4. Now it's that slower ball, and this time it does work. And, well, he started with a slow ball, which got pegged for 6. But he finishes with a slow one. And only finishes with a dot ball. So 12 off that over. 171 for 7. 1 wicket going down there as well. 10 over marks. Spain were on 79. So you can see that they certainly have accelerated pretty well. And the rate that they're going at now is about that 9. So that's good, and that's what you expect to see. And that's why I think wickets in hand and those partnerships are so important. We saw some good partnerships there. I think Lorne Burns was involved in those, all of those. The first one with Alex Davidson Soler, then one with Madi Rahman now. Then there was one between him and Manav. Manav, by the way, still there on 18, so it's the last over. And he certainly will try and get funky and play some big shots here. Ho, ho, ho. Well, how about this? I did say he'll try and get funky. Well, he tried, but he missed it. Well, how is he trying to play a shot doing the old backward roll or the sideward roll here? Have a look at this. And look at this. Well, what does Papa Samir think about that? Who's, of course, doing some scoring at the moment. It's played well. And well stopped. Will they come back for 2? Think about it. In comes the throw. There was some hesitation, but they will get there. Good running, but good fielding also on the boundary from Kumar. I think Goodheb is probably better off just, or Gopi, better off just getting the ball Yorker length. So he knows that Manav is going to try and get funky. And that's what he does. But this one ain't going to be stopped. The thing is, it's one of those, isn't it? Is getting it right. So he does try and go for the Yorker. But he over pitches, ends up being the full toss. And Manav gets it away to the boundary. He's had a couple of these, hasn't he? Which is put away. And just this changing around of the bowlers from the ends that they're coming from. I wonder if it's just something that Najam wanted to see, because Goodheb, of course, he also, like Hashu, is changing the areas he started from. So Goodheb also started from the tennis court end. He's now going to the paddle end. Of course, and it's not because there's no options there. There are other options, of course. We know that. Najam Shazad himself not bowling. So just wanting, and Conrad Greenshill's not bowled at all in this one, and maybe that's all about keeping Conrad just a little bit fresher for tomorrow. And also, I think he'll want Conrad to put a big effort in with the bat. Gopi, that's the length. It's a little bit unlucky, actually. I think you've got to run hard here. You've got to be looking for 2. In comes the throw, and they will get in. Very good running. 2 young men out there in the middle. So remember the first match between these two earlier today. Portugal got to that 180 in Spain. They struggled really, didn't they? 129 were all out. 5 balls to go in there, 20. So it's a good comeback from Spain. You'd expect that from them. And this time winning the toss and deciding they will bat first. So they're getting the runs on the board. I said that minimum they'd want is the 170, and they've done that and a little bit more. So don't quite get to the score that Portugal achieved, the 180, but they do get to the 179. So 180 will be the chase. And they've done well here, Spain. Remember at one point when they lost 4 or 5 wickets, the expected score was around about that 133. I was saying they'd be looking to get to, they'd want to go past the 150. So it's been good. And of course, that was with those partnerships built around that good innings from the captain, Lorne Burns. And that fine not there from Manav Nayak. Remember, made his debut for wearing the Spanish shirt yesterday. I think he performed very well. And of 26 valuable runs from him. And I think we're going to see some more to come from him with his spin as well. So a good effort there from Spain as loving that shot there. The 2 teams with their flags in the dugout as we now get ready to take a quick look at the highlights. So it didn't start very well really with Danilong Martinez losing his wicket quite early. And it wasn't just him that would go early. And you saw Gurinder Singh Bajwa would also follow. He did play one nice shot down the ground. And when he was looking to get things going here with Ravi Panchal, but it wasn't a beat. But what a good catch that was from Najam Shazad to remove Bajwa. They knew that was big. They knew it was important. Look at Bajwa. I don't think he could quite believe it. Ravi Panchal And he came out there and he played. I think he knows and will know he won't want to see that again. It wasn't a good shot, really. Not at that stage in the match. He would go. Adnan Tahir was another one, never got going. Well, that was the drop catch there from Najam. It was Adnan who got dropped on 5. Thing was that he would only had 2 more before he would be LBW himself. And I think with this one, there's no real doubt he's playing across the line to a straight ball. I think that one is going to go on. I think somebody in the chat said it was missing off, it was missing leg, but it was hitting middle. And that's a good way to summarise that one. And then, of course, we saw some nice shots, a good partnership between Davison Soler and Lorne Burns. Both of them started to get things going for Spain. They needed a partnership and they got one. That one was quite unbelievable, really. How it missed, nobody will ever know. It was Hashu. But again, it's this little thing with Portugal changing bowlers around. Hashu bowled so well from that end. This one, if it hit, would have been out. Amandeep Singh, he bowling from the end that he did really well. Well, at a little bit of rock and roll fielding there from Rahul Kumar as well. Wasn't he good? And that one there is the one that surprised a few people. Alex Davison Soler, he was surprised by the decision. So was, I think, Lorne Burns. He was, as he got to the other end, the captain, he couldn't quite believe it as well. But you know what? I don't think it really hurt Spain. It gave the opportunity for other batters to come out. It didn't slow them down. If anything, Burns kept them going and he was getting pretty good support. That catch was unbelievable drop from, and it would be put down, but Gopi Singh would come back, and even though there was a few more runs added by Matthew Rahman, Singh did get his man. Manav Naik then came out, and right on cue, just when a few people were saying it's nice to see some of the players representing Costa del Sol, and he came out and he played some really nice shots, and Lorne Burns put a nice little partnership together with him as well. But then that was the one that got him out. You can see it was a full toss, and yeah, that bat just seemed to, the handle just seemed to swing in the hands. Well, Manav, he was swinging around, not just his bat, but his whole body, as he was doing a little bit of kung fu style batting. And it's always good to watch, but he did, when he made contact with the ball, he did get that away as well. And that was the end of the innings. And I think it was quite an exciting one. And you can see the difference, though, there between, you know, what we saw yesterday, the T10, T20 format. T10, you've got to go for it, go for everything. There's no time to sort of get complacent. There's no time to sort of rebuild and get started again when you lose a few quick wickets, whereas in this format you can do that. I don't think Spain demonstrated that pretty well. It wasn't the best to start for them. Remember, after 5 overs, they were 36 for 3 at the 10 over mark, 79 for 4, but they did well in the second part of the innings, getting to 179, and of course it was their captain, Lorne Burns, who led the way with a fine 77 of 46. And like I say, they've got depth, and that depth was shown there, and that's what Portugal needs to see. They've got that there as well. If the top order don't click, then other batters can come in and make the difference. There's the bowling there, 2 wickets there for Shahidul Rahman. I think he continues to bowl well. Rahul Kumar picked up 2 wickets as well. And then, yeah, a little bit of confusion really for me where Hashu and also Gopi Singh, why they were changed around. I understand Hardeep Singh coming from the tennis court end. In fact, I thought that we might have seen more from Singh, Hardeep, that is, coming from that tennis court end. But maybe that was just something that the captain of Jump Shazad wanted to see himself. Shazad doesn't bowl himself, which also was a little bit of a surprise. So we've got about a 10-minute break coming up now. Time for me to catch up with some of the spectators and grab a nice cup of cha on the way. But I'll be back in about 10 minutes' time to talk you through the reply from Portugal, needing 180 for victory and go 2 up in this 4-match T20 International Friendly Series. Tell me back in 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hola mi familia, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenido ahí en Portugal, de Campo de Porto. Hello and welcome back as we arrive back to this beautiful Porto cricket club. And you can see that it's nicely nestled in the centre of Porto. You can see the Douro River there. And of course, Porto is known as the city of 7 bridges. And while Dom Luis, the first bridge, is the most famous Porto city known of all these bridges. I said 7, it's actually 6 bridges, all of which cross the scenic Douro River. Each bridge has its own unique architectural style, contributing to Porto's rich engineering history. Welcome to Porto, and of course welcome to this very historic and famous cricket ground, the oldest mainland club in Europe, the Porto Cricket Ground. It's established in 1855, and of course in 1877 it changed its name from the Porto Cricket Club to the Porto Cricket and Tennis Lawn Club, and has a rich history, which is captured as you wander through time in its clubhouse. Murali then to start with the ball. Portugal needing 180 exactly for victory. Well, that is big. Well, what a start that is. And well, Daval Kuma, Nuratam. Well, I had a cup of tea in the break. I don't know what he's had. I don't think it's tea. That has been mullered. Was not expecting that. It is T20, people, I promise you. The T10s were yesterday. What a start. Well, you don't often see that. Not in this format. Daval Kuma sets the tone with that. Also, I'm noticing here a big change. They've gone with Hardeep Singh as one of the openers. And now that is, well, that's showing you some intent. Good comeback. Oh, well, call a wide here. Let's have a look at this again. I don't think the bowler's very impressed with this. I can understand that. Let me see that one more time. Can we have another look at this? And, yeah, I think that's well, the umpire sees it differently perhaps to what the bowler and the Spanish team do. It's a wide ball. Yeah, Hardeep Singh is the other opener. Genuine leave from Daval Kuma this time. Welcome back to everybody. I should say welcome world, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Hello to Ian Selborne. And Ian Selborne is passing on some information to me. Okay, Ian. Thank you very much for your information. Ian is saying, could we not call it the pedal end? It's the synagogue end. Before the block of flats were built, the Porto synagogue was visible. Thank you very much for that information. And I will correct myself. So we'll go with tennis courts and the synagogue end. Thank you very much, Ian. I'm trying to learn more about this area as I go along, but I know that there are paddle courts over there, so I just went with tennis one end, paddle the other, but I'm happy to call it the synagogue, and thank you for your information. And nice to have you in our chat. In the air, adios Balota. Well, this is going to go up and over the roof of the clubhouse. One landed on the top of before. Now, what's happened there? Has this spilt somebody's coffee or drink or something? I want to have a look. And where's that ended up? Well, I'm not sure. Not sure what we've seen there. I thought I thought it's gone over that area, but maybe just the thought of seeing the Grizzly coming that way was enough to put one of the spectators off and spill his drink. Well, Devil Kumar and Hardeep Singh both starting with a 6. Hardeep, we know what he can do, and they've just elevated him up the order to see if he can get them off to a cracking start. It's a good comeback, good delivery. It's almost like every time that ball gets pitched up and then the batters want to go after it, so don't pitch it up is a message maybe. Let's see if Spain stick with the pace from the tennis court and the spin from the synagogue. And it's something that seemed to work pretty well. I think this is the old no-look shot attempted. No looky. Let's have a look at this. See, look. Yep. Well, we were looking. Hardeep wasn't. He was hoping to just whip that away. He doesn't do it. I have seen him play that shot actually at the centre cricket ground. And if you pull it off, it's like all of these wacky shots. If you pull it off, it looks absolutely fantastic, and the commentators go on. But if you don't get it right and you end up getting out to it, well, like we saw really in the first match from Alex Davidson-Soler when he went with the reverse Malachi, then it doesn't look so good. 14 off the first over. Courtesy of a couple of big 6s there from both the openers to start things off. No spin as yet. Matthew Rahman. Will open up from that synagogue end. That's the length. Well bowled. And it really gets that ball to come off the seam. Good movement. Good little bit of movement away there as well. Good volume decibels from Spain's. Supporting the bowlers. Just drifting down the legs, just tries to whip that one away. That was an appeal from somebody, leg by Kim. Portugal holds the record for the shortest and longest reigning monarchs. Enrique of Portugal was the king of Portugal for more than 73 years, whereas Luis Felipe, on the other hand, was king for just 20 minutes. One of the oldest nations in Europe. Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, also the oldest city by centuries in Western Europe, and other cities such as London, Paris and Rome fall well behind it. Wow, that is an incredible shot. Hardeep Singh, the power in those forearms are incredible. आप देख लो कितना बढ़िया शॉट मारी. आप देखे तो स्वाद आ गया. Oh well, this one he does get right. Well, we said about he likes to play that no looky shot. Well, I think this might have been it. I think there was a little sneak, but the pickup, exquisite. Look at this. Ay, ay, ay. Swad aa gaya ki nahi? Deep. It's a short one, and this one will go all the way as well. Una más. And, well, he says, all right, if you're going to do that to me, I'm going to bang one in short. And Hardeep says, bring it on. It's another biggie. And a little bit of a old master stroke here from Najam Shazad, just elevating a genuine hard hitter of the ball up the order. And he's liking the pace. And maybe that's the tactic. Get him in while the base is on. This time the pace taken off slightly. Good comeback from Mati just has to change it up. So this is the slightly slower delivery. Look, you can see it's the old cutter rolls the fingers over it. It's Christopher Ward saying, wow, short arm flick. You're welcome, Ian. You're welcome, and thank you for the information. And you know what, myself and the rest of the viewers, any other information that you've got around the area in this ground, we really appreciate it. It is a stunning place there, it really is. And it's a great pleasure to be here. And also a bit of an honour as well, because to be amongst all the history that this club offers is just great. And that is not great. You don't want to be putting the ball there. I mean, it's going to plug there. I'm going to come back for two. It's a big throw, and it's going to be another couple taken. Hey, it's the last innings of the day. I always like to ask some questions, some random questions. First of all, I'll give you an update. The score 29 without loss. A good over. That's the way it's looking at the moment, of course. Portugal winning the first game. Spain looking to come back. Here's my question. So, what caused outrage in the one-day final in 1981 between New Zealand and Australia when New Zealand needed 6 to win off the last ball? So that's the random question. How about I give you the answer some point after the 5th over. And if I forget, remind me. So, question, what caused outrage in the one-day final in 1981 between New Zealand and Australia when New Zealand needed 6 to win off the last ball? Muhammad Ali starts and stops. We'll go back to his mark, getting ready to bowl his second. Happy National Ice Cream for Breakfast Day. Yes, it is a thing. Change your password day is today as well, so do it. It's very important, but remember to make a note of what you change it to. We celebrate G.I. Joe Day. These action figures were a big thing once upon a time. And also, it's another big day. I'll talk about this one after this ball because I think it's a very important one. And that's a good shot. Oh, well, there's 6 more. Both of these guys, they're not messing around, you know. And this time, it's another cracking shot. This time, well, it's Nurtam who gets after this one. So, Dhaval Kuma. Nurtam. Boom. Shaka Lagya, he doesn't want to be left behind, does he, by Hardeep Singh's hard hitting. So nicely played and good backing up. We'll take the single. So, yeah, another big day. We all thought it's how we get up that matters. That's the spirit behind a National Get Up Day, which is celebrated today. Figure Skating created this motivational campaign in 2016. Get Up is about being fearless in facing the fact of falling down. Just like figure skaters, we all fall sometimes. The tough part is bouncing back. So National Get Up Day honours that determination. That's a quick delivery. It's gone through pretty quickly. Murad giving this one a little bit of everything. Just loses his shape in his head there as he has a swing at that. And a few answers coming in the chat. I won't give it away straight away, but keep them coming in. It's played away in the gap. And he's a powerful hit, isn't he, Hardy? And doesn't really try to hit this one too hard. Gets him, he knows he's in a good position. He knows it's within reach. Just use the strong wrist that he's got. There's another one that goes into that pretty well protected area where the fans are. There's Corey walking around. Corey and Alistair having a little chat. Corey probably sees a little bit of concern here. And I get the feeling that it won't be that long before we see a bit of spin. Let's try to get a little bit funky here, Hardeep. I think Hardeep Singh, I've seen him for a few years now. You know, we all have them. Some guys in our teams which it don't matter what you say to them. They ain't going to change their way. And I think Hardeep Singh is that sort of guy. You know, even if you, let's say you're well ahead in a game and you don't need to go for any big shots, you can win it with singles, you know, with 5 overs to go. There's no point telling him that. He's still going to try and whack every ball for 6. He's that sort of player. And when he does come off, he looks amazing. That's that short one. Now this one, yeah, it's called a wide. I think this might be because of the height. Yeah, and it's also the one for the over. So bangs this in short. I think the umpire square leg was the first to give this the signal. Can't really see that from that angle. But from where I'm standing, from my balcony here in room number 7 at the Porto Cricket Club. Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club, I should say. More correctly, it was just cricket in 1855, but 1877, of course, the tennis came along as well. Now, this is going to be interesting. It's another shorter one, but both umpires are satisfied that one doesn't go over the shoulder. It's like that. I think it's a slower short delivery, but yeah, I think also you see Hardeep Singh actually going to that one and making it or coming out of his crease, I'd say, so making it look probably that it was higher than it was. 41 though, of 3 overs, and that's a sort of rate that we expect to see when we're talking about the T10 formats. Are going very well here at the moment. And that over going for 12, so we've seen 14, 15 and 12 at the moment. It looks like Matty will continue, so they're not going to change it straight away. It's almost like they're saying, well, okay, let's give Matty one more. The same way they did with Murali. Slices it. Doesn't get it right at all. And was looking for that gap between square leg and short mid-wicket, but doesn't get it right. Good delivery. Well bowled. I get the feeling here, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, Dhaval Kumar Noratama, I mean, he's batted quite patiently. We've seen that he's been prepared to, like, block good balls, push, etc. We saw that in the first match. In this one, I think because Hardeep Singh is out there and he's muscling the ball to the boundary, Dhaval Kumar feels the need to do the same. He should be batting his normal way, actually. Play his normal game. Now that one could be another wide. I think probably a wide on 2 accounts. One is it was down the leg side, one is the height. It'll also be the one for the over. And there it is from umpire Group Patel. Let's talk a little bit about our man in black. That's one of them. You see in the background there, it's Naeem Malik. Group Patel was at the bowler's end. Done a wonderful job. Stephen Gooch also did the very first match. And Stephen Gooch was also the tournament referee during the T10 internationals. Well done to the umpires. Very good, being very professional, and worked well together. And of course, to 2 Circles, our production partners, helping them out with the cameras. That's played away. It's going to be a long chase. It will be just a couple of runs. And of course, in the production department, we've got Imans, Gunners, and Yanis. Doing a great job here in Porto. Gone. Well bowled, and Mati Ur-Rahman gets the wicket, and well, Dhaval Kumar Noratama didn't want to change his way. He still felt the need to be aggressive, and well, he sees this one pitched up, and it's that slower delivery. Very well bowled, beautifully executed, and you can see the joy in this dismissal from Matty. Slow ball on the money. Yeah, tómalo, tómalo. Vamos, chicos. That's what it's all about. Matty Rahman gets one in the right area. And that is the end of Dhaval. Kumar, not a time. I just feel that he tried to play his unnatural game there. 16 of 11. You see, if that's Hardeep Singh who's getting out that way, you sort of think, okay, that's what he's there to do, but that's not what Dhaval's there to do. He's there to play his normal game, but still clever bowling. Takes the pace right off that and gets the wicket. Conrad Greenshields comes in at number 3. Let's see how he goes. Also, he's not a player like to hang around. I have to admit, looking at the light here, starting to get a little dark now. He's still got a long way to go in this innings. But the light is starting to fade. It has been a cloudy day all day. And let's just say, from up here on the balcony, you can certainly see that it's starting to get darker. I think we'll have to turn all of the all of the lights on in the clubhouse, especially the ones here on the balcony. That might help a little. Matty Rahman, so they don't go to spin straight away. They give him one more and it works a treat for Spain. Still would need to pick up a few more. Not quite where he wanted this to go. I think the fielder out there behind square, a bit late picking that up. Gets a single. And that's the end of the over. Well bowled, Matty Rahman. I wonder if, having picked up that wicket, they might just give him one more here. Really good over. 4 coming from it. But more importantly, gets the breakthrough, gets the wicket. 45 for 1 at the end of the 4 overs. A little bit more about Portugal. What about the flag? You can see it there on your screens. It was designed by a national artist, the colours representing significant messages, with green symbolising for hope in the future and red demonstrating the bloodshed during the battles. The shield, however, represents the nation's victories in battles with the Moors. Flag of Portugal. Don't we know that it's known as the city of Seven Bridges? And Portugal, the oldest nation, but it also has the longest bridge in Europe. The 6-lane cable-stayed Vasco da Gama Bridge crossing the Tagus River to the north of Lisbon was opened in 1998 and is 10.7 miles long. That's almost 18 kilometres. Hit in the air and straight to the fielder. And that is the end of Conrad Greenshields. He wanted it, but didn't get it right, didn't get the elevation. Another wicket does go. And he'll be disappointed with this, Conrad. There we go. Just doesn't get it right. And just as that wicket falls, would you believe it? I just mentioned it was just starting to get darker. The rain has started to fall. Well, there's the catch taken. Conrad Greenshields will depart. It's starting to rain, everybody. And now the umpires, of course, will have to liaise with the third umpire and decide. I mean, it's just gentle drizzle at the moment, but of course, remember that the ground has taken a fair bit of moisture already, so it's going to be interesting. This Conrad Greenshields is going to be disappointed. He'll go just for 1, and also the rain now is coming into my terrace. It's coming into my terrace, everybody. Uh-oh, this is not good. Rain coming into the terrace. Greenshields caught there by them. So here, everything's getting wet. Paperwork getting wet. Computers getting wet. Well done to Jafar Raza, though. So they didn't go to spin. So Jafar Raza comes on and he takes the wicket. Let's just hope this disperses away quite quickly. Otherwise, this is not going to be good. in the air, but powerfully hit. Looking to get the boundary here. Ball just slows up though. Just going to need a couple. So Amandeep Singh now looking to show what he can do with the bat. Hasn't really, I mentioned before when we were looking at his stats before, so hasn't made big impact on the T20 scene, but we know he's on the European Cricket Network. He's been a regular run scorer. Looking to get going here and put in a good partnership here with Hardeep. So 2 Singhs together. Still raining, by the way. Don't see it on your screens just yet, but I think also the light is a concern. It gets turned away and we'll take the single. I'm just thinking to myself here now that whether maybe somebody on the Portuguese side had looked at the weather and thought, okay, it might start raining, so we want to have a good start here. Stay ahead of the rate. You know what I mean? You know what I'm thinking here? And, I'm just going to have to, oh dear. I think laptop is going to have to go away, folks, because if I don't put it away, it is going to, it's going to dart right. We're going to think about how we do this here now, because it's getting wetter and wetter. Just start moving things around. It's Murad. I wonder if he's starting to. It's not been a lot of rain, but because we have had rain here in in the week. I suppose it still classes the week when it's Saturday because there has been rain. The ground is a little soft already. Oh, now what does that catch? Does it catch a bit of the battle? Oh, taking this on. He's going to have to be quick and we'll just get back. Leg byes is given. It was leg byes. Acrobatic effort there from Alex to try and get there. I should just go into the bathroom and get a towel, really, shouldn't I? That's the other beauty of being here. It's firmly struck, chases on, but we're not going to get past the fielder. Batters will come back for 2. Got to be careful, I suppose, the way you're running here as well. But got a tissue, just wiping some equipment down. So that is the over that comes to an end. So, of course, the tour of Portugal will continue beyond this weekend, starting on Monday. And it will be Phil G who will be in the house and talking you through the night series there in Portugal, in Coimbra, the Miranda de Corbo cricket ground. So 52 for 2 at the end of 5 overs. Okay, I did put a question to you. Well bowled by Jafar Raza, by the way. 5 runs off it, picks up a wicket. Isn't he having a good day and continuing to reward me for my faith in him. So my question was, what caused outrage in the one-day final in 1981 between New Zealand and Australia, when New Zealand needed 61 on the last ball, and quite a few of you did get it right. So New Zealand, they need 6 of the last ball to tie, and if you were an Australian, you had to back yourself to win, wouldn't you? Greg Chappell didn't. He was scared of New Zealand's Brian McKenzie, who had a one-day career of 54 runs in 40 matches. So he ordered his bowler, who just happened to be his brother Trevor, to bowl the last ball underarm. It did the trick and Australia won the match, but they lost a lot of friends. The tactic caused a bit of outrage. Once been lobbed over, batters should be coming back for 2. Yeah, caused a bit of outrage and was quickly banned. In Chappell, brother of Trevor and Greg, who was commentating at the time, said, "No, Greg, you can't do that." So, well done if you got it right. It was just for fun. It's played away again. So, just the momentum that Portugal started with, especially with Davalkuma and Singh going well. Just with those quick wickets going, changes a little bit. Long Burns coming on to bowl. You spin Bonds. Will be looking to come back after a disappointing performance in his first match. Remember, didn't play in the T10s yesterday. Looking to whip this away on the leg side, catches a bit of the pad. Be another leg by. So after a quick start, they were out of the tracks pretty quickly, Portugal. They're now being pegged back a little bit. Burns. I thought they might have been tempted to give Matty another over, but after that wicket, but decided that he will introduce the spin, so he does so. To play it away. Of course, the other issue, I suppose, here is, and this is why maybe another reason why Long Burns has gone to himself, and he may even opt to go for spin at the other end now as well, is that with the rain falling and his gentle drizzle at the moment, but things are getting wet. Every time the ball like that is hit along the ground, ball gets wet, so be difficult for the seamers. That's a pretty nice shot, and wet outfield or not, soft ground or not, that's going to go to the boundaries. Good, hard strike from Hardeep Singh, 4 more from him. Crunching shot moves to 30 now. Well, that might have interrupted the watering system. Not that we're going to need it tonight, I think. Going down the leg side, huge appeal, not out. There might have been a little bit of an inside edge on that, but I think this ball was always drifting. And yeah, you could see maybe there's another set of stumps there. It certainly would have been closer. Not to be. End of the over. No one gets through the over pretty quickly. 8 runs come from it. 61 for 2. Still pretty close here. I think you'll see that win predictor keep changing. Portugal in front at the moment, 54%. We saw that in the start of the first innings. Portugal in front, then it changed back again. It went to 50-50 a lot of the times, and it still could do. You can see there were those little peaks, but not too many big overs. 16, 15 and 17. And then only 2 others that were above the 10 over mark. So the best little period was that towards the end there, over number 17, 18, 19, when Spain were out there. And doesn't quite get it out the middle now. Is this going to go to the boundary? Just nobody back there. It's a short one from Raza. So Raza getting another one here. So Burns is hoping that Raza is not going to be affected with the wet ball. If I saw somebody, I'd tell them to get me a towel out of the bathroom. I could just drape them over the monitors. That one, there's a fielder out there, and it's been dropped. It's been dropped. Now chance, and it's Charlie there. When we get a look at this, I don't see this because I'm blinded from this view. And now, has that been given? There's a boundary. It has been given. It's the ball hits the rope, and that's what I can't see it. That part of the ropes, I would say about 4 or 5 meters in from that boundary. And if you want to know where I am, that's where I am, because I can't see that from my balcony. It's down the leg sides, can be another wide. So Raza is having a few issues, and maybe this, maybe the ball being a little bit wet is affecting him. Hardeep Singh and Amandeep Singh, the 2 Singhs out there in the middle. They've combined well when they were out there in the field. Now combining well with the great pickup. The captain there gets down. Probably if it got past Lawn there, a couple of runs, saves 2. That's high and mighty. That's going to be 6 runs as well. He gets a swivel on this, a little bit of the old MJ, the old, oh, was that one. Goes all the way to the boundary. And it just helps that along the way. Does Amandeep. And, well, if you wanted to know where the crew was posted, there's Marzi there, Stefan Gooch, Samir and Paolo, part of the ECN crew here. And the house is also here at the other side of the ground, keeping an eye on the players. And, of course, Dan Oro's the ECN photographer. Probably in some shelter somewhere on the rain. Just a gentle push, single take. And that's clever cricket, being appreciated by the spectators. And also by the Portuguese bench. Just a little tip and run. Keeping an eye on the rate that they require. They're needing to go at just under the 8. So, of course, every time you hit a Maximo, and I mean, this over already has gone for 17, so they're well ahead. So you don't really have to take any risk. Raza, probably the last ball he'll bowl. They might change it from this end. Can he finish with a wicket himself again? Goes Fuller. He's unlucky. It's well bowled. And it will be a single, though. So 18 will come off that over of Jafar Raza. And Portugal move to 80. 80 for 2. So 100 required from here. So you would expect them to be in front, and they are. And you can see just how quickly things can change when you get a big over like that in. Portugal go to 76% to 24 now in favour of going on to win from here. But we know that can change so quickly. A wicket or 2 falls and everything changes. Long Burns continues making some subtle changes in the field. He's pushing back the cover fielder on the boundary. That's Murad Ali. 2 men straight, and then you've got the standard mid wicket and behind square. Just saw Manav Nayak just warming up. Ooh, that's a bit of a hoik from Hardy. There's always gonna be some swings and misses from him. Yeah, Manav Nayak is warming up, so I wonder if we're going to see some more spin from the other side. You also have Charlie Rumi who can come on. And I can see that Corey's having a bit of a chat there with Manav as well, as he's walking around the boundary, probably giving the young bowler a little bit of encouragement. Talk to you about 1991, and where there's another inglorious English collapse when they were already 2-0 down in the series in Perth. So England looked to be salvaging some pride in the last test in Perth when Alan Lamb and Robin Smith belted them to 191 for 2 just before tea on the first day. Then, of course, as England used to in those days, the roof caved in thanks to one great bowling performance. Craig McDermott took a test best 8 for 97, and the town was blown away. The last 8 wickets went down for 53 on a true pitch, and it was pitiful stuff, as it was reported at the time. The second innings was even worse. Only Smith and Phil Newport passed 25, and Australia won by 9 wickets. Right chance, should be straight. Well, there's miscommunication between 2 fielders. Lorne Burns puts his hand up, and I think he's acknowledging that he's wrong here. This one goes up in the air, and Burns, I think he calls it. And you can see Charlie, he was right there ready to take it. Charlie Rumi, but Burns, he calls it, wants it, knows he gets it wrong, and that's a big opportunity. Huge opportunity. Yeah, it should have been left to the young man. Burns knows it as well. Amandeep gets alive. Can he make it count? Drop there on 24 by Lorne. important could that prove to be? It's a wicket really that Spain needed at this time, because these two, good little partnership and an aggressive partnership as well. Pretty close to finding the edge. Change his mind, and that's what Lorne can do. He puts the ball in an area where batters like the idea of going after him, even though there's two men straight, but then he changes his mind and just tries to paddle this away outside the off. This time sticks to going for the big shot, but there's a fielder out there, just be a single. It's bowled well, has Lorne at the end of the over. He's only gone for just 11 in the 2 overs, but yeah, he knows he should have had a wicket. He gets drawn to the cordon ball when he had a fielder perfectly placed to take the catch, but still just 4 off the over. But he knows there was a missed opportunity to take the wicket there of Amandeep. 84 for 2. Looking at their worm there, you can see that Portugal are still ahead. They were way ahead the first few overs the way they started. 41 of the first 3 overs. So we are seeing spin, but it's not Manav who looked like he was warming up. It's actually Charlie Rumi, who's going to come from the tennis court end. Now this is an opportunity. It's high. Can anybody get there? No. Would you believe it? And the batters come back for 2. There are just a couple of things here, just not going the way for Spain. Catch doesn't get taken, and then this one goes to the moon and back, but still ends up not going to hand. Hardy living a bit of a charmed life, and there's that yellow rag now. Looks like you're going to need a genuine rag man to keep working this ball. Of course, not easy for a spinner. I know it said it seems not ideal if you're trying to run in and grip the ball and bang it in hard, but it's not ideal for a wrist spinner either. Big appeal. Jumping up and down, one to get. And umpire says no. They liked it, didn't they? They liked it. Look at this. Maybe looking at it from that angle. Oh, look at that. I love it. Oh, Alex here. Watch him go. He's like a little jelly bean. Up and down, but not out. Probably just drifting down the leg. And gets played away. Just the one. Let's have a look at the action here from Charlie. Beautiful. Got real rhythm. Poetry in motion, really, when he comes through. And I love the way he's always keeping that head nice and still. See a lot of bowlers, sometimes they're bowling and the head is down and not really looking. It's a good start. And it's Govinda Singh Bajwa, it's his job to keep working on that ball. Fairly well, but there's protection out there. There's bounces a couple of times to the fielder. It will just be just a single. Nicely done. Martinez out there. It's almost like they know that Portugal are looking for these big hits. And, well, talking about big hits, so that's what I'm talking about. Now this one is going to find itself going over the boundary rope. There's no way that's going to be stopped. Once again, hits the top of the tree, branches as it comes down. Magic Rahman has to pick it up from the other side of the rope. It's a good hit. And it's been some time. Hardeep saying they kept him quiet after a blistering start, but I think taking the pace off to him does work, and I think that was the plan from Portugal. I think send him up there because you know that the pace was going to be on. But now, of course, the test is how he fares with the pace off. He gets that one pretty good. It was needed that one, otherwise it would have been another pretty tidy over. Remember the one before from Lorne only went for 10, but that one goes for 10 in the end, courtesy of that big 6. 94. 2 wickets down. Portugal staying in front. Spain wanting a couple of quick wickets. And Man of Night, he is going to come on to bowl. So we're now going to see Manav and a young spinner come from the other end. Well, these two, Charlie and Manav, were partners towards the end of the innings with the bat, and now they're bowling partners. So looking for that miscue. 2 men straight, mid-wicket, square leg, 1 sweeper. So I think they feel that these batters, even though they could look to push, take singles to run 2s, they feel that they will be tempted to go for the big shots. And that's why I think the spin is on here to try and tempt them. But of course, you've also got to hold on to the catches when they come your way. That's the flatter arm ball there from Manav. And takes the single as that just gets paddled away. Pretty good contribution in with the bat. Hit the ball well, put away the bad ball. And always amazes me. Doesn't look much of him. Looks like one of those stick players. But he can crack the ball pretty well. Looks like the umpire wants to have a knock. He gives the little stumps a little tap. Hardeep moves to 42. Amardeep Singh, 27 of 15. Played out on the offside. Of course, we've been here now for a while, and we talked up here a bit about Portugal. Of course, I have to talk about the sardinas asadas, grilled sardines, which I know is very popular in Portugal as well. And something that should never be missed in any Portuguese picnic, they say. They're one of the classics of Portuguese cuisine, and widespread and popular throughout. And gone. And well, done like a sardine, not a kipper. When you're talking about sardines, Magic Rahman takes the catch, and well done to Manav. That's what he's on for, to get the wicket. And something had to give. Nice catch taken. And Hardeep is not going to get his 50. He's batted well. He'll be disappointed. You can see that. He's been there, and it's one of those, isn't it? Once you've been there a while, you expect, once you get into and past the 30s, to stay there and go a bit further. 42 of 27, though. And it is a change to have him up the top of the order, and I suppose you'll take that. But Matty takes the catch. See it here again. So just never really got the contact that he wanted. It's one of those which they've been quite happy just to paddle away. And that's what I'm talking about. I think Spain know that these batters are going to want to go for this shot. So even though the right thing probably to do when you're needing 8 and over is just to bat and ball, paddle it down and take the single, they don't do so. Looks like the players will have and take some refreshments on now. And as that wicket goes down, rather than wait to the end of the over. Or while they're doing that, we can talk about maybe the European Cricket League. I think we've had a look at some of these groups already. And if you want to know about Spain, well, you can see there Group D. So obviously it's PEC IKEA Barcelona. That has now been filled in. Remember that Spain, because of course of the tragic disasters after the flooding in the Valencia area and some other parts of Spain, those finals were put back. But PEC IKEA Barcelona, they will be there. Zurich Nomads, Brno, Zagreb Assassins, and the Budapest Blinders. That is going to be an exciting group. Which group do you think is going to be an interesting and exciting one? I think when you look at most groups, I mean, Group B, the 2 teams from England, that is going to be great. And what about Group F of Victorians and Farmers? Both teams from Jersey in the same group there as well. So I think it's going to be very exciting. Looking forward to that. And certainly will be maybe some upsets. But obviously some big favourites there. Hornchurch, I know Hornchurch already are very excited to be coming back here again. And well, trying to defend their crown. But Northern CC, I think, will push them all the way. Then you've got the likes of the Austrian Cricket Tigers, who also are a team that have got a good pedigree in playing this format of the game. And they've certainly got some good players that can also change the way that the game is going. Going back to this game, the wicket falling with Hardeep going. And Manav getting the wicket means that Natim Hassam is going to come in at number 5. So gets another opportunity here. There's Natim. It looks like once again that Najam Shazad is quite happy to give opportunity to some of the other players. We haven't seen Kuldeep Gulai yet. Remember, he was religiously opening in all the other matches, so it looks like because he's not been going well, he's been dropped slightly. Shahidul Rahman also, we have not seen him have a hit yet. And Rahul Kumar, I think I'm told, is also a bit of an all-rounder. So they won't be panicking just yet. Portugal, they still are, well, you would think they're favourites, 83 of 62. But a few more wickets make a difference. No run this time. And Manav starting well, the young man. Full of confidence, very bubbly as well. This one just gets past the keeper. Here comes the throw. Wide down the leg side. Thought for a moment maybe it brushed a little bit of the pad or thigh pad on the way through. We'll get to bowl another one. Maybe he can use this to his advantage. Sometimes the extra ball can work in both ways. It can either be a goodie or a baddie. Will it be a goodie? Neutral. Just the one run that will come from it. As Murad Ali attacks this one as he runs in. End of the over, and a very good over as well. Manav gets the wicket with Matil Rahman taking the catch. 100 up for Portugal. The end of the 10th over. 3 wickets down. At this point, Spain were going well. They'd lost just that 1 wicket. And we're on 83. We were talking about this a few moments ago. And Italian strikers in Group E. That will be a very interesting group as well. They've got some good hitters there in Estonia. Thinking too, and maybe if they committed would have got there, but I think they both acknowledged that probably Ravi Panchal is not an arm that you want to take on. And Amardeep, you think now a lot rests on him. He's set, so a bit like Hardeep Singh, you'd expect him to stay there and see you home. It's well bowled and well dug out. Charlie continues. I think when you have a look at this side, I know we've talked about this being international friendlies with both teams using players. That's a good looking shot. That's a really good shot. Lovely timing. Like the way that he leans into this. And it's all about that weight distribution. When you talk about cricketers and the shots that they play, it's about the balance and it's about the weight going into the shot. And that was perfect. So Natim Hassan, not the first time that one of the batters has started with a 6. We saw that from Dhaval Kumar and Hardeep Singh, and well, Natim Hassan does the same. It's flicked away. He's very quick to move, isn't he? Likes to come out of his crease to meet the ball. I'll go back to what I was saying about the teams here, and particularly Spanish side. Young players and young spinners, and it's certainly shaping the future of the game in Spain. These youngsters, look at Charlie here, might have worked away. And I know, you know, Ravi Panchal there. So these are all guys that, Spain, of course, play the T10 format very well. We've seen that in the Carnival Oval from the likes of Paco Badalona. That will be in the European Cricket League from the Spanish national side as well. T20s, we've seen that they've, doing brilliantly well there. The rankings going up in the rankings, setting all kinds of records. Now I have an eye on. It's a long way down, but the umpire's nodding his head and says, you got to go. And that's the wicket. So Natim Hassan will go. He does, like I said, he does like to come out of his crease to push forward, but this one's been pushed straight. And the umpire decides it's going to go on to hit. We'll have a look at this again here. Smiles all around from the Spanish. See here, so see here, yeah, right in front. Looking just to push this, but that's hit him below the knee roll. It's pretty straight. I don't think there's any doubt there. And straight away you can see from umpire Malik, he starts to nod. And after the nod, the dreaded finger goes up. And Hassan gets his marching orders. Hasn't been able to get going. It's got the talent, got the ability. But he's going to have to make his way back. Najam Shahzad will be making his way out now, the captain. And the reason he's there because of that dismissal. So there's the youngsters we've been talking about. Making impact and putting smiles on some of the faces of the Spanish faithful, seeing how important this young team is as they grow. It's played away as Manav now takes over. That was the end of the over as well. 9 before, so wickets falling. Portugal now, a little bit like Spain when they're at this point. Wickets started to fall and you needed partnership. So you've got a set batter here, and that's important. Najam Shahzad probably is wanting to play his natural game, which is, we know he likes to be aggressive. And I know that he did play very well against the seam bowlers. We know he caused a lot of trouble, but against spin, let's see how he fares against spin. But, happy to just stroke that one to take the single and get off the mark. Yeah, he's certainly been pretty devastating against when the quicker bowlers have been on. We saw that in the last match. He scored 21 of just 10 balls to help his team get to that 180 odd. This one could have gone anywhere. I think it's very interesting how they go from here, because you could be focusing quite easily on that. It's 8, just over 8 and over, so take your singles, push it around, look to put away the bad ball. But that one will be a wide. But of course, the other mindset is if Najam Shahzad does decide to really go for it and he scores at the rate that we know that he can do, it could get to the wind pretty quickly. Another one that's going away. So Amandeep, he's chewing up a few deliveries here. 32. And doesn't look as comfortable against the spin. Problem is, for Portugal, there's plenty of that spin still to come. Gets played away, and they will take the single, put another really good over. So 2 overs completed from Manav, and he's only gone for the 10 runs. So keeping it nice and tidy, just the 4 coming off that over. And as I said, the spin will continue with Charlie at the other end. The other thing about this is they get through the overs really quickly, so the batters don't really get time to settle. And you know that sometimes when you've got batters in there, they like time in between balls. They like to look around, walk around, adjust the pad, you know, have a little fidget or something. But when you've got the spin on, you don't really have that. Yeah, you know, you sort of, it froze you a little bit, froze you out of your little system. Hit hard, but catching opportunity. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, and that's Manav, who's out there, who has a chance. Catch goes down, and it's Amandeep. Hits that pretty well. Remember, he was dropped on 24 by Lawn, and now he gets dropped again. This time on 33. Those could be the chances that Spain may look back and regret. Just pushing this away, but just looking to nurdle the Jamshedzar. I just think he's far better off sticking to his natural game. If he plays his natural game, gets a few away, and even if he does get out, even if he gets out playing his natural game, there's other batters to come in, and you're coming in with that the rate at 8 and over. He tries to just push and plod around, and that rate goes up, and he's only hurting his side. They've only lost the 4 wickets. You've still got some batters to come out. You've still got the like of Kuldeep Gulai who can come out, even though he's not been in the best of form. And that's what I'm talking about. Play your natural game, and that's more like it. Nicely struck, a little bit lofted and down the leg side, which allows the Jamshedzar to get down on one knee, and he cracks that pretty well. Nicely hit. And that is sweet out of the middle of that bat. It's sweeter than a pastel de nata. 6 runs. That will relieve a little pressure. So again, 8 and over. They've got the boundary. So this is when now the mindset might be, all right, single, push. But if it's there, I think you go for your shots. I think you've got to back yourself here. Well, he does, and he launches into that one. That's an aggressive stroke. It's 6 more. Shaba, Shaba. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. Que guay. Que genial. Que grandes. 6 carreras más. And sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu. A nice bowl of gulab jambu now would be lovely. Good strike. Charlie needs to come back here. Needs to come back. First over. Only went just for the 4. This one, 13 off it. Single and those 2 big 6s. You can see Amandeep having a chat with his captain. Portugal, 54-44 the rate. I'm saying it was at 7, and now with those couple of big hits, it was at 8. Those couple of big hits takes it down to now just below 7.5 required. The jam, will he go again? Shorter, rocks back, doesn't get it out of the middle, but probably works in his favour, because if he's hitting this, he's hitting it pretty flat, and Murad Ali is there. Good news is the pitter-patter of the rain, the drizzle has stopped. I've dried everything up, so that's good. Wouldn't want the rain to spoil the day. But, clipped away. It's funny how things work, as this over comes to an end, 128 for 4. And remember how it started. The very first ball was an opportunity to remove Amardeep. Things could have been so different. So not only does Amardeep get dropped, they take the single, and then after that, Najam Shahzad goes and hits 2 big sixes, and 15 come off the over. So could have been a very different story. It's one thing that I suppose Corey will be aware of with this side, that in the field they have let themselves down a little bit on occasions. And when they lost the one match yesterday, the first of 3 T10 matches, it was the fielding that let them down, though they did come back strong. Well, that's a cheeky little player now. Well, it's probably not going to be able to come back and take 2, and I think that's why it was worth having a go. You got 2 players backing up. Interesting little passage of play. This is almost like the Najam Shahzad has said, right, dab it. I want the single. I want the strike. I think he likes this matchup. He wants to go after Manav. Manav he may be young, but he's skillful, and he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. That's really well bowled. That's a good delivery. Doesn't give the Najam Shahzad any room to work that away. He gets another one through. He's liking this gap, isn't he? You got a short cover in, and you got a sweeper out. Murad Ali is sweeping that offside, and Najam is trying to rock back and powerfully hit it in that gap towards the boundary. Now he wants to play down leg side. That's been missed out as well. So, well, he might have been in a hurry to get on strike, and now he's just played out 3 dot balls on the spin. So whatever the plan was, and this is where, in this situation, you're just better off taking those singles. Keep that scoreboard ticking. If you take 6 in the over, you only fall 1 short of what you need. And what he's done though here is he's let that go above him, but now this one is going to be in and over the boundary rope, and probably in the top corner of that net, I think. Or does it go over? Well, what it does do, it goes and it releases some of the tension after those dots. Here we go. Is that top corner, or is it over the bar? Just over the bar. It's not in the net. It's 6 runs though. Well, we've seen a couple of goals today, haven't we? We've seen a ball hit for 4 go in there, and one that hit for 6. And that's the runs they needed. So after those dots, that hit puts them back on track, and just as that rate went up to 8 again, it's come back to where it started. And well, he wants to get funky here. Tries to go the old reverse, the old switch hit. Misses it. The over goes. So it's an even Stevens. Just that one big hit. That one big 6 gets him out of jail. 7 comes out off the over. .135 for 4. Quick look at the bowling figures there. Success for Matthew Rahman, who's still got 2 up his sleeve. So has Jafar Raza, who did have some control issues with his second over, but he did pick up a wicket. Charlie, second over a bit expensive, and as a result of that, they're not going to go back to him straight away. Looks like because the rain has stopped for a bit, things have dried up a little. They're going to go here back to one of the main strike bowlers. So looks like Murad to me, Murad Ali coming back, and I think this is all about the captain Burns saying, all right, I need a wicket from you. You're my main strike bowler. I need something. 14 and 12 of his first 2, but of course that was when Hardeep and Dhaval Kumar really went after him. Let's see if he can come back well in his 3rd over. Just gets played away. This is, for me, the risk, I think. Amardeep seems to be just playing the role of somebody just pushing it around. 37 or 27. Najam Shahzad is the danger man. He could go ballistic at any time. Portugal 80% favourites from here. Spain needing wickets to get them back in contention. Well, that's an easy single. Amandeep is saying, wait, wait, wait. And you can see Najam saying, oh, wait, keri karni hai yaar. Singla, Leila, it's bus nahi aa rahi. You got to take it. And there he is. Oh, yaar. Didn't look at this side there about Chal. Maybe Amandeep doesn't fancy it. Well, Murad has got a smile on his face, and maybe he thinks, okay, if he doesn't want to face me, I'm gonna rev it up. Amandeep on strike. And, plays that well. Now, it could even get 2 here. They're wanting 2. And I think they're going to get the 2 as well. That is very good running. Andre, Eva. This is like being at the wacky races. Aja, chal, mere hati, mere saathi. We can do this, and they do. That's really good running. Let's have a look at this again. Really good running. I think it's all about knowing. He says, right, there's nobody there, let's go. And Najam Shazad, well, I've never seen him go so quick. And he said, got to be careful when he's running there as well. But they get there and they get home comfortably. Really good running. Short. It's a slow short ball. I think it's the slow short cutter. You can see that's banged into the ground, but there's no pace in that at all. They'll get the single. Seems to be a fair bit of chat. I think it's healthy. Yeah, have a look at this from Amandeep and Murad. I think healthy chat between the players. They're all appreciating each other's abilities and talents, and having a thing or two to say to each other. Najam Shazad will want to let the bat do the talking. Gets a full toss, and that's hit away. Doesn't quite get it out the middle of the bat. The ball will come back for another couple. 2s are a big win for Portugal, whereas Spain at the moment are looking for dot balls and wickets. So almost getting it down to run a ball. Spain, they need wickets, and they need him quickly. I think you don't want to be holding on to Mati too much longer. You might see him come on at the other end. That's well bowled. Good, quick, fast delivery from Murad Ali. Completes the over. And, well, maybe not. I can see a helmet being brought on, so looks like spin. They're going to stay with a bit of spin. I thought that you maybe want to go with someone like Matthew Rahman to try and get a breakthrough here, but they're being patient. Spain holding back Matty for a bit. 142 for 4. 5 overs to go. Day 2 of 2 coming up tomorrow. 2 more matches, and of course Spain won't be wanting to go into the day needing to win both to tie this this T20 international friendly series. They'll want to go back to base on level terms. So something pretty spectacular has to happen in the next 5 overs. 38 required just on 30 balls, and one bad over could change everything. Manav Nayak will continue. Flights is up, gets pushed away. This time it'll just be a single now. I think he had a good success. Good success against Najam. Only the 7 came off the over, and it was 1-6, and Najam Shazad did play and miss. Had a few. Right, that's the misstroke. Should take it himself. And if he don't take the catch, he'd run him out, and he does take it. Well done, and he gets the battle, wins the battle. That's what Spain need. They need to take wickets, and Najam Shazad, he didn't want to wait around. He doesn't really move his feet to this one, does he? It's cleverly bowled by Manav. Doesn't want to put it in the hitting arc. They sky it up, takes the catch, and you can see what it means to him as well as he takes his 2nd wicket, holds on to the catch, and spikes the ball down in delight. Spain, they're still alive. The dangerous captain. The jump goes for 23 of 15. And well done to the youngster, Manav. And I think if you know, this is the beauty of this friendly series. The coaches, they want to see what these players have to offer, and I think you can see already that this young man, Manav, has plenty to offer. I think he has a very bright future ahead of him, playing in the colours of Espana. A new batter will come out, and it is now Kuldeep Gulaya. Kuldeep, probably the best we saw from him was earlier today. He has struggled with his form. He's got out a few times to the spinners. I know that Lopez has had the better of him on a number of occasions, but will he come good here? 37 of 28. Straight to the fielder, no run. Adnan Tahir makes the stop. Amardeep got to be the key now. He's on 41 of 30, but don't forget Amardeep is going into tiki-taka mode. Oh, just out of reach. Be the single. Not that that's a bad thing. I think you probably feel here that if Amardeep, look how quickly the rate XG changes, by the way, also. We saw it going down to almost getting to a run of ball state. Now it's gone back up to 8. But you feel that if Amardeep stays there and bats all the way through, they should win the match. Chips this up in the air. He could give a chance, and I think he will. And that's such a soft dismissal. Just when we're talking about Amardeep could be the key, and if he stays there and bats all the way through, it should be a victory for Portugal. And really, he just guided this straight into the hands of Danny Long Martinez, who holds on to the catch. And this game has changed, because with Amardeep gone and Najam Shazad going just a couple of balls ago, Manav Naik strikes again. Now Portugal will have 2 new batters out there, and that's real disappointment for Amardeep. Got himself in. I just felt, though, that he felt that Najam Shazad should be doing the bulk of the hitting, and he wanted to play the role of just stroking the ball around, taking singles. And I think as a result of that, when he got to playing the shots, he'd lost the timing, and he finds the hands of Danny Long Martinez there, and Manav takes another wicket. What a performance this is, and what a great bit of captaincy there also from Lorne Burns. I was talking about maybe bringing back Mati, but Manav comes on and he's taken 2 wickets, and that's the end. And oh well, it's not. It's called a wide. You know what? Yeah, it's the right call. But hey, gets another ball to try and get another wicket, and he won't. It's just going to be a dot. So Rahul Kumar Hashu. Remember, Manav got Hashu yesterday in a bizarre manner when the ball was hit back to him, and Manav managed to divert it back onto the stumps and got him run out at the bowler's end. Okay, people, what are we thinking here then? So 145. 6 down, 2 wickets in the over. Incredible over. And Manav will finish with 3 for 20. Murad Ali gets the ball back. Just interesting how these wickets are falling. When you have a look at that worm there and have a look at all the red dots, how similar it is where wickets have fallen. It's quite eerie at the moment, but what you can see there is that it's coming downwards, Portugal. And Spain now getting to a point where, well, it's coming up to the 9 and over mark. So Murad Ali now comes back. He's going to bowl into Kuldeep Gulaya. Still, you look at the 2 batters here who could be batting much higher up the order. He spikes this one. Will want to. Should be getting to Kuldeep. Is really slow. He could be struggling here. And, oh, he gets back. The throw needed more in it. Oh, Kuldeep was struggling. It was a race between him and the Grizzly. He wins the race. He gets there in time to get a couple. Tension starting to build. You feel that a good over, either way, could change the momentum of the match. 6 down, Portugal, you know. So they don't want to be losing any more wickets here. What a match. Firmly hit. Should be stopped. Will be stopped. Ravi Panchal covers the ground beautifully. Good running. Really good running. 2 more. Well, if you can't hit the boundaries, then we'll run them, is what Portugal are saying. If we have to run them, we'll run them. And that's good. Shoot. Gets back. Kuldeep Gulay is huffing and puffing. Probably thinking, I didn't come here to be running twos. Slow bounce out, wanting a wide. The umpire says no. Let's see where this is. I don't think it is. And the height of it, if anything, probably the one for the over. It's always difficult to tell from that angle. Hit that pretty well, but again, there are fielders out there, and I think he's hit it too close to that man. In comes the throw, and it's a good throw. Clever. And, well, well, you need the old 3 wise men to be backing up here. Have a look at this. It goes past uno, dos, but not the third. And, well, I know that Alex is not the tallest. That's why it bounces over him. Takes the single, Murad doing the fielding, and you can hear everybody saying easy, easy. Let's have a look at the effort that's been put in here in the bowler. Have another look at this, Murad. You can see look at the effort, charging in, really getting that ball to hit the deck hard, putting all the momentum into all the effort into that ball. It's a big delivery this coming up. I think you needing to get something from it, and they're not going to get anything from it. It's the old cutter. It's a good over. 6 from it, so that rate just starts to go up. Goes past the 9 now. We've got a match on here, people. We have a match on here. If Spain can keep this nice and tiny, if they can keep this pressure building. 151.6. Spain desperate to get the win. They want to go back to base. The hotel, which is nearby here, 5-minute walk, I'm told, on level pegging, and that means that tomorrow, everything to play for. If not, they've got to try and win both matches tomorrow to salvage a tie in this 4-match series. Lorne Burns, the captain. Now this could be the big over. They'll want to probably go after him, would you think? Alkuma Hashu. We have seen him hit hard down the ground, but he has been caught at long on before. All right, that's high up in the air. Fielder backpedaling is a really big moment. Can't get there. Can't get there. Oh, it's a really big moment. Sees it up in the air. He's trying to get there, trying to get something on it. He's not able to do it. I think that might have been Raza. Yeah, I think it was Jafar Raza. Just couldn't get there. That's hit pretty well. That will go all the way. And that is a tree topper. 6 carreras. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. From the arbitro. Boom. Shaka Lagia. Well, that's woken up some of the birds in the nest up there. Kuldeep Goliath gets one away. 28 becomes 22 in 16. Short, wide. Vamos, vamos, vamos. You can hear the support for the captain, Lorne Kuldeep. Gets this one away, but there is to the fielder. Just be a single, so hands to strike. Now to Hashu, who, oh, he gave a chance, didn't he? Another wide. Lawn. 2 wide in the over. That's the 9 that they need. Now, can with the 3 balls to go in the over, they get some extra runs out of this. Just play that away. That's sensible. It's clever. Even if you take a single of every ball here now, it makes your task a little bit easier here for Portugal. What a tense match this is. Well, are we heading to a super over? That's what I want to know here. Slightly quicker in the air, should be taken, will be taken. Get the wicket as Kuldeep Gulaya hoiks out. It's the unlucky 13 for him. And it's not a good shot, in all fairness. It's not a good shot at all. And he's just helped this into the hands of Adnan Tahir. He's not going to drop those. And another twist in this match. Just all he needed, like I said, sometimes you've got to play the smart cricket. Just push that away and take the single. Kuldeep Gulaya wanted to go for the glory shot. He doesn't get it. He finds the safe hands. And Tahir holds on to it. Kuldeep goes for 13 of 10. Another twist in this match. Burns picks up the wicket. Rahul Kumar. Must be feeling some nerves, Rahul Kumar. First time we're seeing him with the bat. Well, a lot of pressure on here now, so another wicket goes, 7 down. Still 18 required of 13 deliveries. Can they get something away here? Plays this away, gets a swivel on it. Will just be the single. And they're quite happy to take the single. So, Lawn, he does go for 12 in the over. Hey, you know I say sometimes those extra balls work in your favour. Well, ball number 7, which had to be bowled because of the winds, was the one that picks up a wicket there. So 12, though, do come off that over. 163. 7. Wickets down. 2 overs to go. 17 in 12 balls. Shahidul Rahman yet to come. Can hit a ball. And then you have Gopi Singh, number 11. There's pressure out there. I'm telling you, there's pressure. And it's a good time for someone like Matthew Rahman to get the ball, isn't it? I was thinking that he was somebody that Lawn had up his sleeve. He may have come back earlier, but played it right. He got Manav to bowl that over, where 2 wickets fell over number 60, which changed the way this match was going. 2 for 3. And then we saw Kuldeep come out, hit a big 6, and then he gets himself out. Who's going to handle the pressure? Standing right in front of his stumps. Going to whip this away. And where's it? And as long as you're scoring here, then I suppose you stay in it. And I'll tell you what I haven't had a look at recently. I'm going to do it now. Is this? There it is. The winning predictor. 59 to 41. I'll tell you what, pretty soon we're going to see that at 50-50. Christopher Ward is saying it already is a 50-50 to him. I suppose the neutral, you're hoping Spain do this. You want it being 1 apiece going into tomorrow. It's a nice looking shot. It's down the ground, but he's probably hit it too well. Will be just a single. And it's been one thing that we haven't seen a lot of really is those straight drives, on drives, off drives, going to the boundary. I think that part of the field has been well protected. I think with the outfield a little bit soft and slow. The ball hasn't raced to the boundary, so the straight drives haven't really produced a lot of runs, not in terms of boundaries anyway. All right, Rahul Kumar didn't look that comfortable with the first ball he faces, but just look at his stance here. Oh, that's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side. I think this is Matthew Rahman looking to get the Yorker in. He's seeing the stance that Kumar has. Looking to knock him over. And you just get the feeling that one good delivery, full and straight, could have Kumar in trouble. Looks like to be, look, he's pretty deep inside his crease. He's right in front of the stumps. Look at that. You can see why Matthew's trying to get that Yorker in. 14 of 10. Well, that's whipped away, but it could be a catching opportunity. It will be a catching opportunity. It's the 8th wicket that goes down. Danny Long Martinez holds on to the catch. And it's just been helped into the hands of the fielder. Rahul Kumar will be the 8th batter to fall, with Portugal still needing 14 runs for victory. And another batter makes his way. Again, don't need to do that, do you? You can do it, just taking the singles. But now you're getting to a point where you're even thinking about, do you take any risk? You know, when trying to convert singles into twos. What a thriller. What a thriller we're having here. I think you're on the edges of your seats. Another wicket going. Kumar. In comes Matty. And, oh, there's going to be extras here. Oh, well, it's that slower delivery, which it's going to be a wide as well. That's 2. Oh, well, that changes things a little bit. Now, I think the other big thing here is that also changes the strike. No, also changes the strike. How important could that be? Well, just a little flick away. I don't think you see, that's the thing here now with the wickets on 8. You don't take any of those risks. It's just clipped away. So I suppose you kind of take that. I don't think you can not turn runs down. Gopi Singh, deep in his crease, looking to crunch one away if he gets it in the right slot. He hits this pretty well. Is it going to get in the gap? It plugs. And it will be just a couple. I thought for a moment he might have got this in the right spot. It goes all the way to the boundary. It doesn't. What a match. We're going into the last. We are going into the last. Now, what do you do here now? I mean, it's hard to say that Rahul Kumar Hashu will be thinking, right, you know, I'm the key batter. I can win this. I can, you know. He might have just said to Gopi Singh here, you know what? Go for it. If you get a boundary, fine. If it don't work, then you're out. Don't worry. I'll be on strike. I'll finish it off. Let's see. He does go for it. They are running, and they are going to get a single here. That's clever. And maybe that was what the plan is. I'm coming. Be ready to go. They do go. And we are going to have a proper European cricket classic here in this T20 international friendly between the home side, Portugal and Spain. The home side now needing 8 of 6 balls for victory. What a finish we're going to have here. What a match. 172 for 8. That over 9 coming from it. There was that wicket as well. So there we go. And it is the captain himself, Lorne Burns, to bowl the last. Look, he had options. They had Charlie as well, but Charlie did go for 15 in 1 over. So Lorne Burns defending 8. High in the air, it should be out, and it will be out. So that's the 9th wicket that goes. Singh gone, goes for 2. Rahul Kumar Hashu left at the non-striker's end. Number 11 coming out. And that means, of course, is going to be Shahdur Rahman. Wow, what a game. What a game this is. Gopi will be gone. Again, I think maybe the right play there would have been, maybe you just get the thing, you get the what you think is a set batter in there. But is there going to be a boundary? That's the question. Will there be a boundary here or not? Catch taken. Another one goes. Manav holds on to it. And now it's the last batter in. Oh no, that's a wide. Oh dear, wide ball. Could you write this stuff? 172 becomes 173. 8 of 5 for a win. It's another wide. Now he's bowled a few of these, Lorne. Well, that helps now. So now you're really looking. Now you're basically saying, so look, we get bat on ball, run every ball, we can't lose the match. Ooh, now it's another wide. It's down the leg side. After the wicket is wide, wide, wide. Pressure. Captain with the ball. Shahdur Rahman, he could win it for his side with one big hit. Which way is this match going? We've got a proper European cricket classic here. In comes Burns. Rahman, straight to the fielder. No run. Dot ball. Even the sun starts to come out and caresses his magnificent ground in a tense finish. 5 or 4. Oh, it's another big wide. 4 or 4. That's another run. It's now again we get to a point where, well, any boundary wins it. What is he thinking? Shahdur Rahman, what's going through his head? Does he want to be a hero? Will he try and be the hero? He will try and be the hero. It's up in the air. Catching chance. Ravi Panchal holds on to it. And Spain have won. Spain have won. It is victory for Spain. Ravi Panchal holds on to the catch. Lorne Burns, the captain, takes the wicket. Shahdur Rahman, well, he couldn't resist himself. The number 11 went for the big hit. Skies it up in the air. Ravi Panchal holds on to the catch under pressure. Boom, 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 boom. Holds on to it. It's done. It's dusted. And this series, after day one, is tied at 1 apiece. What a match. And I think everybody around the ground will be standing in ovation for the set of players. Lorne Burns, well, what kind of over that was that? It was wicket, wide, 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 dot wide, wicket. And I know it's easy to say, but Portugal, they're going to be feeling this at one point. Look at the smile on Corey's face. And too right they're smiling, because Spain, they've come back. And it was a match which looked like it was going completely the other way. At one point, it was 80 to 20% in favour of Portugal. And I think Portugal will feel that is a match that, well, it was theirs to lose and they lost it. And they're going to be very, very disappointed, of course. And this series stays at 1 apiece. Shahdur Rahman, you got to feel for him. And maybe the right thing to do was just try to get bat on ball, take the single. You couldn't win. You couldn't lose the game. You took the singles, or maybe you got trying to get the Hashu on strike and being on strike. It wasn't to be. But I think it was that, for me, it was that over number 16 from Manav when he took 2 and only conceded 3 runs. And he's my player of the match, you know. It'd be interesting to see what what the official verdict is. But for me, it's pretty simple. I think Man of Night also with his performance. I mean, they've gone with Lorne Burns, which I suppose is understandable. Lorne did score 77 runs, and he does end up taking 3 for 27. But I think for me, don't forget there was that little cameo from one with the bat. But for me, I think his performance with his bowling at the time that he bowled when Portugal bowled well ahead and, cruising to win the match. He's bowling there. He gave 7 runs away in his 14th over. He kept it nice and tight. Then that 16th over when he came and took those 2 wickets. And there were big wickets as well. And I think that got Spain back in the game. But what a game it was. It was twists and turns all around. And this one up in the air. And that, of course, going all the way. And then you thought, all right, maybe Najam Shazad, maybe he's going to make the difference. But then it was those wickets. And this one here, Najam skies it up. And a catch taken. And that's Man of Night. That's what, he took the big wickets, didn't he? Then we saw this one here. That one again, not good. Amardeep Singh, he would also go. Lorne Burns coming on because he was a little bit expensive. But I think it's a great game. It's a great advert for the game. And I said at the time, for all the neutrals, really, yeah, you want to have a good, entertaining and competitive day tomorrow. Then for all the neutrals will be happy because with Spain winning, it means it's 1 apiece going into the 2 matches that we have here tomorrow. And Tim Harmer saying, what a game that is. Yeah, it was a great one. And Christopher Ward, Happy New Year, everybody, he says. And it's just wonderful. Great game. And a great advert for cricket. And no matter where you are around the world, you're going to enjoy that. Yeah, Jeffrey Maguire saying Ravi's a class fielder. Yeah, I mean, if you want anybody under the ball like that and under pressure, then you want it to be something like Ravi Panchal. That's why he is going from one end of the field to another. And what a great day of cricket that we've had here today. So Portugal victorious in the first, but then Spain, just the same way that they did yesterday, they came back and they get the win as well in a really good game. And of course that sets us up for a wonderful day of cricket tomorrow. A quick look at the scorecards there. 3 for 20 for Man of Night, and Lorne Burns there, 3 for 27. But with the 77 that he scores, he is the player of the match. So wonderfully well done. So of course it gets to a point where we have to say our thank yous. Hello everybody, welcome. And we told you it was a long wait, but it was always going to be worth waiting for. And it's matches like this that makes the European cricket that you see so special. What a game. First of all, well done to both sets of players for entertaining us today with 2 really good matches. And I have to say that one was like a roller coaster ride. It was the old seesaw. You just didn't know which way it was going to go. But what the wonderful performances there from a number of players. Once again, the spin. We always knew that with Spain, spin was going to be key. Lorne Burns bowled brilliantly well. Player of the match with that 77 as well. Well done to Man of Night. And then there for Portugal. Portugal, I mean, they had it in the bag. It was theirs to lose and they lost it. Just lost the wickets at the wrong time. But that's what cricket is all about. That is what sport is all about. You never know which way it's going to go. Another wonderful day here. And I know that you've enjoyed it. I want to say a big thank you to all of you, wherever you are around the world, for tuning in. I think the interaction in the chat has been absolutely wonderful. But altogether, though, we have to thank everybody here at the ground. Well done, first of all, to the umpires, doing a wonderful job. I love the way that they're communicating and getting all of those important decisions right. So well done to the umpires. Well done, of course, to the ECN crew and everyone at the ground here at Porto. It's a magnificent ground. It's a great facility. And the support around the ground and all the helpers here and people who work behind the scenes, and not forgetting the catering staff that are providing lunches for us, and also all the teams have been absolutely brilliant. And certainly we'll be seeing them a little bit later on. Maybe have a glass of port there as well to end what has been a perfect day of cricket. And of course, well done to 2 Circles, our media partners. I think they've been brilliant as well. We've had a really good day. It's been thoroughly entertaining, and I know that some of the highlights that we've got coming up are going to be wonderful as well. Let's have a quick look at tomorrow. I think you all know the pattern of what's coming up. We have got 2 more matches tomorrow, and with the series very evenly tied, I think they're going to be great matches. So 2 more matches in this T20 International Friendly Series. And of course, the first match, well, whoever gets the first win tomorrow, at least they will know. But they can't lose this tournament, but of course it could be a tie. And I think really when we see the sort of cricket that we've seen and we see the players that we've seen, I think tie might even be a fair result, but we'll have to wait and see. So it's time for me to say goodnight, but before I go, once again, thank you all very much. And as I always like to say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching, thank you for your support of European cricket, and we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the highlights of the day.